Chapter 1246. Time flew by and time was merciless. In the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed. There was only 1 or 2 years left before the opening of the Supreme Holy Land. On this day Yi Qin sensed something in his heart. The sword yuan inside his body was showing signs of palpitating. It was time to break through. In the past 80 years, Yi Qin had 100% certainty of reaching the 8th sky of life and death realm. No one would believe it. It should be known that reaching the 8th sky of life and death realm was 100 times harder than reaching the 7th. Without hundreds or thousands of years of accumulation, it would be impossible to solidify one's foundation. However, sometimes geniuses could not be judged with common sense. If every genius needed a lot of time to increase their cultivation base, then they would not be geniuses. Moreover, the reason why Yi Qin could have 100% certainty of reaching the 8th sky of life and death realm in the past 80 years was mainly because he had created a supreme sword art. The improvement of his martial arts realm allowed Yi Qin's mental state to become more perfect. With a perfect mental state, his cultivation base would naturally become more stable. In addition, the utilization of the 5 elements also allowed the human body's yin and yang 5 elements to reach an absolute balance, which could also greatly solidify one's foundation. I wonder how many yuan stones would it take to reach the 8th sky of life and death realm? The only thing Yi Qin was worried about was whether he had enough yuan stones. Reaching the 7th sky of life and death realm consumed 300 million yuan stones. Reaching the 8th sky of life and death realm would not be as simple as 10 times. Under normal circumstances, the cultivation base of the 8th sky of life and death realm would be 10 times that of the 7th sky of life and death realm, and the purity would be several times higher. However, what Yi Qin had was sword yuan, which was several times purer than Jin yuan. Multiplying the two, it would be more than 100 times, which was a frightening number. Without breaking through immediately, Yi Qin began to prepare the yuan stones. 3 days later, the yuan stones in Yi Qin's storage ring had reached 40 billion. 12 billion came from the yuan stone pond. In the past 80 years, the pond could produce 100 million yuan stones every year. Once it reached 10 billion, Yi Qin would take it out, lest it couldn't produce any more. Another 28 billion and 10 billion came from the flame planet's taxes. Indeed, the entire planet now belonged to Yi Qin. Yi Qin's actions in the God Paradise were seen by the upper echelons of the human race. Rewarding a third-grade life planet was not a big deal. On the contrary, if there was nothing at all, it would be unreasonable. Flame Star's annual tax revenue was more than 100 million. Including other income, the total revenue was almost 200 million. 30% was paid to the human race's upper echelons, and the remaining 70% was still more than 100 million. After 80 years, it wouldn't be difficult to reach 10 billion. As for the last 18 billion, he had made a trip to a 6th-grade life planet. In the past few years he had obtained a lot of treasures, some of which he couldn't use, so he put them up for auction. 18 billion was only half of the total value. The other half would only be given to him after the end of the auction. That should be enough. 40 billion yuan stones was a shocking number. It was simply unimaginable for those under the 7th layer of life and death realm. Even if they didn't eat or drink for their entire lives, they wouldn't be able to earn this much. Getting rid of all distracting thoughts, Yi Qin entered seclusion to break through to the next realm. Breaking through to the 8th layer of life and death realm was much more powerful than breaking through to the 7th layer. To a certain extent, breaking through to the 8th layer was almost a heaven-defying move. The universe also had life, and the life inside his body was nurtured by him. When he was weak, he could increase his strength very quickly. But once he reached a certain level, his improvement would become slower and slower. After all, the universe wouldn't allow him to become infinitely stronger. Otherwise, the universe itself wouldn't be able to bear it. Why did the universe have no true gods? It was probably because the true gods had surpassed the limits of the universe. Around the desolate planet, lightning flashed, and the dark clouds that shrouded countless planets gradually converged. Is someone breaking through to the 8th layer? The commotion caused by Yi Qin's breakthrough was too great, and could be seen from millions of li away. If an ordinary heavenly tribulation was a heavenly tribulation on a planet, then this one was a cosmic heavenly tribulation. When breaking through to the life and death realm from the Sea of Soul realm, there would be a heavenly tribulation. Afterwards, every time one made a breakthrough, there would be a chance of being sensed by the heavenly tribulation. Although the heavenly tribulation was frightening, many people yearned for its arrival, because its arrival meant that one's strength was powerful enough to attract the attention of the heavens. In fact, every time Yi Qin broke through in the past, there would be a heavenly tribulation. However, those heavenly tribulations were too weak, and were directly turned into yuan qi by Yi Qin and refined into his Zhen yuan. The reason why this heavenly tribulation was so powerful was due to two reasons. First, the 8th layer of life and death realm was different from the 7th layer. It was getting closer and closer to the limits of the universe. Second, Yi Chen's accumulation was too deep. Soul Power, Sword Yuan, and Netherworld Saint I, which one of them wasn't a heaven-defying existence. Who knew whether breaking through to the 8th layer of life and death realm would cause a huge increase in strength and cause a chain reaction? Someone from the human race is about to break through to the 8th layer. Let's go and take a look. Last time, the emperors of the Demons Alliance failed to kill Yi Chen, and instead suffered heavy casualties. However, this didn't stop the Demons Alliance from assassinating him. They absolutely wouldn't allow a peerless genius to grow, even if they had to pay a certain price. Last time it was a mid-grade emperor, but this time it was peak emperor level and even 3 demigods. They had been in Vermilion Bird Starfield for less than half a year. After all, sneaking into human territory was extremely dangerous. If they were sensed, not only would they fail the mission, they would also be unable to escape even if they grew wings. The Supremes of the human race could sense a boundless distance with a single sweep of their soul power. The 3 demigods were all old men nearing the end of their lifespans. They had no hope of breaking through, and were the best candidates for this mission. Moreover, the higher-ups had promised them that if they could complete the mission, they would be rewarded with some lifespan-increasing treasures. Normally they wouldn't even dare to think about it. Although demigods weren't cabbages, there were still quite a few of them. Moreover, there were only so many lifespan-increasing treasures. The movement speed of demigods was extremely fast. After a few teleportations, they arrived at the center of the heavenly tribulation. An 8th layer life and death tribulation was nothing in their eyes. Is that kid? A black light flickered in one of the demigods' eyes, revealing a shocked expression. They couldn't imagine how many years it had been, yet the kid already had the confidence to attack 8th layer life and death realm. As far as they were concerned, Yi Chen had at least 70 to 80% chance of breaking through. Otherwise he wouldn't have chosen to do so. This kid is too frightening. Once he becomes an 8th layer life and death heavenly sovereign, killing him will be difficult. Seems like the heavens are still looking out for our Demons Alliance. He doesn't have a protector by his side. Killing him now will be as easy as flipping one's hand. 3 demigods and 8 peak emperors. Such a lineup was practically invincible under the Supremes. Even if they encountered a peak demigod, they would still have the power to fight. Kill. A demigod with a head full of serpent hair flickered out, his body brimming with killing intent. When he reappeared, he was already on Yi Chen's planet. This demons was once a famous figure among the demons. He was called Myriad Snake Demonic Ancestor, not inferior to Old Ancestor Wuling. Die. With a sudden wave of his right hand, countless serpent phantoms charged at Yi Chen, containing the 5 profounds of gold, water, wind, shadow, and poison. Weaker opponents would immediately be sucked dry by this myriad snake annihilation palm. Chapter 1247. Destroy. With just one sword strike, Yi Chen destroyed the countless snake shadows of the snake demon ancestor. The moment the doomsday calamity was born, Yi Chen already had the strength to fight against Wuling Old Ancestor. Although the snake demon ancestor was strong, he wasn't stronger than Wuling Old Ancestor. Just the aftermath of the destructive sword gleam was enough to split the planet in half. Lava spurted out like flying flames, and the universe was illuminated. Supreme Sword Technique. The snake demon ancestor shouted and hurriedly dodged the remnant sword gleam. There were also strong and weak supreme martial arts. For the same profoundness, creativity determined the strength. For example, some people could only build rough houses, while others could use the same materials to build exquisite houses. Similarly, the snake demon ancestor himself had a 5th revolution martial art. Although his future potential was far inferior to a supreme martial art, for now the progress of a supreme martial art was too slow. On the contrary, a 5th revolution martial art was easier to develop and improve. Therefore, as long as the degree of integration of profoundness wasn't too deep, the snake demon ancestor didn't fear a supreme martial art. Of course, he wasn't just shocked by the doomsday calamity. He was even more shocked by the sword intent of this sword, which faintly showed signs of ignoring all defenses. This was a phenomenon that could only occur with a 9th grade sword intent. An ordinary 9th grade sword intent was already the limit. Compared to a peak 9th grade sword intent, there was only a difference in quantity and control. The difference in quality was very small. The opponent's sword intent was the destruction sword intent. An 8th grade destruction sword intent was equivalent to an ordinary 9th grade sword intent. In other words, the opponent's sword intent was about to break through to the 8th grade. Rumble. At this moment, lightning as thick as a mountain struck down from the boundless dark clouds. Without exception, all of these lightning bolts shot toward Yi Chen. With powerful enemies outside and a heavenly tribulation inside, Yi Chen was undoubtedly in an abyss of suffering. However, Yi Chen didn't care. The sword energy in his body was gradually transforming into an even stronger sword energy. As long as he could endure this period, even if 3 more quasi-venerables came, they wouldn't be a match for him. 10 billion, 20 billion, 30 billion. In a short period of time, Yi Chen had already used up 30 billion source stones, and in exchange he had nowhere to vent the energy in his body. This kind of energy was too vast, and in a short period of time, Yi Chen had no way to completely refine it. The arrival of the heavenly tribulation was the perfect time to temper this powerful energy, and the appearance of a powerful enemy could also vent a portion of the uncontrollable energy, making his breakthrough even smoother. Everything was under Yi Chen's control. Demonic ancestor Myriad Snake, why are you going soft? Watch me. Another quasi-venerable charged at Yi Chen. He was Divine Emperor Hulk of the Green Man race, and he cultivated the profound meaning of power. He punched out, causing the void to undulate as if it had turned into a tidal wave, crashing towards Yi Chen. This was God Emperor Hulk's clear sky fist. In the face of quasi-venerable Hulk's ultimate move, Yi Chen also slashed out with his sword. The berserk fist energy split the tidal wave in two. The destructive sword intent contained within Doomsday Calamity was enough to split and tear apart everything. Even the profound of power couldn't stop it. Of course, a sword move that could contend against a quasi-venerable naturally consumed a lot of sword yuan. Before breaking through, Yi Chen could only use it twice. After that, his sword yuan would be exhausted. However, now that he was about to enter the 8th layer of life and death realm, his sword yuan was not only more vigorous but also purer. Using Doomsday Calamity a dozen times wouldn't be a problem. Once he broke through, he would be able to use it dozens of times. As far as Yi Chen was concerned, the true problem was the universe's heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation contained the universe's will, and even Yi Chen couldn't completely disperse it. A portion of the tribulation's power would always land on Yi Chen's body, creating a large amount of sparks. If not for his 7-step spirit body containing immortal power, Yi Chen wouldn't even need to be assassinated. He would have been the first to succumb to the heavenly tribulation's might and be on the verge of death. It could be said that if one wanted to break through to the 8th layer of life and death realm, their spirit body couldn't be too weak. Demon ancestor Myriad Snake deity Emperor Hulk and the other quasi-venerables' faces turned ugly. Myriad Snake ancestor said, "This kid is a monstrous genius. We can't use common sense to calculate him. We can only take advantage of his heavenly tribulation to join hands and kill him. Right, this kid is much more monstrous than the geniuses of my clan." Deity Emperor Hulk was no longer as relaxed as before. His face was filled with solemnity and killing intent. The 8 of you also join hands to attack him. Make sure he can't wholeheartedly resist the heavenly tribulation. Myriad Snake ancestor turned around and ordered the 8 Apex Emperors. Yes. The leading Apex Emperor sucked in a deep breath and looked at Yi Chen with disbelief. Although the heavenly tribulation was constantly destroying Yi Chen's body, it was also tempering the sword yuan within Yi Chen's body. Again and again, it was as if it was forging a peerless sword. The universe's will within the heavenly tribulation was tempering Yi Chen's soul and sword soul. Only the hell's will was hidden in the depths of his soul, not receiving the tempering. Kill. 2 torrents charged at Yi Chen like 2 apocalyptic demonic dragons. The thicker one was the joint attack of Demon Ancestor Myriad Snake and Divine Emperor Hulk. The 3 of them combined their strength, and although it was not a perfect fusion, its power was at least 2 or 3 times stronger. The thinner one was the joint attack of 8 peak-level martial emperors. Its destructive power was also not to be underestimated, and it was equivalent to the all-out attack of a martial emperor. 2 apocalyptic demonic dragons, one in front and one in the back, emitted a majestic aura. Yi Chen didn't dare to be careless. He pushed the Immortal Sword Intent and Destruction Sword Intent to the limit. The Immortal Sword Intent protected his body and the Destruction Sword Intent accompanied the Doomsday Disaster to kill the enemy. Whoosh. The vigorous sword radiance tore apart heaven and earth. Even a planet seemed incomparably small in front of this sword radiance, like a speck of dust. The pitch-black starry sky instantly lit up. Rumble. An earth-shattering explosion occurred. The broken planet beneath Yi Chen's feet turned into ashes. The magma instantly extinguished and turned into nothingness. Even the dark clouds that shrouded countless planets were blasted open by the shockwave. Countless bolts of lightning darted back and forth like dragons, interweaving into a net. Myriad Snake Ancestor, Deity Emperor Hulk, the 3 Quasi-Venerables, and the 8 Apex Emperors were all sent flying. Yi Chen's sword was unbelievably powerful. Of course, Yi Chen didn't have it easy either. His hands exploded inch by inch, flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Even the flying heaven sword in his hand was sent flying into the depths of the universe. A good chance. Myriad Snake Ancestors' eyes lit up. An expert's weapon was also a part of their power. If they lost their weapon, their battle prowess would be greatly reduced. Let's work together again. This time he will die for sure. Deity Emperor Hulk knew that this opportunity couldn't be missed. After a few breaths' time, the 2 apocalyptic demonic dragons attacked again. This time Yi Chen was barehanded. He couldn't recall the flying heaven sword for a while. With my heart as a sword, I will cut through everything. Facing a desperate situation in the eyes of ordinary people, Yi Chen didn't flinch or panic. His heart was as tough as steel, and his soul was like a diamond that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times. Whether or not he had a sword in his hand couldn't affect his emotions. Instead, it could stimulate his power. Having a sword in his heart was enough. Kill? Grasping the air with both hands, Yi Chen slashed out with a sword. This sword wasn't as clear as before, but it was even more unfathomable. It had an indomitable attitude, and nothing in the world could block the sharpness of this sword. In this desperate situation, the 2 sword intents broke through and reached the 8th rank. Chapter 1248. 8th grade sword intent could already destroy the fabric of spacetime, let alone a supreme 8th grade sword intent. Half-step sovereign sword energy, 8th grade destruction sword intent, supreme sword art doomsday calamity. Even without the flying heaven sword, Yi Chen's current state had already surpassed Wuling Old Ancestor's level. He was confident that he could easily suppress Old Ancestor Wuling if he met him again. The 2 furious demonic dragons suddenly disintegrated under the invisible sword light, as if they had never existed. All traces of them had been directly erased. Although the invisible sword light dissipated, it didn't disappear. It turned into a boundless sword wind that rushed over Demon Ancestor Myriad Snake and the others. Demon Ancestor Myriad Snake and God King Hulk spurted out a mouthful of blood. The other 8 peak sovereigns weren't so lucky. Their bodies instantly disintegrated and disappeared like ashes. 8th grade destruction sword intent. God King Hulk said word by word. Fight him. Demon Ancestor Myriad Snake clenched his teeth. If Yi Chen had already finished his tribulation, they would immediately retreat. But the tribulation was only halfway through. He didn't believe that Yi Chen could last much longer. Boom, boom, boom. Thick bolts of lightning struck Yi Chen's body, splitting his skin and muscles. He was bathed in blood, and specks of golden light were faintly discernible in his blood. This was the power of indestructibility. It was said that the 9 transformations golden body was powerful not only because of its powerful defense, but also because it contained several times more indestructibility than others. There were only a few things in the world that could restrain it, and there was only one saint artifact. Boom. A bolt of lightning as thick as a dragon followed the top of Yi Chen's head and struck into his body. All his flesh and bones were instantly penetrated. The next moment Yi Chen's entire body began to glow, emitting intense light. His eyes even spat out 2 electric snakes. The unbearable pain made Yi Chen grit his teeth, but he still wore a faint smile on his face. His spirit body began to improve. The universe tribulation was tempering him in all aspects, including his soul, sword energy, and spirit body. Not a single one was left out. The heavenly tribulation was both a danger and an opportunity. If one could not overcome it, it could only mean that one's foundation was not strong enough. If one could overcome it, it would be a brand new world. Yi Chen was naturally not afraid of the heavenly tribulation, but there were still the snake demon ancestor and the other 2 quasi-venerables. Sensing Yi Chen's strength, the trio did not hesitate to expend their essence this time to execute a forbidden secret technique. The myriad snake demonic ancestor's glabella was pitch black, with a black vortex in the middle. The vortex spun slowly and gradually, a small black snake burrowed out. The snake was not corporeal, but it was not illusory either. It looked like it was formed from ink. Only its cold eyes were red like rubies. God Emperor Hulk continued to gather his energy. His already huge body gradually expanded to around 5 meters tall, turning into a Hulk. The surface of his body was filled with thick green veins that were constantly squirming. It was a disgusting sight. The sound of his heartbeat was like someone beating a planet-sized drum. Thump, 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 it shook the universe and shattered it. The other quasi-venerable was the evil spirit race's old monster Heavenly Evil. He was preparing an evil technique that could curse powerful quasi-venerables to death. He spat out a mouthful of blood and used it as a guide to draw a complicated talisman pattern in the void. Yi Chen's blood floated within the talisman pattern. This was what he had gathered from the starry sky. Although it was only a small ball, it was enough. Gradually, this small ball of Yi Chen's blood turned into a blood person. He looked exactly the same as Yi Chen, and there was no difference in his expression. If there was someone knowledgeable here, they would definitely be able to tell that this was a curse clone. The so-called curse clone was a kind of spiritual body condensed from curses and the enemy's blood. It had a close connection with the enemy. If the curse clone died, the main body would also be implicated. In serious cases, it might even die. The first to attack was the myriad snake demonic ancestor. That ink-black snake's figure flashed and suddenly disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already in front of Yi Chen and instantly entered Yi Chen's soul sea. Immediately after, Divine Emperor Hulk unleashed the most powerful attack in his life. A fist the size of a water tank swung out, and the violent fist wind was 10 times more terrifying than a cosmic storm. The world seemed to be destroyed in an instant, and the world sank into darkness. Space and time were distorted by the fist pressure. There was no way to dodge this punch because the fist wind had already enveloped space and time. The last to attack was old monster Heavenly Evil. He concentrated, and the color of his face turned from white to red, from red to green, from green to purple, and finally to white. Die. His finger seemed slow, but it was actually very fast. It hit the blood person in the talisman pattern, and with a poof, the blood person exploded and became nutrients, completely fusing into the talisman pattern. Soon after, the talisman pattern shrank and condensed into a dot. With a flash, it also entered Yi Chen's body. Impossible. The myriad snake demonic ancestor's expression suddenly changed, and he vomited mouthful after mouthful of blood. He was like a critically ill patient, and his expression was extremely dispirited. He had just sensed that his life-bound spirit snake had actually disappeared. This was a part of his soul, and it contained the origin of his soul. It wasn't as simple as pure soul force. Now that the life-bound spirit snake had disappeared, the foundation of his soul was injured. Not to mention that he wouldn't be able to recover for the rest of his life, his soul reserve had also dropped to the level of a titled monarch, no longer a quasi-sovereign. Old monster Heavenly Evil's expression also changed. He was in an even worse state than the myriad snake demonic ancestor. His entire body started to rot from the inside out and stinky pus splattered everywhere. Even his undying body and undying energy couldn't stop this trend, and could only slow it down. The curse actually backfired. What was going on? Old monster Heavenly Evil didn't manage to curse Yi Chen, so he lost his target, and the curse completely rebounded on him. A curse that could kill a powerful quasi-sovereign wasn't that simple. This kind of power was a double-edged sword. If it couldn't injure the enemy, it would injure the user. Only a supreme could expel it, or the evil god sacrificial altar could absorb the power of the curse. The only thing that was effective was the Hulk God King's terrifying fist wind. Yi Chen was directly sent flying, and more cracks appeared on his body. It could only be said that the myriad snake demonic ancestor and old monster Heavenly Evil's luck was too bad. The thing that Yi Chen feared the least was strange attacks. Not to mention the fact that his destruction sword soul and immortal sword soul weren't weak. The Hell's Will was even more unfathomable. The myriad snake demonic ancestor's life-bound spirit snake, and old monster Heavenly Evil's curse, were simply sending themselves to their deaths in front of the Hell's Will. A world-shaking roar resounded. Yi Chen, who was sent flying, stopped his retreat. He clenched his fists and fiercely sucked in a breath of air. This breath of air lasted for a very long time, so long that it formed a storm in the starry sky. The storm grew larger and larger, and finally affected the tribulation clouds above. Crackle. Countless lightning bolts were sucked into Yi Chen's body along with the storm. Yi Chen's body grew brighter and more transparent. In the end, the light emitted from Yi Chen's body was even more dazzling than an ordinary sun. His figure could no longer be seen. Has he gone mad? Hulk God King's mouth was wide open. Chapter 1249. Yi Chen naturally didn't go crazy. He was only a fine line away from the 8th layer. As long as he broke through, the heavenly tribulation would naturally vanish. Although devouring a large amount of tribulation lightning was dangerous, it could speed up his breakthrough. If this continued, God Emperor Hulk alone would have the opportunity to kill him. After all, the immortal energy in his body was already running out. Devouring so much tribulation lightning at once was no joke. Yichen felt as if his body was melting and evaporating. From the inside to the outside, from his internal organs to the most basic life Yuan Qi, it was all filled with tribulation lightning. At this moment Yichen's world turned blank as if there was nothing in it. Break. It seemed like an eternity, but in fact it was only an instant. Yichen's life form suddenly changed, and an extremely frightening pressure erupted, enveloping the heaven and earth. 8th layer life and death realm, complete. All the tribulation lightning within his body was completely refined by Yichen, making his 8th layer sword Yuan incomparably solid. His spirit body also broke through the peak of the 7th step and reached the early 8th step. If it were anyone else, it would have been impossible. The main reason was that the heavenly tribulation Yichen was facing was too powerful, and contained too much of the universe's will. As the saying goes, fortune and misfortune depend on each other. The 7th layer is controlling the body, and the 8th layer is controlling the heaven and earth. The moment he reached the 8th layer, the universe changed in Yichen's eyes. Even the space profound became much clearer. No wonder 8th layer life and death heavenly monarchs didn't need space profound to teleport. This control over the heaven and earth allowed them to remove a part of the spatial obstruction. The tribulation clouds enveloping countless planets came and went quickly. As the clouds dispersed, Yichen's gaze fell on God Emperor Hulk and the other two. If I don't leave now, then when? God Emperor Hulk didn't care about demon ancestor Myriad Snake and old freak Heavenly Evil. His figure flickered and instantly appeared several billion li away. You think you can escape? As soon as God Emperor Hulk appeared, his forehead was pierced by a sword. He was fast, but Yichen was faster. Bang! God Emperor Hulk's body exploded into smithereens, and even his indestructible energy was wiped clean. The 8th heavenly sword energy combined with the 8th step destruction sword intent had completely erased God Emperor Hulk's existence from this world. Opening the netherworld sacred eye, Yichen saw the fleeing demonic ancestor Myriad Snake, but he didn't chase after him. Yichen's left hand stretched out and retracted, and the space-time started to distort. A sword pierced through tens of thousands of layers of space. Just like Hulk Deity Emperor, Thousand Snake Demon Ancestor exploded into pieces, and his storage ring and precious Emperor-grade artifact instantly appeared in Yichen's hand. As for old monster Tianxia, there was no need for Yichen to kill him. He suffered from the backlash of the curse-killing technique and died before the two of them. 3 quasi-sovereigns and 8 top-notch martial emperors had fallen in this battle. Although Yichen didn't know exactly how strong he was confident that he wouldn't be afraid of anyone below the Supreme Being level. Of course, he wouldn't be invincible, but even an invincible quasi-supreme being wouldn't be able to easily suppress him. These 80 years had been an earth-shaking period. Not only had Yichen's strength advanced by leaps and bounds, the people of God Paradise had also advanced by leaps and bounds. The majority of the people Yichen was familiar with had left God Paradise, because they had all reached the 7th layer of life and death realm. The old had left and the new had come. Currently there were only a few people Yichen knew in God Paradise. Among the people Yichen was familiar with, Agio's achievements were indeed the highest. It was said that his martial path phantoms had increased from 5 to 10, which he called top 10 martial paths. Back when the two fought, he only had 4 phantoms. Closely behind him were lifeless blade artist Lung Fifan and Duguju. Both of them were blade artists and could be said to be the brightest of the time. Both of them had set their sights on surpassing the other. For the moment, Lung Fifan still held the upper hand. After all, in terms of foundation, Lung Fifan was much more profound, while Duguju had started too late. His current accomplishments were already astonishing. Su Jing and Murong Qingqing were also not bad, as well as Dantai Mingyue, Jiang Tian, Lu Wujian, and Snow Sword of Gojozian. Moreover, 20 years ago, Stone Emperor had also successfully broken through to the 8th layer of life and death realm. It was said that he had spent a sky-high price in an auction to buy an Emperor Dao spirit root with only a remnant of its medicinal power remaining, allowing him to barely break through. However, his foundation was damaged after all. Becoming an 8th layer Sky Sovereign meant that his cultivation base was much weaker than an ordinary 8th layer Sky Sovereign. It would take a long time for him to recover. If not for Supreme Holy Land, Stone Emperor most likely wouldn't have chosen to break through hastily. The opening of Supreme Holy Land was fast approaching. All the rich and powerful families in the 3 great life star fields were sparing no effort to nurture their juniors. Supreme Holy Land only opened once every 10,000 years. If they missed this opportunity, they would have to wait for another 10,000 years. Now was the perfect time to use the 10,000 years of accumulation of the families. At this moment, it was all about foundation. The Dragon Clan had also recalled Su Jing, intending to nurture her with all their might. They wanted her to break through to the 8th layer of life and death realm before Supreme Holy Land opened. Although it would be detrimental to the future, it was not worth mentioning compared to Supreme Holy Land. If they missed Supreme Holy Land, no matter how deep their foundation was, they would still be lacking in luck. Not everyone could be like Yi Qin, whose foundation was deeper than anyone else's and who could break through in such a short time. The majority of 7th layer life and death geniuses with potential only had two choices. One was to stabilize their foundation and wait until they had 80 to 90% certainty before breaking through. The other was to hasten their growth and disregard the future. As long as they had 50% certainty, they would go all out. Of course, hasten their growth also depended on whether the seedling had a solid foundation or not. Without that, no matter how many treasures one had, it would be useless. Cultivation base still had to be done step by step. It was impossible to break through one layer after another without suffering. Even if it was possible, it would only create a mediocre powerhouse. Such mediocre powerhouses could be found in the 3 great life star fields, if not 10,000. The Dragon Clan was nurturing Su Jing, and Yi Qin was also preparing to nurture Murong Qingqing at all costs. Yi Qin had spent more than 30 billion yuan stones to break through this time, leaving him with about 8 billion yuan stones. Adding the ones he had yet to obtain from the auction house, he had several tens of billions of yuan stones. Yi Qin decided to use them all to buy some treasures that could strengthen his foundation and increase his cultivation base. Murong Qingqing had already broken through to the 7th layer for 30 years. She could be considered to have a bit of a foundation. Otherwise, even Yi Qin would have no way to help her. Days passed one after another. In the blink of an eye, there was only 1 year left before the opening of the Supreme Holy Land. Under Yi Qin's all-out nurturing, Murong Qingqing had finally reached the peak of the 7th layer and could now attempt to break through. For this, Yi Qin had prepared 3 Emperor Dao Divine Pellets, which could increase her chances of breaking through by 10% in a short time. Murong Qingqing had 3 chances. After 3 tries, it would be very difficult to break through. She could only take 3 Emperor Dao Divine Pellets in her lifetime. Chapter 1250. Rumble. The tribulation clouds covering countless planets converged once again. However, this time their target was no longer Yi Qin but Murong Qingqing. In the last 3 months before the opening of the Supreme Holy Land, Murong Qingqing had finally triggered the universal tribulation, advancing toward the 8th layer of life and death realm. However, she had failed twice before and this was the 3rd time. Yi Qin discovered a use of the Hell Will, and that was to neutralize a part of the universe's will, reducing the might of the heavenly tribulation. After all, Murong Qingqing did not walk the normal path, but the demonic path. The demonic path was fast, but the foundation was unstable and it was easy for one to go berserk. If the power of the heavenly tribulation was too great, it would injure one's soul and marshal yuan's spirit. This heavenly tribulation lasted for a long time before finally dissipating. At the same time, a powerful pressure spread out. It was the pressure of an emperor. Finally succeeded. Using Hell's will to contend against the universe's will was a strenuous and unrewarding task. Although the universe's calamity didn't have a pure consciousness and only had instincts, it would still carry out symbolic punishment to the one who interfered. A single mistake could easily lead to the end of both. Therefore, Yi Qin had only dared to do this after experimenting twice. In other words, in this world, perhaps only Yi Qin possessed the Hell Will. It was inevitable but also accidental. Both were indispensable. After breaking through to the 8th layer, Murong Qingqing's demonic power was very unstable, and the starry sky was flickering. This was the side effect of forcefully breaking through. Without any treasures to suppress and harmonize the demonic power, it would take hundreds or even thousands of years for the demonic power to become as smooth as an arm. The current Murong Qingqing's strength was equivalent to a low-level emperor, and this was still because she could fight above her realm before. Otherwise, she wouldn't even be comparable to a low-level emperor. Take the yin-yang life-death pill first. Yi Qin was already prepared, so he handed over a black and white pill. The yin-yang life and death pill came from one of the top 10 alchemists of the Phoenix clan, the Sunflower Water Pill Emperor. It was all thanks to the Fire Sparrow Emperor that he was able to obtain the yin-yang life and death pill. After all, the Sunflower Water Pill Emperor was even more famous than the Silver Soul Pill Emperor who refined the Purple Soul Refining Pill. He was ranked among the top 3 alchemists of the Phoenix clan. The yin-yang life and death pill was a high-level emperor-grade pill, and it had many uses. One of them was to harmonize yin and yang, stabilizing the 5 elements in the body. If the demonic power or Zhenyuan was unstable, it was because the yin and yang in the body were not in harmony, and the 5 elements were in chaos. Of course, the yin-yang life and death pill could only adjust the condition, and it could not help the body reach its peak state all of a sudden. In order to reach the peak state, the body had to rely on itself, and the pill was only an aid. And Murong Qingqing nodded and swallowed the yin-yang life-death pill. The center of the White Tiger Star sector was a land of nothingness. It was filled with a thick black color and not a single star could be seen, as if it was a chaotic universe that had yet to be formed. 800 years have passed, the Supreme Holy Land will open. At first, this voice could only travel several hundred light years. However, as space and time trembled, the voice traveled further and further. Soon all 3 major star areas could hear it. The Supreme Holy Land has opened. Unfortunately, we are only at the 7th layer of life and death realm. The 8th layer is too difficult. That's right. Unless we don't care about the price and spend a huge amount of treasures, we can't reach it in a short period of time. Those rich families' disciples are really lucky. Although the price of forcibly breaking through is huge, it's nothing compared to entering the Supreme Holy Land. If they're lucky, they might even obtain a Supreme's inheritance and eliminate the hidden danger in their foundation. Forget it. Even if we break through to the 8th layer, we won't be able to do anything after entering. The Supreme Holy Land is cut off from the outside world. If we don't have enough strength, we might even be killed. Some of the older generation's 8th layer sky sovereigns are approaching the end of their lifespans, so they value the Supreme's inheritance even more. Riches come from danger. You can't say it like that. All of a sudden, the 3 major star areas were talking about the Supreme Holy Land. In the void, a golden battleship was flying at an extreme speed. Inside the battleship sat Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing. Su Jing's destination was the Azure Dragon Star area, so she wasn't with the two. I heard that Duguju has become the disciple of Yin and Yang Blade Emperor, and Dantai Mingyue has joined the High Heaven Pavilion. They should both be at the 8th layer of life and death realm. Murong Qingqing's demonic power had stabilized a lot. After becoming an emperor, her body now had a noble and graceful aura. Yi Chen faintly nodded. Yin and Yang Blade Emperor is one of the top blade emperors of the human race. He has the strength of a quasi-monarch. The High Heaven Pavilion is an emperor-level power. Raising the 2 to the 8th layer of life and death realm is not hard. Duguju and Dantai Mingyue, who came from Elysium, didn't have any background. Wanting to break through to the 8th layer of life and death realm in a short period of time was too difficult. Although Yi Chen wanted to, he didn't have the resources to provide them. Raising Murong Qingqing was already his limit. Of course, the two might not necessarily accept it. Becoming the disciple of a powerful expert or joining a powerful force was undoubtedly a wise decision for them. You are Master's 8th disciple, and also the disciple that Master favors the most. I hope that during this trip to the Supreme Holy Land, you will be able to obtain the inheritance of a Blade Sovereign. Heaven Flower Planet, Yin and Yang Peak. Yin and Yang Blade Emperor stood with his hands clasped behind his back and said to Duguju, "Master, rest assured. Duguju won't let you down." Duguju cupped his hands and bowed. "All right. You can go now." Yin and Yang Blade Emperor waved his hand. "Farewell, Master." Turning around, Duguju flew into the sky and left. Ju is more suitable for the Blade Dao than my 7 disciples. Whether he can succeed or not will depend on his luck. Encountering Duguju was an extremely coincidental thing. Yin and Yang Blade Emperor took a liking to the latter and personally went to his residence, asking to take him in as a disciple and promising to raise him to the 8th layer of life and death realm. After interacting for a while, Yin and Yang Blade Emperor once again realized that the latter was a rare Blade Dao genius. Perhaps he might not be able to inherit his legacy, but he would certainly be able to walk further on the path of the Blade Dao. As for why he didn't go to the Supreme Holy Land, it was quite simple. He had already been there twice. The Supreme Holy Land not only required strength, but also opportunities. It was not a place where one could reap rewards just by going there, and it was also not a place where one could reap rewards just by having strength. Having been there twice, he knew that he had no fate with the Supreme Holy Land, and forcing it would only ruin his own Dao heart. At the same time, Dantai Mingyue also left the High Heaven Pavilion and headed toward the central void of the White Tiger Starfield. Having reached the 8th layer of life and death realm, her aura was extremely stable, and it did not seem like she had experienced a forceful breakthrough. The Yin-Yang Sky Patching spell is a secret martial art of my High Heaven Pavilion. Although it is not a martial art, it is more powerful than a martial art. Once trained to a certain level, it will be able to reverse the cycle of Yin and Yang, making up for all the deficiencies. This was what the Pavilion Master had told her. Ha! Supreme Holy Land, I Chu Zhongtian have arrived. Back then, Chu Zhongtian was over 50 years old and could not enter the God Paradise. However, this did not hinder his growth. After traveling for nearly 100 years, he relied on his perseverance and luck to successfully break through to the 7th layer of life and death realm. Then he met a mysterious old man. He did not know what the old man's strength was, because he could not even touch the old man's bottom line. Under the guidance of the mysterious old man, he advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the 8th layer of life and death realm. Yichen Duguju, you two should be going to the Supreme Holy Land, right? That's good too, being alone is too lonely. Chapter 1251. At the center of White Tiger Starfield, there was a starry gate comparable to a planet. On the left side of the gate was coiled an azure dragon, and on the right side was a white tiger roaring. Above it was a vermilion bird soaring, and below it was a black tortoise carrying the entire gate. It gave off a vast and majestic feeling of oppression and vicissitudes. At this moment, the starry gate had already opened. The inside was a sea of chaos and no one knew where it led to. Seems like I, old ancestor Tsang Kong, am the first to arrive. An aged figure instantly appeared in front of the gate. With a chuckle, his figure flickered and entered the gate. Supreme Holy Land was only open to 8th layer life and death realm experts. Without sufficient cultivation base, one couldn't even see the gate. Although Supremes could see it, they couldn't enter. The first was the rule, and the second was that one shouldn't look down on this gate. It was one of the 4 spiritual gates that had been born since ancient times. It was mysterious and unfathomable, and anyone who dared to offend it would be crushed. As time passed, more and more emperors entered Supreme Holy Land. Some were nearing the end of their lifespans, some were like the sun in the sky, and some were young emperors. All of them had the same goal, to obtain the inheritance of a supremacy and shorten the time needed to break through. It should be known that any supremacy's inheritance contained the secret of breaking through to the 9th layer. Without this secret, it would take a lot of time to figure it out by relying on oneself or other supremes. In the distance, a purple battleship appeared. The cabin door opened and 3 youths walked out, 2 men and 1 woman. The leading youth was clad in purple. As he looked around, he gave off an indescribable domineering aura. Judging from his powerful aura, he was clearly a quasi-venerable. The man and woman following behind him were much weaker than him in terms of aura. They should be peak emperors or high-level emperors. Purple-robed emperor, is Supreme Holy Land really as mystical as the legends say? The Empress was very curious about Supreme Holy Land and asked. The purple-robed youth smiled and said, "It only opens once every 10,000 years. Just this point alone is enough to show how extraordinary it is. After entering, you all have to be careful. There are countless corpses of paragons inside. Their corpse chi has formed new life forms that are proficient in some of the martial arts of paragons. The stronger ones even have the strength of a quasi-paragon. However, they usually appear in the core region." The purple-robed emperor was one of the 4 young quasi-venerables of the human race. The 4 young quasi-venerables were purple-white, golden-green, and the green-robed emperor was also one of them. On the quasi-venerables list, the purple-robed emperor was ranked 19th, while the green-robed emperor was ranked 21st. Although there weren't many quasi-venerables among the major races, there were more than 10 times more than supreme beings. Being ranked 19th was almost invincible among those below the supreme being level. In comparison, old ancestor Wuling Yinyang Old Man, and the others could only be considered as powerful quasi-venerables. The purple-robed emperor alone could easily suppress all of them and eliminate 1 or 2 of them. The purple-white, golden-green and golden-white quasi-venerables were all far from 10,000 years old. In their respective generations, they were all number 1 in the paradise of gods. Over the countless years, no one knew how many number 1 rankers of the paradise of gods there had been. All they knew was that the weakest among them was a high-level emperor, and the strongest was an honorable. "Let's go in." The purple-robed emperor's figure flickered, turning into a purple cloud that floated toward the Gate of 4 Souls and disappeared within. Supreme Holy Land, this enormous holy land was actually a plain. There were strong plains and weak plains. The weak plains, even without a gate, couldn't stop the invasion of life and death kings. The strong plains, on the other hand, were close to a world with a world barrier. Even supreme beings couldn't invade them. Although Supreme Holy Land wasn't a world, it wasn't too far off. Moreover, the aura of the supreme beings' corpses had corroded the entire plain over the years, giving it its own spirituality. If a supreme being wanted to invade it, it would be harder than invading a world. Supreme Holy Land was the foundation of the human race. Without it, the human race would undoubtedly be much weaker. This was also the reason why the powerful races would grow stronger and stronger, while the weak races would never be able to close the gap. This was the accumulation of countless years, and as time passed, the accumulation would only grow stronger and stronger. Of course, it had to be mentioned that the human race's supreme holy land wasn't the strongest. The land of demons and demons was even more famous. Evil spirit race had their land of evil spirits, barbarian tribe had their savage holy land, and giant tribe had their giant spirit graveyard. The boundless supreme being corpse chi formed a faint mist. In supreme holy land, the martial aura was extremely dense. Even if a supreme being died, the aura and will they left behind contained the essence of martial skills. This essence could even change the rules of space and time. Creating martial skills here was 10 times, dozens of times, or even 100 times easier than outside. Many supreme martial skills were created in supreme holy land, and the creator could perfect them in supreme holy land. Each mountain represented a supreme being's corpse. Yichen and Murong Qingqing were currently in the periphery. Trespassing into supreme holy land die. Within the mist, human figures rushed out one after another. These figures were either using fire profound martial skills, water profound martial skills, or earth profound martial skills. Each of these martial skills was extremely powerful. Even Yichen didn't think that the first change martial skill he had created could surpass them. These figures weren't people, but new lives formed from the supreme being's corpse energy. They were commonly called corpses. Although corpses were living beings, they lacked intelligence. They only had the instinct to display martial skills. In supreme holy land, they were immortal and indestructible. Once they were killed, they would be born again in the next moment. Endless martial skills, this is truly worthy of being called a supreme holy land. Yichen praised. Every time he killed a corpse, Yichen would gain insight into a martial skill. Although this martial skill didn't have much power, it contained a trace of the supreme being's martial skill essence. The more he saw, the more inspirations he would have. Gradually, the two of them ventured deeper into supreme holy land. As they went deeper, the strength of these corpses became increasingly strong. From a first revolution martial skill, it became a second revolution martial skill. This is almost my limit. Murong Qingqing looked at the nearest mountain. Yichen nodded. Be careful. The corpses were just a small problem. The key was how to get close to the supreme being's corpse. The closer one got to the supreme being's corpse, the stronger the strength of the corpses and the more terrifying the might of their martial skills. Although there were a large number of corpses displaying second revolution martial skills, once they got close to the supreme being's corpse, it was normal to see corpses displaying fourth revolution martial skills. Fortunately, the power of the corpses wasn't endless. Yichen continued to venture deeper. As for the supreme being's inheritance, he didn't care much about it. It would be best if he had it, but it didn't matter if he didn't. What he cared about was the atmosphere of martial arts. Here he felt that his inspiration was always flying. In the outside world, it would take a long time for him to have a trace of inspiration. Chapter 1252. Kid, the Earth Star Border Sovereign's inheritance belongs to me, Wanhua Emperor. Get out of my way. Wanhua Emperor was a peak emperor. As a peak emperor, if he wanted to go one step further and become a quasi-sovereign, he would need at least a few thousand years to reach this goal. However, if he could obtain the supreme inheritance, he could do it in a short period of time. Moreover, there was the possibility of breaking through to the supreme realm in the future. Is that so? Although I don't know if the inheritance is suitable for me, there's no reason for me to let you have it. Chu Zhongtian grinned as he struck towards the Wanhua Emperor. Courting death. Wanhua Emperor was furious. His body burst out with countless rays of light as he punched out. Rumble. The earth shook and Wanhua Emperor vomited blood as he was sent flying. Quasi-sovereign. Wanhua Emperor was shocked. Not bad. Although he said so, Chu Zhongtian thought inwardly, Master said I have the strength of a quasi-sovereign. I didn't believe it at first, but now it seems to be true. You win. Wanhua Emperor turned and left. White-haired kid, the inheritance of Iron Blood Blade Sovereign is not something you can touch. Don't force me to take action. Leave quickly. The same situation happened to Duguju. However, Duguju's opponent was even more powerful than Wanhua Emperor. He was clearly a quasi-sovereign, titled Star-Splitting Blade Emperor. If you want to fight, then fight. What's with all the nonsense? Compared to the supreme inheritance, Duguju seemed more interested in his opponent. He pulled out his blade and attacked. Bastard, you asked for it. Seeing his opponent so arrogant, Star-Splitting Blade Emperor's eyes turned cold. He pulled out his shining blade and slashed out with Star-Splitting Slash. Clang clang clang. After exchanging over 100 moves, neither of them could do anything to the other. The star-splitting Blade Emperor was only a normal one among the demigods, but Du Gujiu was not that bad either. He also had the strength of a normal demigod. The Yin and Yang Blade Emperor had spent half of his lifetime's wealth, and it was not as simple as raising Du Gujiu to the 8th sky of life and death realm. Yin Yang Blade Emperor's Yin Yang Blade Arts? Star-splitting Saber Emperor vaguely recognized Du Gujiu's saber technique, but he was not sure. The reason why Xiao Qin could not be sure was that Du Gujiu's Yin Yang saber technique was different from the Yin Yang saber sovereigns. Although it was much more immature, it had other things. Of course, the essence was the same. They both borrowed force to fight. The Yin-Yang Saber Emperor was famous among the Quasi-Venerables. The Yin-Yang Saber technique was a famous martial art. The star-splitting Saber Emperor knew his own limitations. He knew that even if his strength increased by 10 times, he would still not be a match for the Yin-Yang Saber Emperor. The other party possessed the Yin-Yang Saber technique. The chances of him defeating the other party were slim. Do you still want to fight? Du Gujiu secretly exclaimed that the Yin and Yang Swordsmanship was really powerful. He thought to himself, my cultivation has improved but my swordsmanship has not. I only have 60% to 70% of the essence of the master's Yin and Yang swordsmanship. After adding some of my own things, it actually has such power. Not only can it resolve the opponent's attack, but it can also counterattack. Send my regards to the Yin-Yang Saber Emperor. The star-splitting Saber Monarch was straightforward and did not pester him for too long. In the younger generation, Ajiu was the most tyrannical. Once the 10 strongest martial arts were used, 10 Ajius immediately appeared. Each Ajiu could use a 4th revolution martial art and beat his opponent, a quasi-venerable, into a sorry state. The 10 strongest martial arts complemented each other. It wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The 10 martial arts would also fuse together to a certain extent. It was said that when the upper echelons of Ajiu's family knew that Ajiu had evolved the martial art phantom into the 10 strongest martial arts, they unanimously passed the decision to make Ajiu the family's saint's son. In their opinion, if Ajiu became a sovereign one day, he would definitely become a legend among sovereigns. The 10 strongest martial arts seemed very difficult to cultivate. After all, one had to cultivate 10 different martial arts. However, once one reached the great accomplishment stage, each martial art would become a supreme martial art. Then, among the sovereigns there would be almost no one who could be a match for them. This was a kind of martial arts where one would either succeed or die trying. The potential was huge, but the bottleneck was also huge. In this trip to Sovereign Holy Land, Ajiu was determined to win. He was different from Yichen. Yichen walked on the path of pure sword Dao, pursuing self-improvement. On the other hand, Ajiu's 10 strongest martial arts paid attention to the multitude of rivers running into the sea. If he could obtain the inheritance of a sovereign, then he would obtain countless martial arts experience, and reaching the great accomplishment stage of the 10 strongest martial arts would be a lot easier. After all, a sovereign would certainly create more than one supreme martial art in his lifetime. Some outstanding sovereigns could even create dozens of supreme martial arts. In addition to Ajiu, Du Gujiu, Chu Zhongtian and others, Leng Fifan, Su Jing and Dantai Mingyue had all risen to prominence in Sovereign Holy Land. In the past they were only geniuses. But now they already had the strength to contend against the powerhouses of the older generation. Murong Qingqing was originally not much inferior to them. However, with Yi Chen's resources, pushing her to the 8th layer of life and death realm was already his utmost effort. The rest had the heart but lacked the strength. After all, Yi Chen was just one person. In terms of resources accumulation, he couldn't compare with the big powers or races. In addition to these people, there was also a young woman who was even more shocking. She was Xianhou, the Xianhou who had been missing for 100 years. Back in Elysium, the only people Yi Chen admired were Dragon King and Xianhou. Towards Dragon King Yi Chen respected the most, and towards Xianhou, Yi Chen truly admired her. If Xianhou didn't spend so much energy on other things, even if her martial strength wasn't as good as Yi Chen's, it wouldn't be too far off. It could be said that in the entire Elysium, only Xianhou could compete with him. Apart from martial Dao, she was also proficient in formations, restrictions, seals, medicine, astrology and even numerology. The first time she saw Yi Chen, she could tell that Yi Chen's past was shrouded in mist, and so was his future. It was just like the demons Shaman Demon King's bloodline could see each other's futures. Even if Xianhou wasn't as good as the Shaman Demon King's bloodline, she at least had her own essence. After disappearing for 100 years, Xianhou had already broken through to the 8th layer of life and death realm. Her cultivation base was incomparably stable, not much inferior to Yi Chen's. Apart from this, her body was emitting a mysterious aura that seemed to slow down the spacetime it came in contact with, becoming reasonable and traceable. This was the embodiment of the mystical path reaching a higher level. If the king of mysticism, who had passed down the mystical path, were to be resurrected and meet the mysterious queen, he would most likely immediately become her disciple. This was because the mysterious queen's mystical path was many times higher than his. It had already reached a level that involved fate. 8 gates of life and death. Xianhou waved her hand, and 8 light gates enveloped the quasi-venerables in front of her. What martial skill is this? The quasi-venerables had never encountered such an opponent. These 8 light gates cut off his connection with the outside world, and even his perception of spacetime. He couldn't even tell where his opponent was. Bus. A light gate behind him suddenly lit up, and a life character appeared on it. Many thanks. The quasi-venerables knew that the opponent didn't want to tangle with him, giving him a way out. His figure flickered and he entered the life gate. Chapter 1253. Third Revolution Martial Art. 4th Rank Martial Art. As he went deeper, the corpses that Yi Qin came into contact with became more and more powerful. Each corpse had a unique 4th Revolution martial art, or in other words, they were formed from the corpse Qi and martial art intent of the Ji Zun, and each of them represented a 4th Revolution martial art. If it weren't for the fact that these corpses could only attack once, Yi Qin might not have been able to continue. The world's martial arts are as vast as the sea, endless and endless. Although my martial arts philosophy is different from those supreme experts, the techniques I use to create martial arts are all here, and they are even better and more perfect than mine. A supreme expert is worthy of being a supreme expert. 4th rank martial arts can be easily created. Given enough time, it would be easy for them to create 1,000 or even 10,000 4th rank martial arts. Yi Qin was inexplicably emotional. Although he had created the supreme sword technique Doomsday Calamity based on the power of the 5 elements of old ancestor Wu Ling, it was basically impossible for him to create a second supreme sword technique. After all, he had not even grasped a little bit of Doomsday Calamity. As for 4th rank martial arts, he could indeed create some, but it was very limited. He did not have that much martial arts experience in his mind. At most, he could create 10 4th rank martial arts before his martial arts thoughts would dry up. Supremes also had different levels of strength. From low to high they were ordinary supremes, mid-supremes, powerful supremes and super supremes. Generally speaking, supremes who had just advanced to the 9th layer of life and death realm would only be ordinary supremes. After all, those who could become supremes were all geniuses with peerless innate talents. Of course there were some exceptions. Some geniuses with powerful innate talents could even make geniuses of the past pale in comparison. These geniuses could defy common sense and become mid-supremes or even powerful supremes as soon as they advanced to the 9th layer. Supreme Holy Lands. The outer perimeter was filled with ordinary supremes. Just a little deeper, it was filled with mid-level supremes. Even deeper, it was filled with powerful supremes. The region that Yi Qin was in right now was already the graveyard of super supremes. The difference between super sovereigns and ordinary sovereigns wasn't limited to the amount of energy. More importantly, super sovereigns had a deeper understanding of the essence of power. It could be said that super sovereigns had already reached the ultimate realm of seeing mountains as mountains and water as water. They could display the same amount of power by 10 times. In fact, supreme supremes weren't the limit. Above supreme supremes were the even more powerful legendary supremes. Compared to supreme supremes, legendary supremes were the limits of human strength. Whether it was domains, supreme martial arts, willpower, or spiritual bodies, they were all at a level where they couldn't be improved anymore. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were gods in the mortal world. Unfortunately, legendary supremes did not exist in every generation. Generally, only 1 or 2 would appear every few 100,000 years. Sometimes, one might not even appear in millions or tens of millions of years. A powerful corpse charged towards Yi Qin, unleashing a killer move that contained the 8 Desolation 6 Unity Universe. 8 Desolation Supremes 8 Desolation Hand. The person who spoke wasn't Yi Qin, but a young man in a golden robe. He held a golden rod in his hand and exuded a domineering aura. If other quasi-sovereigns were here, they would definitely recognize this person as one of the 4 young quasi-sovereigns, the golden-clad emperor. This was the first time Yi Qin had encountered a corpse that used a supreme martial art. He didn't dare to be careless and unleashed his Doomsday Calamity, slashing out with his sword. Blazing sparks exploded and a destructive aura spread out. If the 8 Desolation Hand contained a world, a universe, then Yi Qin's Doomsday Calamity was the ultimate power that could destroy a world. The 8 Desolation hand was slashed apart, and the corpse was directly crushed into nothingness by the aftermath. What a powerful sword intent. Why have I never seen this person before? The golden-clad emperor had originally thought that Yi Chen wouldn't be able to deal with this corpse, but he hadn't expected that it wouldn't even be able to withstand a single attack from Yi Chen. Although a corpse could only unleash one attack, it would dissipate after that. Just as the golden-clad emperor was slightly distracted, another corpse suddenly appeared from the white mist. This corpse wasn't any weaker than the previous one, and its right hand formed a claw that tore through the air. Yi Chen could easily tell that this claw technique was extremely powerful, and that no matter how he tried to dodge, he wouldn't be able to avoid it. The sky, the ground, and the earth were all within his attack range. Rui Universe Claw. The golden-clad emperor was startled. The 8 Desolation Supreme was a supreme sovereign from 500,000 years ago, and there were records of his ultimate moves. Although the Rui Universe Claw wasn't as powerful as the 8 Desolation hand, it was much sharper and more cunning. Those who were slightly weaker would be instantly pierced through. Sky Covering Staff. The supreme claw technique of a supreme sovereign, and Yi Chen's strength, also roused the golden-clad emperor's heroic spirit and domineeringness. He swung out his own supreme staff technique, the Sky Covering Staff. In an instant, countless staff shadows filled the entire space, sealing off all angles of attack from the Rui Universe Claw. Crackle crackle. A series of explosions rang out, and the Rui Universe Claw was instantly broken. Countless staff shadows surged forward, beating the corpse to death. So it's just a superficial part of the Rui Universe Claw. The golden-clad emperor heaved a sigh of relief. He had seen the records of the Rui Universe Claw, and even he wouldn't be able to block it if it was only able to unleash 1/10,000th of its power. Unless his sky-covering staff could truly cover the sky and leave no gaps, the Rui Universe Claw would have a chance to unleash its power. Excellent staff technique. Yi Chen praised. Same to you. The golden-clad emperor laughed heartily. I am Wei Tian. May I know your name? Yi Chen. Yi Chen replied. Yi Chen, you're the #1 disciple of God Paradise? You've really surprised me. I didn't expect that not only would you enter the 8th layer, but your strength would also increase by leaps and bounds. Wei Tian had heard of Yi Chen before. After all, he was once the #1 disciple of God Paradise. He originally thought that even if Yi Chen's talent was extremely high, he would still need time to grow. Becoming a quasi-sovereign would already be amazing. You're flattering me. The golden-clad emperor's strength made Yi Chen not dare to look down on him. This sky-covering staff was different from his own doomsday calamity. It contained the yin and yang profound. In terms of foundation, Yi Chen was inferior to the golden-clad emperor. After all, the golden-clad emperor had been famous for a long time, and a greenhorn like Yi Chen couldn't compare to him. 8 Desolation Supreme has 6 supreme martial skills, and we've only seen 2 of them. Why don't we go together? The golden-clad emperor didn't care whether or not he could obtain 8 Desolation Supreme's inheritance. But, if he could experience all 6 supreme martial skills of 8 Desolation Supreme, it would be extremely beneficial for him. His sky-covering staff was currently at a bottleneck. Once it broke through, its strength would increase by 10-fold or 100-fold. Alright. Yi Chen also wanted to experience the other supreme martial skills of 8 Desolation Supreme. His knowledge was limited, so the golden-clad emperor might be able to explain it to him. Just like that, the two witnessed the other 4 supreme martial skills of 8 Desolation Supreme. They were 6 combined fist, Desolate Sky Tyrant Kick, Universe Chi Finger, and the most powerful 8 Desolation 6 combined palm. Worthy of being 8 Desolation Supreme. 8 Desolation 6 combined fist is even more tyrannical than I imagined. One palm strike is earth-shattering. The golden-clad emperor was still immersed in the atmosphere of the martial skills just now. Turning around, the golden-clad emperor looked at Yi Chen. At that moment, Yi Chen's face was filled with a sense of sacredness. His sword did not move, but the golden-robed emperor could clearly see an illusory image of Yi Chen waving his sword. His sword technique was filled with the power of the 5 elements, and it was no longer as rigid as before. It was as if the 5 elements of heaven and earth were all under the control of his sword. No wonder he grew so fast. Such comprehension is even more terrifying than the green-robe emperor. The green-robed emperor was the youngest of the purple-white, golden-azure quasi-sovereigns. Seriously speaking, most of the essence of Doomsday Calamity came from Wuling Ancestor, and only a small part belonged to Yi Chen. This was different from the supreme martial arts created by the golden-robed emperor and the others. Its foundation was weaker. Now that Yi Qin had seen the 6 supreme martial arts of the 8 Desolates' supremacy, he was suddenly inspired. He began to fuse the essence of Wuling ancestors' martial arts with the martial arts experience he had absorbed from the Supreme Holy Land, turning it into the essence of his own sword technique. Once the sword was unleashed, the qi of the 5 elements flowed. They generated and countered each other, and the embryonic form of the world seemed to be evolving in this sword. Supreme martial art, 5 elements sword technique. After a long while, Yi Qin came back to his senses. Many thanks. Yi Qin knew that the golden-robed emperor was protecting him. Otherwise, the corpses would have rushed over and posed a threat to him. What is the name of this sword technique? The golden-robed emperor could feel the profundity of the 5 elements sword technique. The doomsday calamity from before was indeed powerful, but it seemed that it could not be used as freely as it pleased. 5 elements sword technique. Yi Qin's face was full of confidence. This was the first supreme sword technique he had created. Chapter 1254. The Supreme of Octaterra's inheritance doesn't suit us. Let's go. Golden-robed emperor had no intention of accepting the inheritance, even though they didn't necessarily meet the requirements. Yes. The Supreme of Octaterra's inheritance indeed didn't suit them. Yi Qin was already very satisfied to be able to see part of the essence of the Supreme of Octaterra's martial arts. It was more useful than hundreds of years of hard work. The closer they got to the core area of the Supreme Holy Land, the more terrifying the aura became. Even though these supreme beings had died countless years ago, the aura and will they left behind were still unimaginable. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to form extraordinary beings like corpses. From ancient times until now, very few people knew how many supremes had been buried in supreme sacred grounds. At the very least, Yi Qin and Golden-Robed Emperor didn't know. What they had seen was merely the tip of the iceberg. Even so, in half a month, the two had witnessed the supreme martial skills of dozens of supremes. Each of these supreme martial skills could shake the heaven and earth. If they were used by as supremes themselves, they would be able to twist the heaven and earth and tear apart time and space. Supreme Sacred Elephant is indeed one of the strongest supreme beings in the history of the War Elephant clan. When he uses this move, it can really shake the world and collapse the galaxy. Golden-Robed Emperor was still frightened. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Just now, a powerful corpse had attacked him and Yi Qin. The two of them had joined forces, but they had almost been heavily injured. One could imagine how powerful this move was. The ultimacies of earth, water, fire, and wind combined with the ultimacy of power is indeed extraordinary. Yi Qin was also quite impressed. Demonic beasts didn't create very powerful martial arts in their early stages. But once they became supreme beings, their flaws would gradually be fixed. It wasn't difficult for them to create 1 or 2 supreme martial arts. At least they wouldn't be too far off from human supreme beings. There weren't too many techniques involved in this move. It was pure power and violence. Of course, it wasn't brute force either. After all, it contained the perfect ultimacy of earth, water, fire, and wind. But compared to this move, I'm more afraid of Supreme Shen Yuan's killing move of Shen Yuan, Yi Qin said. Supremacy Shen Yuan's Shen Yuan killer style. Of course it's powerful. I was almost sucked into it. Upon hearing Yi Qin's words, the golden-robed emperor hurriedly nodded his head. A few days ago, the two of them had seen Shen Yuan's Supremacy's Shen Yuan killing style. To them, this killing move was no ordinary martial art. It was simply a super black hole. What was more frightening was that once the black hole reached its limit, it would shatter into countless smaller black holes. If one's strength was slightly weaker, they would immediately be torn apart. Unknowingly, the two of them arrived in front of a huge mountain. The height of this mountain was unknown. It was like an ancient mountain, giving off an extremely strong pressure. To their surprise, there were already people in front of the giant peak. There were 3 men and 2 women. Purple-robed Emperor. The golden-robed Emperor recognized the purple-robed youth at a glance. Gold-robed Emperor? What a coincidence. The purple-robed Emperor turned his head and looked over. This is... The purple-robed Emperor was very curious about how Yi Qin could walk with the golden-robed Emperor. The golden-robed Emperor introduced, "This is Yi Qin. I believe you've heard of him before. However, both of us have underestimated him. His strength is already no weaker than mine." Oh, since the golden-robed Emperor said so, it should be true. The purple-robed Emperor's calm expression revealed a trace of surprise. He knew the golden-robed Emperor's strength, but Yi Qin could actually stand shoulder to shoulder with him. How terrifying. Yi Qin, this is the purple-robed Emperor. His fan dance is extremely mysterious. The golden-robed emperor introduced the purple-robed emperor to Yi Chen. Yi Chen had heard of the purple-robed emperor before. Of course, he had heard about them from the Fire Sparrow Emperor. After all, the Fire Sparrow Emperor was in love with the green-robed emperor. After chatting with the purple-robed emperor for a while, Yi Chen walked over to a woman in white. This woman was none other than Shenhou Yan Qingxian, whom he had not seen for 100 years. "Senior Yan, how have you been?" Yi Chen looked Yan Qingxian up and down. Compared to before, Yan Qingxian seemed even more elegant and refined. She was like a fairy from the 9 heavens, and her eyes seemed to be able to see through fate. They had an indescribable charm. Yi Chen. Yan Qingxian smiled when she saw Yi Chen. Among the younger generation of Elysium, the only one she valued was Yi Chen. After a long time, she had gradually come to see him as a peer. She smiled and said, "Don't call me senior. I'm only a few decades older than you. You're making me sound old. Just call me by my name." She knew that Yi Chen respected her, but she was actually not Yi Chen's teacher. In fact, she and Yi Chen were both juniors of the Dragon King, so it was only right for her to call the Dragon King senior. Moreover, Elysium and the outside world were two different worlds. There was no need to talk about the past. "Alright then, Qingxian." Yi Chen also felt that it was inappropriate to call her senior. Life and Death Kings had a lifespan of 100,000 years. In Elysium it was fine to call her senior. Here age had no meaning. For example, the Gold Robe Emperor was 1,000 years older than Yi Chen. Compared to 100,000 years, the gap between him and Yan Qingxian was almost negligible. Besides the Purple Robe Emperor and Yan Qingxian, there were 2 men and 1 woman. They were an old man, a middle-aged man, and an old woman. The old man was called Old Ancestor Tsang Kong, one of the oldest demi-masters of the human race. The middle-aged man was the Godly Spear Emperor, and the old woman wore a phoenix hairpin and held a dragon-headed walking stick in her hand. She looked quite dignified, and people called her Granny Dragon and Phoenix. It was said that her body contained the blood of dragon and phoenix, and she was a half-beast. "Youngsters, you are still young. Old Man Heaven's will's inheritance should be left to me, Old Ancestor Tsang Kong. You will have plenty of chances." Old Ancestor Tsang Kong didn't dare to look down on them, especially the Purple Robe Emperor and the Gold Robe Emperor. These two undoubtedly had the strength to fight against any demi-masters. The Gold Robe Emperor smiled, "Old Ancestor Tsang Kong, don't take advantage of your seniority. Moreover, the inheritance of a sovereign is for those who are fated to obtain it. Even if we give it to you, you might not be able to get it." "That's true, but if you don't fight for it, wouldn't my chances be higher?" Old Ancestor Tsang Kong still didn't give up. He didn't have the slightest bit of confidence that he could get the inheritance from so many people. Granny Dragon and Phoenix frowned. "Old Ancestor Tsang Kong, you are underestimating Old Man Heaven's will. He is one of the few people who can fight against legendary sovereigns. He isn't as simple as you think. It won't be too late to talk about the inheritance after we defeat this corpse." As Granny Dragon and Phoenix spoke, her eyes were fixed on a corpse that walked out of the giant peak. This corpse's eyes were grayish-white, and they seemed to have intelligence. It wasn't as simple as an ordinary corpse. "7 of you. Your strength is not bad. If you can take one move from me, you can enter the mountain," Sure said with a gentle voice. "Old Man Heaven's will, you are still alive?" Granny Dragon and Phoenix turned pale with fright. Sure shook his head and smiled. "People who die are dead. How can they come back to life? This is just a trace of intelligence born from the original body. It only has a part of the memories." Chapter 1255. This corpse was not Old Man Tianyi. It only had a small portion of Old Man Tianyi's memories, but this was already very terrifying. Other corpses could only instinctively use Old Man Tianyi's martial arts, but this corpse was equivalent to an incarnation of Old Man Tianyi to a certain extent. It could use martial arts more freely and exquisitely. "One move? You're underestimating us too much." Old Ancestor Tsang Kong laughed. He did not believe that Yi Chen could defeat them in one move. "Yi Chen, don't be careless. Old Man Tianyi's ultimate art is the Heavens Will Capturing Hand. It contains a mysterious Tao, and to a certain extent, it represents the will of the universe. Be careful." Yan Qingxian transmitted her voice to Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded. The Heavens Will Capturing Hand, as the name suggested, was a capture from the heavens. The heavens were the universe and humans could not defy it. However, Old Man Tianyi's martial arts seemed to be the same as Yan Qingxuan's. They both walked the mysterious Tao. Perhaps Yan Qingxian would be the most suitable to receive Old Man Tianyi's inheritance. After making up his mind, Yi Chen decided to help Yan Qingxian obtain Old Man Tianyi's inheritance. Shi walked over step by step. Every step was incomparably natural, as if he had always been there and had never moved. Seeing this, the seven became even more cautious. Old Man Channy was different from the other Supremes. His every move was in accordance with the will of the heavens. Going against him was equivalent to going against the heavens. One could imagine the difficulty. This move of mine has a total of 4,999,900 variations. Whoever can endure it will be qualified to ascend the mountain. Take this. Shi stretched out his right hand and grabbed towards the seven. Without a sound, the entire sky turned dark as countless hand shadows descended towards the seven. Good timing. Purple Robe Emperor shouted. A purple fan appeared in his hand. With a wave of the fan, time and space twisted. The fan shadows danced and wrapped around the descending hand shadows. The fan danced, forming a world of its own. Any attack would be absorbed by this world. This was also the supreme martial art that Purple Robe Emperor was famous for. Divine Spear Emperor walked the tyrannical path, not retreating nor dodging. The black iron long spear in his hand spun like a wheel of wind and fire, blocking one hand shadow after another. Granny Long Fong threw out the dragon-head walking stick in her hand. With a dragon roar, the dragon-head walking stick transformed into a golden dragon that protected Granny Long Fong. She didn't stay idle either. She pulled out the phoenix hairpin from her bun, and from time to time she would release a flaming phoenix claw to meet the hand shadow. Song Kong ancestor lived up to his reputation as one of the veteran quasi-venerables. His Song Kong guardian light was as vast as the sky. Any hand shadows that came into contact with it would immediately disappear without a trace. It was obvious that this was also a martial art that contained the world. However, compared to the purple-robed emperor's universal fan dance, this move was not as agile, but it was more than enough for defense. Compared to the previous four, Yan Qingxian wasn't that famous. However, sometimes fame and power weren't related. Yan Qingxian waved her hand and a huge mirror appeared. The hand images in the sky were reflected by the mirror and immediately replicated into countless new hand images. These hand images flew out from the mirror and met the hand images in the sky. What a wondrous martial art! Golden-robed Emperor sized up Yan Qingxian and praised her in his heart. At the same time, he also used his sky-covering rod to block the attack of the hand images. The five-element sword art was so profound that even Yi Chen couldn't comprehend it. At most, he could only comprehend 1,000th or even 10,000th of it. The greatest characteristic of the five-element sword art was that, just like the five-element sword art, the sword chi was endless. Unless the internal balance of the five-element sword art was broken, there was no way to counter this move. Yi Chen, who used the five-element sword art, was the most relaxed among the seven. It wasn't because he was the strongest, but because the five-element sword art was too exquisite. This kid is amazing. He can actually create such a meticulous sword art based on the five elements. Profound. Song Kong ancestor frowned. The youngsters nowadays were more and more outstanding than the previous one. The older generation like them were a little on the decline. The five-element sword art has improved a lot. As a witness of the five-element sword art, Golden-robed Emperor didn't know what to say about Yi Chen. In such a short period of time, his sword art had improved steadily, and he had never stopped improving. At their level, profoundness was no longer important. They could basically learn the profoundness they were good at to perfection. But at this time, creativity was the most important. The more creativity one had, the more powerful the martial art would be. The same profoundness could be created differently by different people. Some were very ordinary while others were unbelievably powerful. Even though Golden-robed Emperor wasn't afraid of the five-element sword art right now, he was sure that Yi Chen would be able to push the five-element sword art to a higher level if he was given more time. The hand images were endless, and the scariest thing was that as time passed, the hand images changed more and more. From the beginning there were tens of thousands of changes, but now there were hundreds of thousands of changes. One should know that the more changes there were, the harder it was to decipher it. Hundreds of thousands of changes meant hundreds of thousands of possibilities. If one didn't consider one possibility, it would be fatal. Heaven's will is unfathomable, and so is this move. It was the first time Yi Chen had seen such a complicated movement. It was even more complicated than the stars in the sky. The good thing was that the five-element sword art did not stop circulating, and there were very few flaws. Otherwise it would have been broken through for sure. Ah! Suddenly, a muffled groan was heard. It was the Divine Spear Emperor. He had missed several changes and was caught by a huge hand image. He had no idea where he was thrown to. 7 people, only 6 were left. I don't believe that I, Ancestor Song Kong, can't hold on until the end, Ancestor Tsang Kong was gradually reaching his limit. A few drops of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his eyes flashed with unwillingness to admit defeat. Ancestor Tsang Kong let out a roar and stretched his hands to the sides. Like a rock spreading its wings, a huge circle of light appeared. Looking closely, the circle of light was formed by countless black and white runes. This was his supreme defensive martial art, Vault of Heaven Protection. Dragon and Phoenix bring prosperity. Granny Dragon and Phoenix were not much better than Ancestor Tsang Kong. A dragon and a phoenix surrounded her, and the two complemented each other seamlessly, bouncing away all the attacking hand images. Unfortunately, the Heavens Will Capturing Hand was much stronger than they had imagined. Soon, when the Heavens Will Capturing Hand had developed to more than 2 million changes, the Vault of Heaven Protection was broken, and the balance of the dragon and phoenix was broken. Ancestor Tsang Kong and Granny Dragon and Phoenix were like monkeys in the hands of the Buddha. They were easily caught and thrown far away. In the end, only Purple Robe Emperor, Gold Robe Emperor Yi Chen and Yan Qingxian were left. 3 million changes. 4 million changes. 4.5 million changes. Fan Dance, Heaven and Earth Great Shift. Purple Robe Emperor was unbelievably strong. He waved his fan and created countless space-time flows, moving the hand images away one by one. This is exciting. Watch my heaven-encompassing staff. Gold Robe Emperor didn't lose out. After a loud laugh, he waved the golden staff in his hand from bottom to top. In an instant, countless staff images merged into one, forming a huge staff that connected heaven and earth. The huge staff swept in the air, and heaven and earth seemed to be cleansed. It was as if this staff had wiped the heaven and earth clean. Compared to the two before them, Yi Chen and Yan Qingxian were slightly inferior. Yan Qingxian used the 8 gates of life and death to continuously dodge, while Yi Chen's 5-element sword art gradually couldn't hold on. Compared to Purple Robe Emperor and Gold Robe Emperor, he was still a bit weaker. His 5-element sword art was also a bit weaker, and it wasn't as profound as Fan Dance and Heaven Encompassing Staff. However, the Heavens Will Capturing Hand with endless changes gave Yi Chen a lot of inspiration. The 5-element sword art seemed to be on the verge of collapse, but it always dissolved the attacks at the crucial moment. 4,800,000 changes. 4,900,000 changes. 4,990,000 changes. Not bad, you can actually hold on until now. Sure had his own sentience. In truth, the true Heavens Will Capturing Hand had already lost its transformations. The greatest transformation was the absence of transformations. However, it was impossible for him to reach the level of Old Man Heaven's will. 4,999,900 transformations was his limit. Towards the end, every additional transformation was a whole new realm. It seems like Old Man Heaven's inheritance is not fated with me. Yan Qingxuan's 8 gates of life and death were destroyed one after another. The speed at which they were being created couldn't keep up with the speed at which they were being destroyed. 5-element sword art, rise and fall in time. A waterfall-like sword light sprinkled out, covering Yan Qingxian in an instant. The hand images that came into contact with the sword light were greatly weakened, and their changes were also reduced. Yan Qingxian easily dodged them. Yi Chen. Yan Qingxian looked at Yi Chen. Chapter 1256. The 5 elements were the most basic elements of all things in the universe. The rise and fall of the 5 elements would cause all things in the universe to change. Not only could it affect one's fate, but it also caused all things in the universe to cycle endlessly. The original 5-element sword art only used the 5 elemental mysteries. The 5 elements were very balanced, but it also meant that it was inflexible. As the saying goes, the Tao follows nature. The 5 elements had their ups and downs. As the ups and downs changed, the 5-element sword art came to life. For example, the metal profound declined, while the other 4 profundities flourished. Wood profound declined, while the other 4 profundities flourished. 2 declined and 3 flourished and 2 waned. Not only that, the ups and downs also had their own ups and downs. Different degrees of ups and downs would cause different changes. In short, the combination of the 5 elements had endless changes and different effects. The appearance of the 5-element sword art's ups and downs allowed Yi Chen to step into a new realm. He seemed to be able to hear the breathing of all things in the universe and see the invisible lines of law. His 5-element sword art could faintly resonate with all things in the universe and guide the lines of law. Sure's Heavens Will Capturing Hand hadn't reached the level of Old Man Heaven's will, so it was broken by the 5-element sword art. At this time, the 5-element sword art might not be as powerful as the Golden-Robed Emperor's sky-covering rod, nor as skilled as the Purple-Robed Emperor's universal fan dance, but in terms of subtlety, it was superior. 4,999,000 variations. 4,999,900 variations. However, Shi's heavens will capturing hand hadn't reached its limit. Although it had only increased by 9,900 transformations, its realm had increased by several levels. Its exquisite technique was still above the five-element sword art. At this moment, not to mention Yi Qin, even Purple Robe Emperor and Gold Robe Emperor could not hold on any longer. After breaking through countless hand shadows, one of them still managed to sneak in and teleport them to another place in the blink of an eye. 5 elements become one, sword chi armor. At this time, the sword energy in Yi Chen's body was pushed to the limit. The 5-element sword art materialized into a sword armor that landed on Yan Qingshuan's body. Once the hand shadows touched the sword armor, their power and transformations weakened. Although it wasn't as obvious as before, it still had an effect that couldn't be ignored. And after Yi Chen did all this, he was immediately grabbed by a hand shadow. Old man Channy's inheritance is not suitable for me. Qingshen grasped it well. Yi Chen's voice could be heard, but he had already disappeared. Thank you, Yi Chen. Yan Qingshen was very clear that if it wasn't for her help, Yi Chen would have had a high chance of passing the test. Against the heavens will capturing hand, no matter how powerful one's martial arts was, it would be useless. Only the level of subtlety would be enough. The 5-element sword art was undoubtedly profound and unfathomable. Since Yi Chen could turn his sword art into a sword armor to protect her, it was clear that he had already grasped a part of the essence of the 5-element sword art. Please ascend the mountain. Shi stopped attacking and opened up a path up the mountain. The Milky Way revolves. In front of another mountain in the supreme sacred ground, Chu Zhongtian was fighting with a corpse. This corpse's strength was far inferior to old man Tianyi's corpse, but Chu Zhongtian was just one person. The Milky Way revolves was a supreme martial art. This supreme martial art wasn't comprehended by Chu Zhongtian himself, it was a martial art imprinted in his mind by the mysterious old man. If a sovereign were to know of this, they would definitely be able to guess that this mysterious old man was a sovereign, because only a sovereign could imprint his own supreme martial art into the mind of another. It was similar to inheritance, but different from inheritance. The longer the inheritance, the clearer the memory of the martial art would be. A supreme martial art forcefully imprinted in the mind would gradually fade with the passage of time, until that part of the memory was lost. Waving the mace, sparkling diamond stars appeared around Chu Zhongtian. These diamond stars seemed to revolve irregularly, but as they revolved, a majestic force was added to Chu Zhongtian's body. Some majestic force surged out from Chu Zhongtian's acupoints, forming a Milky Way that resonated with Chu Zhongtian's breathing. If Chu Zhongtian's thoughts changed, the Milky Way would also change. The opposite corpse couldn't be underestimated. The martial art it used was a supreme martial art that contained the profound mysteries of light and darkness. Heaven's secret transformation. The heaven's secret transformation was mysterious and unfathomable. Flashes of light flickered, its trajectory impossible to predict. If it were another quasi-sovereign, they would have long since been melted by these flashes of light. Heaven's secret transformation, the supreme martial art of sovereign primordial universe. Fortunately, Master's Milky Way revolves around this kind of unpredictable supreme martial art. Chu Zhongtian began to suspect that his master, the mysterious old man, was a sovereign. Supreme martial arts were wondrous and extraordinary, there was no absolute restraint between them. It all depended on one's comprehension and usage. If the mysterious old man wasn't a sovereign, then the Milky Way revolves around him would be limited and wouldn't be able to easily deal with the heaven's secret transformation. Thus, Chu Zhongtian began to understand that the mysterious old man was at least a sovereign. A sovereign's supreme martial art and a quasi-sovereign's supreme martial art naturally couldn't be compared. The former had already been perfected, while the latter only had a trace of its essence. If one looked closely, they would realize that the Paragon sacred ground was like a huge chessboard. The center was filled with mist, and that was where the Paragon legend's tomb was. As for the people who came to the Paragon sacred ground, they were like chess pieces that were either actively or passively teleported to different areas. The place where Yi Chen appeared was extremely close to the legendary sovereign's tomb. His vision was shrouded by a layer of mist, which covered time and space. Even the netherworld's sacred eyes couldn't see anything clearly, because the rules here had been completely changed. Heaven and earth were reversed, yin and yang repelled each other, and the 5 elements were reversed. Not to mention Yi Chen, even ordinary sovereigns wouldn't be able to see anything if they came here. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. Within the mist, time and space didn't have any meaning. A single step could allow one to travel dozens or even hundreds of light years. Kill? Vaguely, a murderous aura could be felt. Crack. The time and space around Yi Qin instantly cracked like crystals. This murderous aura could even destroy the structure of time and space. What a powerful murderous aura. A crack also appeared on Yi Qin's protective sword energy. In the three realms, there's nothing that can't be killed. Kill. Whoosh. The time and space around Yi Qin completely shattered. Time no longer existed and space no longer existed. Yi Qin could even feel his life energy weakening. Three realms, could it be the three realms of heaven, earth, and human? Heaven and earth represented the universe, the firmament, and the universe. Human represented life and all sorts of possibilities. In an instant, Yi Qin knew the identity of the owner of the murderous aura. The sovereign of the three realms. One of the 7 sovereigns in the history of the human race. These 7 sovereigns were the sovereigns closest to the true God realm. The strength of the sovereign of the three realms was unimaginable. His three realms killing fist was said to be able to annihilate and destroy everything. However, this three realms killing fist had already transformed from a tangible form into a murderous aura. This murderous aura changed according to the will of the sovereign of the three realms. When it was weak, it could only shake one's mind. When it was strong, it could destroy the heavens and earth, creating chaos. Chapter 1257. The killing intent became more and more ferocious. Yi Qin saw stars falling and time flowing in reverse. This killing intent was no longer an ordinary killing intent. It contained the supreme profundities of the universe. Withstanding the killing intent, Yi Qin continued forward. The Paragon's tomb was something that could only be discovered by luck. Even if he couldn't obtain the inheritance of the Paragon of the three realms, being able to witness the true three realms killing fist was already good enough. This was more useful than cultivating for thousands of years. After all, the martial arts of the Paragon of the three realms were created with painstaking effort. Pop, pop. Space-time collapsed as masses of chaotic chi currents were born. The universe was originally evolved from chaos. The three realms killing fist could already destroy the universe in a small area, approaching the limits of what the universe could endure. Suddenly, a mass of chaotic chi currents rushed towards Yi Qin. Even with Yi Qin's methods, it was hard for him to evade. The chaotic chi currents had already surpassed space-time, and there was no possibility of evading. Unless Yi Qin's cultivation was comparable to the Paragon of the three realms. The chaotic chi currents didn't annihilate Yi Qin's body and soul. Yi Qin entered a different space. Within this space was a vast sea of stars, as well as a white-robed, white-browed middle-aged man. The three realms killing fist is the fusion of 3 supreme fist arts. In order, they are the heaven killing fist, the earth killing fist, and the mortal killing fist. The heaven killing fist is ethereal and formless. From tangible to intangible, it's all within a single thought. Take this. The middle-aged man didn't move, but his fist had already punched towards Yi Qin, as though he was using his own aura to attack. What was tangible? What was intangible? Everyone could understand the surface meaning, but not many could understand the deeper meaning. From Yi Qin's perspective, tangible meant that everything had to be done according to the rules. Intangible meant that it transcended the rules. But seriously speaking, there was no clear boundary between tangible and intangible. It all depended on one's heart. Therefore, the heaven-killing fist should be the power of the heart. The power of the heart could be strong or weak, and it was extremely strange to deal with it. Just like the middle-aged man, Yi Qin didn't move and started to counterattack. He counterattacked with his heart. What he thought in his heart would become reality here. In the outside world, Yi Qin didn't dare to do this because he couldn't do it. Boom, 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 without any signs, countless explosions occurred between the two. The invisible battle had already begun. There was no concept of time in the alternate dimension. The two of them fought for an unknown period of time, and the sound of explosions gradually slowed down. You are worth teaching. Your heart is strong enough. Pass. The middle-aged man smiled faintly. His figure flickered, and a door appeared where he had been standing. Thank you for your guidance. Yi Qin entered the gate. The scene before Xiao Chen's eyes changed. It was no longer a vast sea of stars but a boundless chaotic land. Standing on the ground, Xiao Chen could sense the boundless power of the earth, able to bear everything. Earth realm killing fist, boundless chaos, boundless power, the pinnacle of power, the essence of the earth realm killing fist. There are no variations, it is purely based on power. The middle-aged man appeared again and said to Yi Qin. Yi Qin fell into deep thought. According to the middle-aged man's words, Yi Chen could roughly guess that the Earth Realm Killing Fist contained the profoundness of power. Of course, power was too abstract and anything that moved had power. Thus, one needed to have enough capacity to contain this power. Out of all the things in the world, the Earth was without a doubt the object with the greatest capacity. If one's heart was like the Earth, then one would be able to bear all things. Take this. The middle-aged man clenched his right fist and punched out slowly. As this punch struck out, the entire ground seemed to be moving, squeezing towards Yi Chen. There was nowhere for him to hide. 5-element sword art, rise and fall. Facing this punch, Yi Chen could only use his strongest sword art to deal with it. The 5-element sword art's rise and fall were used, reversing the yin and yang and reversing the 5 elements. He tried his best to suppress the aura and power of the opponent's fist art. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Every time they exchanged blows, Yi Chen would take a step back. When the middle-aged man punched 10 times, Yi Chen would take 10 steps back. Too strong. The Heaven Realm Killing Fist is the power of the heart. Can be strong or weak. As long as one's heart is strong, one can pass. The Earth Realm Killing Fist is the power of heaven and earth. It is the pinnacle of power. If one wants to pass, one must break through the bottleneck. The 11th punch came. Yi Chen mustered up his sword yuan and threw out a sword attack. Boom. The ground was torn apart and Yi Chen was sent flying. The 12th punch. The 13th punch. The 18th punch. The Earth Realm Killing Fist, each punch was stronger than the last. There was no limit to the power and the Earth Realm Killing Fist had no limit. The 19th punch. When the 20th punch came, Yi Chen felt that he was at his weakest. At this time, human strength was so small and not worth mentioning. However, human strength was limited but mental strength was infinite. 5-element sword art, 5-element cut. His feet deeply rooted in the ground, Yi Chen roared. The flying heaven sword seemed slow, but it was fast as it slashed out. This sword's killing power was extremely terrifying. The 5-colored sword chi slashed across the ground, and the ground immediately collapsed, creating a deep ravine. In the end, it collided with the boundless fist energy. Boom. As if the world was being split open, a cluster of fire burst into the sky, like the first wisp of fire from the beginning of the world. It was so bright and shocking. At the last moment, Yi Chen finally made a breakthrough, and the 5-element sword art advanced to the next level, comprehending the 5-element cut. The 5-element cut integrated the profound of the 5 elements into one sword, and it was controlled by the power of the heart. Without enough heart power, it would be impossible to use this sword. The understanding of the Heaven Realm Killing Fist was being integrated into Yi Chen's sword art. Good sword art, I hope you can continue to pass the human realm. The middle-aged man stepped aside. Through the light door, Yi Chen came to the last checkpoint, the human realm checkpoint. Just like before, the middle-aged man began to introduce the Human Realm Killing Fist. The Human Realm Killing Fist is unpredictable and extremely dangerous. Watch carefully. The middle-aged man punched out, and layers of fist energy shrouded Yi Chen. Just as Yi Chen was about to counterattack, all the fist energy suddenly merged into one, turning into a huge fist energy that directly attacked Yi Chen. At this time, Yi Chen's reaction was a beat slower, and his sword energy was not raised to the limit, so he was forced to take the attack. Spurting out a mouthful of blood, Yi Chen's entire person was sent flying out of the sky. The Human Realm Killing Fist lies in the word, change. If you can't see through this word, you won't have a chance to counterattack. The middle-aged man attacked while explaining the mystery of the Human Realm Killing Fist. Change? Yi Chen frowned. In the past, he had always been proud of his fighting skills, but now he tasted the feeling of being suppressed. Once the opponent used the Human Realm Killing Fist, he didn't even have time to react. Every time he didn't use his strongest power. Under such circumstances, the situation would become even more disadvantageous to him. What is change? Yi Chen began to think. The Human Realm Killing Fist was unpredictable and unpredictable. Sometimes, it could even turn the impossible into the possible, and the possible into the impossible. It seemed that even the rules of heaven and earth couldn't restrict the Human Realm Killing Fist. The rules of heaven and earth. A light flashed in Yi Chen's mind. That's right, it was the rules of heaven and earth. Chapter 1258. The rules of heaven and earth bound all things. It was invisible, but it was also visible. It was invisible because its existence could not be felt, and it was visible because it could be seen everywhere. For example, the speed limit of the universe was the speed of light. If one wanted to surpass this speed, they could only teleport. However, teleportation was not purely speed. There were signs to it. If one could surpass the speed of light in an intense battle with a strong enemy, they would have the absolute upper hand. After all, once one's speed increased, all aspects affected by speed would be improved. The mortal world-killing fist was unpredictable. In terms of transformation, it was no longer bound by the laws of heaven and earth. Of course, this space was originally formed by chaotic air currents, so the laws here were beneficial to the mortal world-killing fist. However, who could say for sure that the real mortal world-killing fist would be like this? If it was personally executed by the supreme of the three realms, the mortal world-killing fist would definitely be millions of times stronger than it was now. If the heavens will capturing hand was the pinnacle of the universe's starry sky transformation, then the mortal world-killing fist had vaguely surpassed this pinnacle, advancing towards an even higher level. Deal with the ever-changing by remaining unchanged. In terms of changes, Yi Chen's sword art could never be compared to the mortal realm-killing fist. His current achievements in the five-element sword art were also limited. The sword light shone brightly. Yi Chen suddenly displayed the five-element sword art's ups and downs. With the use of waxing and waning, the mortal realm-killing fist's power and transformations began to decline. However, Yi Chen had still underestimated the danger of the mortal realm-killing fist. A large number of sword lights suddenly broke free from Yi Chen's control and gathered into the mortal realm-killing fist's fist force, causing the mortal realm-killing fist to also have the effect of waxing and waning, which was reflected on Yi Chen. Amazing! Yi Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. The transformations of the human realm-killing fist were indeed beyond his expectations. It could actually transform the special effects of the opponent's martial arts for his own use. Wasn't this also one of the transformations? As a result, Yi Chen's five-element sword art immediately collapsed. As the wind from the punch blew past, Yi Chen's hair and clothes flew backward and stretched. Strangely, the wind from the punch did not seem to have any power. The middle-aged man stopped attacking. Congratulations, you've passed the test. You can enter the three-world mountain to receive the legacy. Yi Chen asked, Senior, I didn't pass the human realm's checkpoint, why? The middle-aged man smiled and said, even an ordinary prime would not be able to pass through the mortal realm's checkpoint. You can also see that this involves the rules of the world. Since you know the crux of it, you have already passed. The three realms killing fist had its own advantages. Although the human realm killing fist seemed to be the most difficult to deal with, it was not necessarily the most powerful. The heaven realm killing fist focused on the strength of the heart. As long as the heart was strong, it was enough. The earth realm killing fist was more direct and did not have many changes. It was the source of power. The human realm killing fist was like the world of mortals. It had many changes and could not transcend the world of mortals. Naturally, it was difficult to deal with the human realm killing fist. The three-boundary mountain was so majestic that it was hard to tell if it was real or fake. Without the middle-aged man leading the way, Yi Chen wouldn't even be able to find the three-boundary mountain. After passing through the three-boundary monument and the three-boundary bridge, Yi Chen arrived at the path leading up the mountain. How much inheritance you can receive will depend on your own comprehension. Life was like a mountain. Everyone started from the bottom. In the Supreme Holy Land, every mountain represented the life of a prime. The three-boundary mountain represented the life of the prime of the three realms. Walking on the path, Yi Chen saw the prime of the three realms when he was a child. When he was young, the prime of the three realms was completely different from Yi Chen's. The prime of the three realms was originally just an ordinary businessman. At a young age he already had a lot of wealth. But in this world, wealth was no match for absolute power. After becoming penniless, the prime of the three realms began to walk the path of a martial artist. Originally, at his age, the path of martial arts basically had no future. But the reality was not like that. With shocking effort and perseverance, he managed to reach the mortal realm at the age of 35, the clasping yuan realm at the age of 50, the Sea of Souls realm at the age of 100, and the life and death realm at the age of 280. At the life and death realm, the prime of the three realms began to stand out, displaying incomparably frightening talent and comprehension. The mortal realm killing fist was created by the prime of the three realms at the age of 1000. Then he created the earth realm killing fist at the age of 2000, the heaven realm killing fist at the age of 5000, and at the age of 10,000 he raised the mortal realm killing fist to a whole new level. At the age of 20,000, he mastered the three realms killing fist and became a rare supreme martial art. Evil sovereign, take this. Halfway up the mountain near the peak, Yi Chen saw the most intense battle. The two sides of the battle were the paragons of the three realms and a paragon of the evil spirit race. It was obvious that the paragon of the evil spirit race was also an extremely powerful paragon. Although the fist technique he used was not as murderous as that of the paragon of the three realms, It was filled with an extreme evil aura. The evil path advocated freedom and did not distinguish between good and evil. Once it was used, the sky was filled with fist shadows against fist shadows. At this stage, even the heavenly Tao was affected and distorted. In the end, the three realms killing fist prevailed. It pierced through the layers of fist shadows and heavily injured the evil sovereign. There were a few more battles after that, and each battle was even better than the previous one. This was especially true for the battle against the devil race's paragon, the Dark Devil Lord. Both of them were the strongest experts of their respective races. To a certain extent, their strength had already reached or even surpassed the limits of the universe. The paragon of the three realms' three-realm killing fist could penetrate anything. No matter how tight the defense was, it would be useless against the three realms' killing fist. The Dark Devil Lord's dark primal chaos immeasurable hands had extreme destructive power. The three realms' killing fist and the dark primal chaos immeasurable hands were evenly matched. The prime of the three realms was struck by the Dark Demon Sovereign's palm, while the Dark Demon Sovereign was struck by the prime of the three realms. At the peak, the final battle between the prime of the three realms and the Dark Demon Sovereign began. At the final juncture of the battle, the Dark Demon Sovereign broke through his original realm and became an invincible existence below the true God realm, demigod. Although demigods were not true gods, they could still change the rules within their own domain and twist the heavenly Tao. Fortunately, demigods were beginning to be suppressed by the will of the universe. Although their battle prowess had increased by a lot, they were unable to unleash their true divine power. In this battle, the prime of the three realms fell. Before his death, the prime of the three realms, along with his entire body and soul, turned into a murderous aura that heavily injured the Dark Demon Sovereign. This caused the Dark Demon Sovereign to be expelled to an unknown place by the universe. The murderous aura that the prime of the three realms turned into traversed time and space and arrived at the Supreme Holy Land. It turned into a mountain. This mountain was the three realms mountain. So there are still demigods above the Supremes. I wonder if the prime of the three realms also used some special methods to enter the ranks of demigods. Demigods, as the name suggested, possessed some of the techniques of true gods. However, they were not true gods. The life experiences of the prime of the three realms slowly turned blurry in Yi Chen's mind. In the end, only the essence of the martial arts remained. Ordinary people would not be able to understand these essences. Some were just some symbols, some were lines, and some were just a few words. Those with insufficient comprehension abilities would not even be able to understand them, let alone comprehend them. Chapter 1259. Sitting cross-legged on the peak of the three-world mountain, Yi Chen did not move at all and entered the deepest level of meditation. The sovereign's inheritance was determined by the person. Some people could only obtain a part of the essence of the martial arts, while others could obtain most of it. Normally, the higher the comprehension, the higher the degree of completeness of the inheritance. Of course, there was another situation, where the inheritor's martial arts were very similar to the inheritor's martial arts, or even the same. In this case, the inheritor might be able to receive the complete inheritance. The sovereign of the three worlds' martial arts were naturally different from Yi Chen's, but what Yi Chen wanted was not the complete inheritance of the sovereign of the three worlds' martial arts, but the other's understanding of martial arts. At Yi Chen's level, bitter training was no longer of much use. Sometimes, a single comprehension might be equivalent to thousands of years of bitter training. Heaven realm killing fist. Earth realm killing fist. Mortal realm killing fist. In his mind, the three fist techniques of the sovereign of the three worlds martial arts kept replaying. Yi Chen had already comprehended the heaven realm killing fist, otherwise he would not have passed the heaven realm so easily. However, Yi Chen also knew that it was far from enough. The heaven realm killing fist could be strong or weak. When it was strong, it was even stronger than the mortal realm killing fist. His comprehension was not worth mentioning at all. To comprehend the essence of the three worlds killing fist, he had to start from the heaven realm killing fist, because the heaven realm killing fist focused on cultivating the heart. If the heart was not strong enough, he would not be able to control the three worlds killing fist. The sovereign level should require enough heart strength to cross over. For no reason, such a thought flashed in Yi Chen's mind. In the past, Yi Chen thought that training the heart was training the will, and a strong heart meant a strong will. But now Yi Chen did not think so. The heart was something on a deeper level. It was illusory, even more ethereal than the soul. A strong soul and a strong will did not mean that one would have a bright future, but a strong heart would at least mean that there would be hope. Once a life had thoughts, it would actually have dreams and aspirations. If a talented person did not have a competitive heart, then his future would definitely be limited. The bigger the heart, the bigger the future. If one's heart was limitless, their future would be limitless. After figuring this out, Yi Chen's body underwent a drastic change. At this moment, Yi Chen was still the same Yi Chen, but in front of him, a door had opened up. Once he stepped through the door, he would be able to reach the highest point of his life. Time passed like water. On the three-world mountain, Yi Chen had been sitting there with his legs crossed without moving. However, if anyone had been present, they would have noticed that the area around Yi Chen was being refracted. These refractions weren't simple refractions such as light rays, but rather the refractions of one's heart. Gradually, the refractions grew stronger and stronger, until sword techniques began to appear. Some of these sword techniques were strong and some were weak. The weaker ones were comparable to ordinary sword techniques, while the stronger ones were comparable to paragons. The heart could change. In other words, the strength of the heart would fluctuate. When the fluctuations were low, the strength would naturally be the weakest. When the fluctuations were high, the strength would be unimaginable. The power of the Heaven Realm Killing Fist was that it could maintain the fluctuation of one's heart at a relatively high level, raising it to its peak. As for how much one could raise it, it depended on how far one could walk in the realm of one's heart. Bang! Suddenly, a corner of Three-World Mountain was chopped off. In the next moment, it instantly recovered as if it was just an illusion. All things are empty. Whether it's real or fake, it's not important. What's important is whether it's what one thinks in one's heart. Slowly Yi Chen stood up. In terms of cultivation base, Yi Chen hadn't improved in the slightest. However, the current Yi Chen was countless times more dangerous than the Yi Chen of the past. Although he was standing there, he seemed to be separated by countless different spaces, separating dream and reality, real and fake. It was truly hard to distinguish what was real and what was fake. At this moment, Yi Chen had reached the highest realm of Sword Dao, Heart Sword Realm. Sword Dao Realm, from the lowest sword in the hand to the sword in the heart, each step was extremely difficult. Of course, at the 8th layer of Life and Death Realm, almost everyone had reached this realm. Even if they were strong, they would not be that strong. It would not be easy to defeat others just because one Sword Dao realm was slightly higher. There were too many factors influencing one's strength, and Sword Dao realm was only one of them. However, Heart Sword was different. It was the highest realm of Sword Dao, a realm that even Supremes might not be able to easily grasp. Heart Sword was no longer attached to reality or illusion, true or false. To a certain extent, it had already transcended the heavenly Dao and was on par with it. What Yi Chen didn't know was that the strength of one's heart was actually the key to becoming a true god. Only the heart could transcend the heavenly Dao and not be bound by it. Of course, Yi Chen had only just entered Heart Sword realm, which was not enough to be on par with the heavenly Dao. Even the Supremes of the three realms couldn't challenge the heavenly Dao. If they could, then he would be a true god. The stronger the heart, the stronger the sword art. Taking out his flying sword, Yi Chen performed his 5-element sword art in a standard manner. Buzz buzz buzz. Sword light spread out, gradually distorting the rules of the three-world mountain. However, since the three-world mountain was formed by the Supremes of the three realms, the power of the heart was even more powerful. Thus, the 5-element sword arts could only slightly distort the rules. If it were in the outside world, the 5-element sword arts containing the power of the heart would be frightening and could easily distort the rules. 5 elements cut. Sucking in a deep breath, Yi Chen suddenly used the 5 elements cut. A 5-colored sword light crazily slashed out. For a moment, lightning and thunder rumbled on the three-world mountain and space-time shattered. It was as if the primal chaos had transformed into stars. I didn't expect you to comprehend the power of the heart so quickly. You are indeed a promising talent. The middle-aged man's figure appeared and faintly nodded. After the sword attack, the sword aura on Yi Chen's body was like a deflated balloon. It immediately withered. After all, he had just entered the Heart Sword realm, and the power of the heart was still unstable. No wonder the heavens will capturing hand is so unpredictable. It must contain a powerful heart force. Using one's heart to replace the heart of the heavens, it is naturally omnipotent. However, compared to the three-world killing fist, it is probably much weaker. It's just that I have never seen the real three-world killing fist. Yi Chen knew very well that the three-world killing fist was very dangerous. It was fine when it was not used, but once it was used, it would kill. The fist energy of the fist art had already transformed into an eternal killing intent. For the heaven killing fist, Yi Chen had already learned it. He had even comprehended the highest realm of the Sword Dao, the Heart Sword. Next, it was the earth killing fist and the human killing fist. The earth killing fist was the extreme of power. First, one had to understand the existence of power, then turn the power of heaven and earth into one's own power to attack the enemy. The first step should be to comprehend the profound of power. Only then can I get twice the result with half the effort. Generally speaking, the profound of time and the profound of space were the highest profounds. However, in front of the profound of power, the profound of time and the profound of space were not as good. The flow of time contained power, and the maintenance of space also contained power. Power could be said to be everywhere. It was the link between heaven and earth. Power was everywhere, so it was even harder to comprehend. If one could comprehend the profound of power, they might be able to comprehend the profound of time. There was a necessary connection between the two. Chapter 1260. Although the power profound was not inferior to the time profound and space profound, it was still quite easy to comprehend in the early stages. Especially after obtaining the essence of the Earth Realm Killing Fist, Yi Chen didn't need to accumulate a lot of the original foundation, and directly pushed the power profound to 70% completion. Currently, when he used the same sword arts, its might would be much higher than before. Each move and style would be the pinnacle of his own power. When the profound of strength reached 90%, the understanding of the profound of strength in Yi Chen's mind was completely exhausted. For any profound, after 90%, it would be a forbidden area. This was especially true for the profound of strength. It could be said that after 90%, the profound of strength was the true essence of the profound. The others were still external. Regarding the profound of strength, one had to truly comprehend it. There were no shortcuts. If one didn't know, then they didn't know. This wasn't like the heart sword, so Yi Chen immediately stopped comprehending the profound of strength. However, the profound of strength at 90% already made Yi Chen very satisfied. What made him even more surprised was that the appearance of the profound of strength had allowed the profound of time to be born from the profound of space. Currently, the profound of time was still very low, and its progress was also very slow. However, it had already reached 20%. Although the profound of strength was better than the profound of time, in terms of difficulty, the profound of time was harder to comprehend. There were several reasons for this. First, after comprehending the profound of space, the difficulty of comprehending the profound of time would increase by 10 times. This was different from metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light and darkness, and even yin and yang. Once the profound of space and time were combined, even if it didn't create a proper profound of time and space, it would still be very abnormal and could even produce unexpected changes. Time and space were the framework of a world. It was clearer and brighter, so it was easier to produce a terrifying chain reaction. As for metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light and darkness, and yin and yang, they needed to combine and evolve in order to burst out a power that was not inferior to that of time and space. As for the esoteric of strength, it was independent, but it wasn't. It was said to be independent because it didn't have any esoteric that could be combined with it. Therefore, in a one-on-one battle, it was the strongest. However, compared to the spacetime esoteric, the five elements esoteric, and the yin-yang esoteric, it was much weaker. It wasn't independent because the esoteric of strength could be used in any aspect. It could also be combined with the spacetime esoteric. For example, the three realms Killing Fist contained the yin-yang esoteric and the esoteric of strength. Becoming a true god wasn't easy. Even becoming a demigod was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even if one didn't know everything, they had to be able to evolve everything they knew to the limit. When the esoteric of time reached 20%, the power of the momentary brilliance increased by thousands of times. When the sword slashed out, a dense sword net of death enveloped time and space, slicing through everything. If it was said to be similar to spacetime slicing in the past, then now it was a real spacetime slicing. Its power wasn't inferior to the five-element sword technique at all. It was only slightly inferior to the ultimate move of the five-element sword technique, the five-element slash. It sounded a little exaggerated. After all, the esoteric of time was only 20%, while the five-element sword technique contained 5 kinds of esoteric to perfection. However, the spacetime esoteric was very clear and could naturally make up for each other's flaws, causing a terrifying chain reaction. On the other hand, the five-element sword technique seemed to contain 5 kinds of esoteric to perfection, but Yi Chen had no way to continue increasing their power in a short period of time. It could be said that the momentary brilliance had dug out the potential of the spacetime esoteric, while the five-element sword technique had only dug out the surface of the 5 elements esoteric. The two couldn't be compared. This was also why the esoteric of time was so difficult to comprehend. However, the current momentary brilliance was no longer suitable to be called momentary brilliance. After adding the esoteric of time, the nature of the sword technique had the attribute of cutting through everything. Let's call it the cut of death. In terms of profoundness, the cut of death was not as strong as the five-element sword technique. In terms of destructive power, the cut of death was not as strong as the slash of 5 elements. However, the terrifying thing about the cut of death was that it was extremely difficult to dodge. It almost cut off any escape route for the enemy. In front of the cut of death, time and space were just a relatively large piece of cheese. And the enemy would be trapped in time and space no matter what, unless their realm far surpassed Yi Chen's. Now that the esoteric of power had reached 90% completion, the next step was to analyze the Mortal Killing Fist. The Mortal Killing Fist was about transformation. The purpose of transformation was to make the enemy at a loss for what to do. Perhaps it was similar to the cut of death, but it couldn't be forgotten that if the enemy's attainment in the spacetime esoteric was higher than Yi Chen's, then the cut of death would no longer be overwhelming. At that time, transformation was especially important. The limit of transformation theory was the limit of the rules. What Yi Chen needed to do was to approach this limit. As for surpassing the limit, Yi Chen didn't think about it. That was something that only legendary supremes could do. If he could do it, why would he need to accept the inheritance of the 3 Realm Supremes and 3 Realm Mountain? At the peak of 3 Realm Mountain, a gale suddenly blew. Poof! With the flying heaven sword in hand, Yi Chen suddenly stabbed out. In an instant, 77,000 sword holes appeared on the boulder in front of him. If he wanted to have exquisite transformation, he first had to have sufficient speed. According to the essence of the Mortal Killing Fist, Yi Chen set 3 goals for himself. The first goal was to stab 100,000 sword holes in an instant. The second goal was to stab 300,000 sword holes in an instant. The third goal was to stab 1 million sword holes in an instant. In fact, there was also the final goal, which was to stab countless sword holes in an instant. However, that was a goal that surpassed the rules and was not within the scope of consideration at the moment. Although Yi Chen's movement speed had reached the speed of light, and his sword speed was also at the speed of light, the frequency at which he swung his sword was too high, and the speed of his sword would be greatly reduced. Unleashing 77,000 sword attacks in an instant was not something that ordinary people could do. The essence of the Mortal Killing Fist was to make it easier for him to unleash more punches. 80,000. 85,000. 90,000. 100,000. After an unknown period of time, Yi Chen finally completed the first goal. With a swing of his sword, 100,000 sword holes were densely arranged on the boulder. This was not the end. On the contrary, it was just the beginning. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Chen waved his sword out, but he could still only stab out 100,000 times. However, these 100,000 sword holes could form a complicated pattern. Some looked like a blooming flower, which would continuously bloom and then wither without an end. Some looked like ripples in the water, constantly spreading out. When Yi Chen began to move towards the second goal, he instantly stabbed 210,000 times. This was the result of using the sword holes to form complex patterns. Very smoothly, the second goal was also completed. Yi Chen began to carve words on the boulder. These words were all formed by sword holes. After carving many words, Yi Chen was not satisfied. In the end, Yi Chen chose to carve the word, sword. The word, sword, appeared one after another, and above the word, sword, sword chi soared into the sky. If ordinary life and death swordsmen saw these, sword, words, their sword Dao would definitely soar to the next level. This was because each sword, word contained too many sword Dao insights. Chapter 1261. Yi Chen only stopped after carving a total of 108,000 sword characters. 3 World Mountain was filled with huge rocks, and each of them had a sword character on it. After the relatively ordinary 3 World Mountain was carved with the sword character, the aura it exuded became sharp, like peerless swords standing there. The changes were not only in quantity but also in essence. If these sword characters didn't have any essence in them, then it would be Yi Chen's failure. Among the many rocks there was one that was very unique. It wasn't because of the uniqueness of the rocks, but because of this sword character on it. There were 108,000 sword characters on it. This sword character looked exactly the same as the other sword characters on the other rocks, but the sword chi it gave off was even denser, almost as thick as water, shaking time and space. Feeling this sword chi, it was as if countless sword techniques were surging over. It was similar to the murderous intent of the 3 World Killing Fist. Of course, the 3 World Killing Fist was a supreme martial art, and the gap between the two was so huge that it couldn't be calculated with common sense. I can start on the third target. Looking at the 108,000 sword characters, Yi Chen slowly retracted his gaze and waved his hand. All the rocks sank down. 3 World Mountain wasn't an ordinary mountain, and it could change according to Yi Chen's will. Otherwise, ordinary rocks wouldn't be able to withstand 300,000 swords from Yi Chen. The first sword would cut it into nothingness. The wind howled, but it couldn't disturb Yi Chen's heart. The first rock rose up, and Yi Chen stabbed it with his sword. As if time had gone haywire, the number of sword holes on the rock increased rapidly. Because the speed was too fast, it looked as if they had appeared out of thin air. 580,000 swords. Carving characters allowed Yi Chen to improve rapidly, and he could stab out 580,000 swords in an instant. But this wasn't enough. Far from it. 600,000 swords. 650,000 swords. 700,000 swords. 750,000 swords. 800,000 swords. 900,000 swords. Time flowed like water, quietly passing by. After reaching 900,000 thrusts in an instant, his progress slowed down to a horrifying degree. With every 1,000 thrusts, his soul power would begin to be consumed. Yi Chen didn't expect that this would consume soul power. 910,000 swords. 920,000 swords. 930,000. When he reached 930,000 swords, Yi Chen's progress became even slower. After an unknown amount of time, he would only add another 100 or 200 swords. It was extremely strenuous. Fortunately, progress was still being made. 940,000. 950,000. 960,000. I'm almost at my limit. Yi Chen looked exhausted and couldn't help but swallow a magnificent violet soul refining pill. In the blink of an eye, he had unleashed 960,000 swords. Yi Chen's soul force was being consumed very quickly. It was almost as if he was using an ordinary soul attack. If not for the magnificent violet soul refining pill replenishing his soul force, he might not have been able to maintain it. Apart from that, his current progress was so slow that it made people's hair stand on end. Basically, he was increasing his soul force by a few swords. At 970,000 swords, he would be increasing his soul force by one sword at a time. Yi Chen's guess was right. At 970,000 swords, it was indeed an increase of one sword at a time. Finally, 980,000 swords. One sword, one world. One sword, one dust. In the following time, Yi Chen entered a mysterious realm. It was like when he stabbed out a sword, it was no longer a simple sword, but a sword that contained everything. And this sword that contained everything would eventually turn into a dust. Everything in the world is just a dust. With a sigh in his heart, Yi Chen's eyes became firmer. On the giant stone, 999,900 swords suddenly appeared. These 999,900 sword holes formed a word that no one could recognize. This was the sword word that Yi Chen had created. Looking at it seriously, it looked like the change word. It looked like a sword but not a sword, like change but not change. This was a sword word that could change. It could also be said that it was a word that was displaying a sword art. Chi. What Yi Chen didn't expect was that this strange sword word would suddenly come to life. It turned into a peerless sword art and attacked Yi Chen. Every move was so exquisite and hard to dodge. Even Yi Chen was a little caught off guard. He was attacked until he kept retreating, unable to fight back. Could this be a phenomenon caused by approaching the limit of change? Yi Chen guessed in his heart. The essence of change was that it was alive and not dead. When the sword stabbed out, it was a spiritual world. Everything in the world was in it. Thousands of changes were also in it. It was equivalent to having one's own wisdom. However, this wisdom was imposed by oneself, which gave him a certain degree of autonomy. No wonder the mortal world-killing fist was so hard to resist. It was incredible. When the change reached that level, it was really turning the rotten into the magical, turning the impossible into the possible. Ding ding dang dang. After all, it contained his own sword art. Although Yi Chen was caught off guard, he wouldn't be defeated. After a few breaths, Yi Chen had already turned the situation around. Omniscient nature wandering. With a sharp look in his eyes, Yi Chen performed the most transformative sword attack. This sword, omniscient nature, was like a dream. Voila! The strange sword word returned to its original position as if it had never moved. Putting the flying sword back into its scabbard, Yi Chen slowly let out a breath. 999,900 swords is already my limit. The next 100 swords are a forbidden zone for now, a forbidden zone that goes against the rules. I reckon that I'll have to break through in all aspects before I can truly reach the million swords realm. Omniscient nature was all-encompassing. It blurred the boundary between reality and illusion. For the current Yi Chen, it was enough. The 5-element sword art had its ups and downs. 5-element sword arts, 5 elements slash. 5-element sword arts, omniscient nature. Space-time sword arts, death cut. Before entering the Supreme Holy Land, Yi Chen's supreme sword art had yet to reach a higher level, but now he had 4 supreme sword arts. Each of them was no longer so immature and had its essence. These 4 sword arts each had their own characteristics. Ups and downs could weaken the enemy's attack power and attack changes. 5 Elements Slash was an extreme sword, combining the 5 elements into one. Omniscient Nature contained the world's myriad forms and was close to the extreme of change. Death Slash cut through time and space like cutting through cheese, sealing off all the enemy's escape routes. Even if one could dodge in time, they wouldn't be able to because this sword even sealed time. Not bad, you have stayed on 3 World Mountain for a total of 10 3-world years. The middle-aged man appeared. 3 world years. Yi Chen was puzzled. 3 World Mountain's sense of time is blurry. 10 3-world years is equivalent to 100 years in the outside world. The middle-aged man explained. So it has been 100 years. Yi Chen sighed. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. But here, the sense of time was too blurry, to the point that he neglected the existence of time. Time and space are 2 of the meanings of life. When you can ignore time and space one day, you would either be dead or you would have become a demigod. I hope it's the latter. Smiling, the middle-aged man continued, I can see the entanglement of fate in you. Your opponents are all very powerful, far stronger than before. Go, in this world there will always be a few years that are especially exciting. It's time for fate to collapse, for gods and devils to fight each other. The middle-aged man waved his hand. Yi Chen instantly vanished from 3 World Mountain. Before he left, Yi Chen knew that this middle-aged man was the paragon of the 3 realms. He died after becoming a demigod. Yi Chen didn't know how powerful a demigod was, but Yi Chen could imagine that even if a demigod died, he would still be alive to a certain extent. Chapter 1262. The Supreme of the 3 Realms waved his hand and sent Yi Chen to the periphery of the Supreme Sacred Ground. The exit was right next to him. At this moment, there were already many people like Yi Chen, waiting for the exit to open. The opening time of the Supreme Sacred Ground's exit wasn't fixed. It would only open when the last inheritor left the mountain. Otherwise they could only wait here. Yi Chen, Murong Qingqing and Su Jing had already received the inheritance. When they saw Yi Chen, their figures flashed and they flew over. How are you guys? Yi Chen asked. Murong Qingqing replied, I received Supreme Rose's inheritance. I received Supreme Dragon's inheritance. Su Jing also said. Supreme Rose was a powerful Supreme from 3 million years ago, while Supreme Dragon was a Super Supreme from 50 million years ago. The former's light and dark rose palm could allow one to ignore the existence of time and age indefinitely. The latter was the pride of the dragon race, and his Dragon Wings Wisdom Palm and Dragon Wings Taishi were famous all over the world. Whose inheritance did you receive? Murong Qingqing guessed that Yi Chen must have received the inheritance of a sword venerable. Supreme of the 3 Realms. Supreme of the 3 Realms? Su Jing frowned. Supreme of the 3 Realms wasn't a sword venerable, but he was stronger than most sword venerables. He was one of the 7 legendary Supremes of the human race. If Yi Chen could fully understand the Supreme of the 3 Realms killing fist and turn it into his own sword technique, he would at least become a legendary Supremes. Ah, Yi Chen, you're out too. It seems that you've received the inheritance. The Golden Robe Emperor laughed and flew over. Yi Chen still had a good impression of the Golden Robe Emperor. You must have gained quite a lot too, right? Just so. You should have heard of the Golden Supremes, right? Yi Chen thought for a while and shook his head. The Golden Robe Emperor smiled bitterly and was about to explain. Su Jing interrupted, the leakless Golden Supremes. He was a Supreme from 1 billion years ago. That's right. The Golden Robed Emperor smiled. Although the Golden Sovereign wasn't a legend sovereign had once said that under the same conditions, he wasn't a match for the Golden Sovereign. The Golden Sphere could be said to be the most frightening defensive method. It was flawless and flawless. Right, what about you? The Golden-Robed Emperor looked at Yi Chen. As for Su Jing and Murong Qingqing, they were completely ignored by the Golden-Robed Emperor. He treated them as Yi Chen's confidants. The paragon of the 3 realms. The Golden-Robed Emperor sucked in a breath of cold air. You freak. You even found the tomb of a legendary paragon, and it was one of the 7 legendary paragons of the human race. Gold Supremes were very famous. They were equivalent to ordinary legendary Supremes. However, compared to the Supremes of the 3 realms, they were more than a level lower. Even under the same conditions, the 3 realms killing fist could pierce through the golden circle. The former's attack was simply unblockable. Now that you mention it, my hands are getting a little itchy. Why don't we have a spar? There's still some time before the exit of the Supreme Holy Land opens. The golden-robed emperor suggested. He really wanted to know how much of the Three Realms Supreme's inheritance Yi Chen had obtained. Of course, the most important thing was to test out his own gains. All right. The golden-robed emperor's suggestion tempted Yi Chen. Look, the golden-robed emperor is about to fight someone. Who is it? He can actually fight against the golden-robed emperor? He is one of the 4 young paragons. He looks even younger than the golden-robed emperor. I guess the latter wants to give him some pointers. The two flew into the sky, facing each other from a distance. Everyone in the vicinity immediately cast their gazes over. The eyesight of an 8th-level life and death realm heavenly emperor was extremely sharp. However, most of them didn't recognize Yi Chen. Of course, some of them had heard of Yi Chen's name, but they didn't associate this blue-robed youngster with Yi Chen. In their opinion, Yi Chen's progress shouldn't be this fast. To be able to fight against the golden-robed emperor, even with the latter's guidance, he should at least have the strength of a peak emperor warrior. Yi Chen, be careful. My heaven-covering staff arts have improved a lot. Your 5-element sword arts might not be able to block it. The golden-robed emperor warned. Yi Chen casually said, bring it on. That might not be the case. Alright, take this. The golden-robed emperor didn't hold back. The moment the golden staff appeared, a majestic aura soared into the sky like a beacon. In the next moment, the golden-robed emperor leaped high into the sky and brandished his staff. Countless staff shadows blotted out the sky, replacing the heaven and earth. It was as if he wanted to change the world and rebuild it. It's indeed several times stronger than before. Before, the golden-robed emperor's heaven-covering staff arts weren't this powerful. Now, the heaven-covering staff arts had fewer flaws. But my 5-element sword arts aren't what they used to be. Pulling out the flying heaven sword, Yi Chen brandished his sword and used the 5-element sword arts. The 5-element sword arts were quite powerful in terms of defense. After obtaining the essence of the 3 realms paragon's martial arts, Yi Chen's 5-element sword arts foundation had risen to a whole new level. The 5 elements rotated and there were no flaws. When it was used, it turned into a white ball of light that enveloped Yi Chen. Bang 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 bang. Endless explosions rang out. The heaven-covering staff arts attacks were natural, and ordinary defenses were useless. Unfortunately, the 5-element sword arts couldn't be underestimated either. The two were locked in a stalemate. Alright, heaven-covering staff arts. The golden-robed emperor was decisive in dealing with such a defensive sword art. In an instant, the countless staff shadows merged into one, forming a giant staff that swept toward Yi Chen. 5-element slash. Naturally, Yi Chen didn't dare to use ordinary 5-element sword arts to defend against the heaven-covering staff arts. The white ball of light disappeared, and a 5-colored sword aura shot out to meet the giant staff. Boom. The two of them retreated rapidly, and the shockwaves came one after another, causing those who were close to them to be thrown off their feet. The golden-robed emperor's eyes turned solemn. He didn't expect that Yi Chen would improve so quickly after receiving the inheritance. Back then, Yi Chen was still a bit weaker than him. Yi Chen, in the past 80 years, I've not only improved the heaven-covering staff arts to a new level, but I've also integrated the essence of the gold paragon's martial arts to create the golden staff arts. Compared to the heaven-covering staff arts, my golden staff arts aren't as good as the gold paragons in terms of fire control, but it's more lethal, faster, and more ferocious. Although the sparring between the two of them wouldn't be life-threatening, the golden-robed emperor didn't want to hurt Yi Chen. So before he used the golden staff arts, he told Yi Chen the characteristics of the golden staff arts. This golden-robed emperor sure is straightforward. Yi Chen nodded and said, next I'll use the spacetime sword art, Death Slash. Death Slash. The golden-robed emperor was stunned, and then he smiled and said, alright, I've underestimated you. Brr. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light burst from the golden-robed emperor's body, and the golden light gave off a wild feeling that disrespected heaven and earth. At that moment, the golden-robed emperor seemed to have changed into a different person, and his eyes were filled with aggression. Buzz. Hong Zhong's loud voice sounded, and the golden-robed emperor flew toward Yi Chen like lightning. The next moment, the golden light fanned out toward Yi Chen, and the shadows of the staff were everywhere. I wonder how he's going to block it. The purple-robed emperor, the white-robed emperor, and the green-robed emperor were all watching the battle. Chapter 1263. What a ferocious staff technique. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. Supreme martial arts all had their own specialties. Although the 5-element slash was powerful, it was too monotonous and couldn't block the golden staff technique at all. On the other hand, the death cut was a concentrated attack that sealed space and time. The golden staff technique can permeate space and time. It's not that easy to block. The golden-clad emperor was very confident in the golden staff technique. In terms of smoothness, the golden staff technique couldn't compare to the heaven-covering staff technique, but in terms of penetration and lethality, the heaven-covering staff technique couldn't compare. All of a sudden, clang, 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 sparks exploded between the two as if there were countless Yi Qin fighting against countless golden-clad emperors. What? He blocked it? The golden-clad emperor was shocked. Golden-clad emperor, didn't I say that my death cut is a space-time sword technique? As long as you're within the space-time range of my sword technique, you won't be able to escape. Yi Qin smiled. Indeed. The golden-clad emperor nodded. At this point he had to admit that Yi Qin was already on the same level as him. Of course, he didn't know that Yi Qin had already comprehended the heart sword realm. If he could use it, Yi Qin's strength would skyrocket. In addition, Yi Qin also had a boundless nature. Supreme martial arts didn't focus on how powerful they were. No matter how powerful they were, if they couldn't hit the enemy, then it would be useless. Supreme martial arts focused on absoluteness or absolute power or absolute undodgeability or absolute defense. Although boundless nature couldn't be considered absolute, it could be considered absolute in the Quasi-Zun realm. It was even more terrifying than the powerful five-element slash, and even more unfathomable than the death cut. Golden-clad emperor, do you still want to fight? Yi Qin could tell that the golden-clad emperor wasn't going to fight anymore. He had probably used up all his tricks. As for his other tricks, he probably hadn't mastered them yet. After all, he had to absorb the inheritance he had obtained. It was already praiseworthy that he was able to create the golden staff technique. I don't want to fight anymore. You're really a monster. Among the humans, you can almost be called the #1 sword emperor. In the human race, the sword emperor and the saber emperor were more controversial. Up until now, the title of sword emperor had not appeared. It was not an exaggeration to say that Yi Qin was the sword emperor. Sword emperor? Yi Qin smiled but didn't say anything. Yi Qin is amazing. He's actually able to fight to a draw with the golden-robed emperor. The golden-robed emperor is one of the 4 young quasi-sovereigns of the human race, and he's one of the top ones on the list. Everyone heard the golden-robed emperor call out Yi Qin's name, and they knew that he was the genius leader of the paradise of gods. Almost everyone in the top 30 of the quasi-sovereign ranking is an invincible quasi-sovereign. This Yi Qin just came out of the paradise of gods. TSK, he can be considered the #1 genius of this epoch. An epoch was 10 million years. It's not just this epoch. There wasn't such a monstrous genius in the last epoch either. However, it's still unknown whether or not he can continue to be this monstrous. After all, if he doesn't become a supreme being, everything else will be meaningless. Right, since he doesn't have the Sword Emperor title yet, why don't we give it to Yi Qin? Someone suggested. Ordinary titles could be chosen by oneself, but a prestigious title like Sword Emperor had to be acknowledged by everyone. Who here wasn't an influential figure among 8th layer life and death heavenly kings? Many of them were even quasi-sovereigns. With their acknowledgement, Yi Qin's Sword Emperor title would be confirmed. As for whether or not he could keep the title, it had nothing to do with them. I think it's feasible. The human race hasn't had a Sword Emperor for a long time. He might be able to keep it. Many people agreed. I'm Ruizi. You must be Yi Qin, right? Your reputation is well deserved. We'll give you a title, but I wonder if you dare to accept it. An aged quasi-sovereign walked out. He was very happy to see the rise of the younger generation. With the great war between humans and demonic beasts at hand, having a bit more power would be beneficial to everyone. However, the prerequisite was whether or not Yi Qin had the courage. What title? Yi Qin glanced over. Sword Emperor. Ruizi unblinkingly stared at Yi Qin. Yi Qin wasn't too surprised. Everyone's conversation just now wasn't concealed, so he said, I'm indebted to everyone for looking up to me. If I say no, it would make me look like a fake Taishu. Sword Emperor title, Yi Qin will take it. Good. Indeed, heroes come from youngsters. Ruizi laughed heartily. Sword Emperor Yi Qin is truly enviable. Some people are innately dazzling, and no matter how low-key they are, they can't do it. But there are still some Sword Emperors in the human race. Apart from them, there are also a few Sword Emperors in the foreign races. I reckon that they will also want to kill Yi Qin. Sword Emperor is naturally unique. Therefore, he must be unique among Sword Emperors as well. Hearing everyone's discussion, the golden-robed emperor smiled and said to Yi Qin, Now your Sword Emperor title is set in stone. Actually, he meant to say that Yi Qin was the #1 sword emperor. It would be too unreasonable for such a genius to not have a title of his own. However, you also have to be careful. There are 4 sword emperors on the quasi-venerables list. They are the 48th Boundless Sword Emperor, the 27th Chijue Sword Emperor, the 13th Night Sword Emperor, and the 4th Evil Sword Emperor. The former is not much of a threat, but the Chijue Sword Emperor cannot be underestimated. As for the Wuxia race's Night Sword Emperor and the Evil Spirit race's Evil Sword Emperor, they are your true enemies. Now the quasi-venerables list was basically monopolized by youngsters. Among the 4 Sword Emperors, only the Boundless Sword Emperor was older. The other 3 were all youngsters. I'll be careful. Yi Qin nodded. He naturally wouldn't be careless, especially after the Supreme Holy Land opened. It had to be known that not only did the human race have a Supreme Holy Land, but the demons also had a land of divinity and demons, the evil spirit race had a land of evil spirits, the barbarian race had a wild holy land, and the giant race had a giant spirit graveyard. In terms of perception, he was not afraid of anyone. However, others had cultivated for much longer than him. Moreover, at his current realm, sometimes a momentary difference was not the true difference. In short, the further one went, perception, opportunity, and time were all indispensable. Sword Emperor? What a joke. How many years has a boy cultivated, yet he dares to call himself Sword Emperor? Right at this moment, a cold and slightly aged voice sounded out. Everyone looked over. It's the White-Bone Sword Emperor. Someone recognized the person's identity. The White-Bone Sword Emperor was one of the previous generation's Sword Emperors. Because he had not appeared for many years, he had always been in seclusion, so his name was not on the quasi-venerables list. However, no one dared to underestimate him because 30,000 years ago, he was also ranked high on the quasi-venerables list. Although he was a human, he had always been harsh. Perhaps it was related to the cultivation technique he cultivated. He cultivated the yin-yang white-bone sword art, and his true essence was sinister and crafty. Chapter 1264. Yi Qin, the first one to challenge you, has appeared. This white-bone sword emperor hasn't appeared for 30,000 years. I'm not sure how strong he is right now. 30,000 years ago, his white-bone time sword art was one of the fastest quasi-sovereigns. Now that 30,000 years have passed, he should be even stronger. Be careful. Golden-robed emperor didn't want to stick up for Yi Qin. After all, Yi Qin's current status was no lower than his. Forcefully sticking up for him would only be superfluous. If Yi Qin wanted to keep the title of Sword Emperor, he could only rely on himself. I know what I'm doing. Yi Qin nodded and looked at the White-Bone Sword Emperor. The title of Sword Emperor is due to everyone's praise. But since Senior White-Bone Sword Emperor cares so much, I can give it to you. Give it to me? The White-Bone Sword Emperor was a little surprised and mocked. I thought you had some guts, but you're only a But since you're so tactful, I won't make things difficult for you. The White-Bone Sword Emperor had been in seclusion for 30,000 years, and he thought that his progress was godly. This time he came out for 2 reasons. Firstly, he wanted to find his own inheritance in the Supreme Holy Land, and secondly, he wanted to tell everyone that he, the White-Bone Sword Emperor, had come out of seclusion. As for the position of Sword Emperor, he was determined to obtain it. What made him even more confident was that during this trip to the Supreme Holy Land, he had finally obtained a supreme inheritance. Although the deceased supreme was only an ordinary supreme, to a quasi-supreme like him who had lived for many years, it was undoubtedly like adding wings to a tiger. Yi Qin smiled. I said I'll give it to you, but you need to be strong enough to take it. Otherwise, it'll be too much of a joke. This Yi Qin is really relaxed, as if he doesn't put the White-Bone Sword Emperor in his eyes. Youngsters are more insolent. But that's right, if they don't, they wouldn't be youngsters. Yes, being arrogant is the right thing to do. I wonder how the White-Bone Sword Emperor will respond. Hearing Yi Qin's words, the surrounding people couldn't help but laugh. Junior, you're too arrogant. The White-Bone Sword Emperor's face darkened. His eyes flickered and suddenly, a black and white sword light shot out. This was the eye sword art that contained a soul attack. Unfortunately, the moment the black and white sword light appeared, it was annihilated by the golden light emitted from between Yi Qin's eyebrows. When it came to soul attacks, Yi Qin wasn't afraid of anyone below the Supreme Being level. White-Bone Sword Emperor, please advise me. Yi Qin didn't waste any more words. He knew that he had to defeat the White-Bone Sword Emperor today. Very well, let me have a taste of your skills. Based on the strength of Yi Qin and the Golden-Clothed Emperor, the White-Bone Sword Emperor had a 70% chance of defeating Yi Qin. It had to be known that they were both peak existences among quasi-sovereigns, so a 70% chance of victory was not a small amount. But the White Bone Sword Emperor did not directly attack and only closed his eyes. When he opened them again, a powerful domain spread out, and because this domain was so powerful, it even started to become corporeal. The outer walls of the domain and the spatial barrier were filled with white bones that had countless sword runes on them. A sharp and terrifying aura spread out, permeating through space and time. The 8th level of Sword Domain, White Bone Sword Domain. What? The White Bone Sword Emperor's sword domain has broken through to the 8th level. This time Yi Qin is in trouble. Although the sword domain is only a part of one's strength, if the difference between the two sword domains is too great, their strength will also be greatly affected. One side's strength will be amplified by the sword domain, while the other side's strength will be weakened by the sword domain. This battle is going to be very difficult. Everyone was shocked and couldn't help but look at Yi Qin. When Yi Qin fought with the golden-clothed emperor, the sword domain only protected him and didn't spread out. Therefore, they didn't know what level Yi Qin's sword domain had reached. However, to be honest, they didn't think that Yi Qin's sword domain had also reached the 8th level. Under normal circumstances, the younger generation's sword domain would be slightly lower than the older generation. Only those who had cultivated for a long time could compete with the older generation. For example, the purple-clothed emperor's sword domain had reached the 8th level, while Yi Qin had only cultivated for a few hundred years. I didn't expect this White Bone Sword Emperor to really amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, the golden-clothed emperor frowned. He admitted that he had underestimated the White Bone Sword Emperor. If he was the one fighting with the White Bone Sword Emperor, the final result wouldn't be good. Of course, he still had a trump card that he hadn't used yet, and that was the Golden Orb of the Golden Sovereign. Once he used the Golden Orb, he would be able to protect himself. Su Jing and Murong Qingqing, who were very familiar with Yi Qin, didn't have any changes in their expressions. This was because when the White Bone Sword Emperor revealed the 8th level of the sword domain, Yi Qin smiled. The others didn't notice it, but the two of them did. Do we still need to fight? The White Bone Sword Emperor said confidently. An ordinary sovereign sword domain was only at the 8th level. Of course, the majority of sovereign sword domains were at the late stage of the 8th level or even the peak stage of the 8th level. That might not be the case. Yi Qin's expression was indifferent. His blue clothes fluttered without any wind. Suddenly, an even more terrifying sword domain spread out. This sword domain was also at the 8th level. What was different from the past was that numerous azure lotuses bloomed in the sword domain, and within the lotuses were numerous peerless swords. The vast and boundless sword chi caused even space to ripple. What? It's also the 8th level of the sword domain? Everyone was shocked. How old was Yi Qin? His sword domain had actually reached the 8th level. What was even more inconceivable was that Yi Qin's sword domain seemed to be even more terrifying than the White Bone Sword Emperor's sword domain. The sword Dao contained within it was even purer. It's Sword Yuan. Using Sword Yuan to propel the sword domain is much more terrifying than using True Yuan. At this moment, those who didn't think that Yi Qin could keep the title of Sword Emperor were shaken. With the 8th level of the sword domain propelled by Sword Yuan, it wasn't impossible for Yi Qin to keep the title of Sword Emperor. Damn it. This kid has actually broken through to the 8th level as well. The White Bone Sword Emperor was secretly annoyed. He had no idea that Yi Qin's sword domain was originally only at the 6th level. Even after some improvements, it was only at the peak of the 6th level. However, after reaching the supreme realm of the Way of the Sword, the Heart Sword, Yi Qin's sword domain grew stronger every single day. In the end, it reached the early 8th level in one go. If he had enough time, it would be possible for him to reach the peak of the 8th level. The Heart Sword was the supreme realm of the Way of the Sword. It represented that Yi Qin had already touched upon the final mysteries of the Way of the Sword. Yi Qin used the 7th level of the sword domain in his battle against the gold-clothed emperor. After all, he didn't want to defeat the gold-clothed emperor so easily in front of everyone. Moreover, the gold-clothed emperor would definitely be holding back. Crackle. Their sword domains came into contact with each other, and countless sounds of destruction rang out. The White Bone Sword domain was extremely impressive in terms of defense, while Yi Qin's Green Lotus Sword domain was offensive. As soon as the two collided, it was like lightning striking the ground, erupting with an unprecedented shockwave. Chapter 1265. Crack. Crack. Just as everyone had expected, Yi Qin's Green Lotus Sword realm was powered by Sword Yuan after all, which was much more stable and sharp than the White Bone Sword Emperor's White Bone Sword realm. After a while, the White Bone Sword realm started to crack, and the Green Lotus Sword realm started to seep in. Oomph. The White Bone Sword Emperor snorted and put away his White Bone Sword realm, only using it to protect himself. This way the range would be smaller but the defense would be much stronger. Yi Chen's Green Lotus Sword realm wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Of course there was a downside, which was that Yi Chen's Green Lotus Sword realm had a wide range, which was enough to affect his condition. However, Yi Chen didn't rely on this. He also put away his Green Lotus Sword realm to protect himself. White Bone Sword Emperor, your White Bone Time Sword art is said to be one of the fastest sword arts among quasi-sovereigns. My Death Cleave contains the profound of time and space, which is also very fast. How about we compete? Although Yi Chen wouldn't look down on the White Bone Sword Emperor, he wouldn't think too highly of it either. With the Heart Sword realm, the White Bone Sword Emperor wouldn't be able to threaten him unless he was several times more powerful than the Golden Robed Emperor. As far as he was concerned, the White Bone Sword Emperor was a pretty good sparring partner. He had been training his sword arts on the Three Worlds Mountain, but if he wanted to perfect his sword arts, sparring with powerful opponents was also indispensable. Back then, the Three Worlds Killing Fist was able to shake the world, and it had a lot to do with his experience in battles. Take this. Without giving the opponent a chance to speak, Yi Chen flicked his wrist and performed the Death Cleave. In an instant, a dense net of swords spread out, covering the White Bone Sword Emperor. The Death Cleave contained perfect space profound and 20% time profound. In terms of trajectory it was almost perfect. However, in terms of timing it wasn't perfect. Yi Chen wanted to see how the White Bone Sword Emperor would break this sword. The Golden Robed Emperor couldn't be considered to have broken this sword. It could only be said that the Golden Staff arts were too overbearing. Small tricks. Although he said so, the White Bone Sword Emperor didn't slow down. His sword was a white bone sword with a milky white body and a longer tip than normal swords. In an instant, it was as if countless White Bone Sword Emperors had appeared. Every White Bone Sword Emperor had a different posture, but what was similar was that as he swung his sword again and again, the fine sword net was annihilated in an extremely orderly manner. Indeed, as long as the opponent also has space and time profound, my death cut will have many flaws. This White Bone Sword Emperor easily found the flaws of my death cut and broke them one by one from weak to strong. Yi Chen was not in a hurry and continued to use Death Slash. After a short while, the White Bone Sword Monarch started to feel a bit impatient. His opponent was only using this move over and over again, as if he was just a sparring partner. He also discovered that there were fewer loopholes in Death Cleave, and it was no longer that easy to break through. Have a taste of my White Bone Light Evasion Slash. The White Bone Sword Emperor drew a complete circle with its white bone sword. In the next moment, space-time distorted into a shocking arc. The sword net that Yi Chen had sent out was actually refracted towards Yi Chen himself. Space and time profound is vast and profound. I am not as good as the White Bone Sword Emperor. From this sword attack, Yi Chen could tell that the White Bone Sword Emperor's space-time sword art was indeed one level higher than his, and the opponent had not even used his White Bone Time sword art yet. Clang, clang. Using Death Slash to deal with Death Slash, Yi Chen dealt with it very easily. Two intersecting sword lights suddenly flashed and swept past Yi Chen's neck, tearing a hole in the Green Lotus Sword domain. These two sword lights were a part of the Death Slash that Yi Chen had sent out before. However, the White Bone Sword Emperor had used some unknown method to twist the spacetime and change their trajectory and time sequence, which was why Yi Chen had almost been hit. The older the wiser. In terms of spacetime sword art, Yi Chen is not as good as the White Bone Sword Emperor. I wonder how Yi Chen will deal with the White Bone Time sword art. While the crowd was discussing, the White Bone Sword Emperor finally exploded. He turned into a beam of white light and shot towards Yi Chen. The space flickered incessantly, and each flash would make people want to vomit blood. Because it contained the charm of spacetime disorder, it was impossible to lock onto his exact location. Lose. Beams of white light shot out. These were the sword lights from the White Bone Time sword art. Each sword light actually contained the power of space and time. Ordinary methods would not be able to block them. If one could block the power of space, they would not be able to block the power of time. The overlapping of spacetime was enough to carry out a spacetime dimensional attack. Powerful. This was the first time that Yi Chen had seen such a terrifying spacetime sword art. Compared to it, Death Cleave was indeed much more immature. However, Yi Chen still had the 5-element sword art. In terms of defense, the 5-element sword art was rather terrifying. Almost instantly, Yi Chen was enveloped by the white light sphere that was glowing with a 5-colored halo. The white light sphere formed a world of its own and similarly contained spacetime. It wouldn't be easy for the white bone time sword art to invade it. The sound of bubbles bursting rang out. Countless sword lights penetrated into the white light sphere. However, as the sword lights penetrated deeper, their speed became slower and slower. In the end, they became stagnant and could no longer move. The power is weakening. The white bone sword emperor squinted his eyes. How could he not see that Yi Chen's 5-element sword art was not only very impressive in terms of defense, but it could also weaken the power and transformations of his sword art. 5-element sword art, rise and fall. Sometimes, rise and fall wasn't very useful against enemies that were too strong. This was because he had his own limits. However, if it was used against someone who was similar to him, it would be extremely terrifying. It could weaken the enemy's attack power and transformations. It could be said to be a divine technique. This Yi Chen hid quite a bit of his strength when fighting against me. The gold-robed emperor smiled bitterly. If Yi Chen had used the 8th level of sword domain earlier, he could only take a beating. The white bone sword emperor's expression was very gloomy. He had originally thought that he had a 70% chance of defeating Yi Chen. However, who knew that Yi Chen not only had the 8th level of sword domain, but also had such a powerful defensive sword art. Although his white bone time sword art was impossible to dodge, what could the white bone sword emperor do unless he could break through Yi Chen's defense? Forget it. I've obtained the sovereign's inheritance. In the future I'll have the chance to perfect my sword art. I might even create a new sword art. There's no meaning in hiding it. It'll only make people look down on me. Having made up his mind, the white bone sword emperor's aura suddenly soared. Sword burial art. This sword contained the profound of space-time. It was different from the white bone time sword art. This sword buried time. Of course, it buried the opponent's time. There's actually such a sword art. Yi Chen's blood and qi were boiling. He discovered that no matter what he did, he couldn't use the 5-element sword art. His time seemed to be locked by the opponent's sword art. The older generation really can't be underestimated. These old fellows always hide their strength. If it wasn't related to face, the white bone sword emperor probably wouldn't use this sword art. The purple-robed emperor sighed. The white-robed emperor nodded. Indeed. He was a man of few words. The white bone sword emperor could already see the result of the sword burial art. Unfortunately, white bone sword emperor, you are indeed very powerful. However, this is still not enough. Suddenly, the spacetime around Yi Chen fluctuated. The white bone sword emperor's sword burial art was bounced off. It was as if there was an invisible Yi Chen using the 5-element sword art. Chapter 1266. Heart Sword. The stronger the heart was, the more powerful the sword art would be. The sword burial art could seal Yi Chen's body, but it couldn't seal Yi Chen's heart. Impossible. Less than 10 people under the supremacy realm can block my sword burial art. His spacetime profundity isn't as high as mine, so how could he block it? The white bone sword emperor couldn't believe his eyes. The sword burial art was created based on the essence of supremacy flower burial and his own understanding of spacetime profundity. It could seal the opponent's time in an instant. Of course, his time profundity was only at 20%, so it wasn't absolute. However, Yi Chen's time profundity didn't surpass his. How could he know that Yi Chen had already entered the Heart Sword realm? Under the Heart Sword realm, one might be sealed. But, after reaching the Heart Sword realm, the power of the heart would be unimaginable. Whatever the heart thought, everything would become the truth. The white bone sword emperor's sword burial spell could not lock onto Yi Chen's heart at all, so how could it seal his heart sword? What a terrifying sword burial art. If I hadn't comprehended the Heart Sword realm, I would have suffered a great loss. With the white bone sword emperor as an example, Yi Chen warned himself that he could not underestimate some of the older generation warriors. These people might not be as famous as the young martial geniuses on the list, but they had lived for countless years and more or less had some trump cards. As long as they were given the right opportunity, they would be able to create an extremely powerful martial art after accumulating a lot of experience. Of course, the older generation couldn't be underestimated. Yi Chen wouldn't look down on those on the quasi-venerables ranking. The golden-robed emperor was ranked 24th. This trip to the sovereign Holy Land might have raised his ranking, but it was also possible that his ranking would fall instead. Who knew how much the others had improved? Especially those in the top 10, they had probably already reached the pinnacle of the quasi-venerables realm. My sword art might seem powerful, but it's still immature, especially when compared to the white bone sword emperor. However, I still haven't used omniscient nature. This is the essence of the 5-element sword art. Yi Chen wasn't too sure how strong omniscient nature was. He could only find out by testing it on his opponent. Sword Burial Art. The White Bone Sword Emperor did not believe it and once again used the Sword Burial Art to attack Yi Qin. In his eyes, Yi Qin had a treasure that did not fear time, which was why he did not fear his Sword Burial Art. However, the potential of a treasure was limited, and it could not be used endlessly. There would always be a time when its power was used up. As long as his opponent did not have a treasure, there was nothing to worry about. Twice, 3 times, 5 times, 9 times. Yi Qin didn't counterattack. He was very interested in the sword burial technique. After blocking the sword burial technique time and time again, he was able to slowly understand the true face of the sword burial technique. As long as he could obtain a trace of its essence, even if it wasn't all of it, it would be extremely useful to Yi Qin. He could use this trace of essence to combine it with the martial arts essence of the Three Realms Paragon and his own understanding of the spacetime ultimacy to create a sword technique similar to the sword burial technique. The 13th time. This time, the White Bone Sword Emperor went all out and used the sword burial art at full force. Even the onlookers could see that the space around Yi Qin had started to freeze, and Yi Qin himself seemed to be wrapped in a transparent crystal, completely sealed. In front of him, an incomparably sharp sword light pierced towards him. Clang. However, it was all in vain. Yi Qin did not even move, and the incomparably sharp sword light was directly deflected and turned into nothingness. White Robe Emperor, do you know what kind of technique this is? The Purple Robe Emperor frowned slightly and turned his head to ask the White Robe Emperor. The White Robe Emperor was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "If I guessed correctly, it should be the Heart Sword realm. However, I have never heard of anyone below the Paragon level being able to reach the Heart Sword realm." Yes. The one who spoke was the Cyan Robe Emperor. The Yasha races Yi Jianhuang and the Evil Spirit races Evil Sword Emperor have both reached the Heart Sword realm, the Cyan Robe Emperor continued. Oh. The Purple Robe Emperor's face flashed with surprise. He still trusted the Cyan Robe Emperor's words. The latter never lied and he would not say something he was not sure of. As for the Yi Jianhuang and the Evil Sword Emperor, the Purple Robe Emperor had seen their detailed information. As geniuses of different races, the possibility of them meeting each other was very small. Once they did, it might mean that one side would die. The Yi Jianhuang and the Evil Sword Emperor were naturally not called Yi Jianhuang and the Evil Sword Emperor. They were called Sword Emperors in their respective races, but the human race did not recognize them, so they added a word to each of them. Just like how other races would not recognize Yi Qin's title as Sword Emperor, they might add a word to him, making him the human Sword Emperor. From the information, the Yi Jianhuang and the Evil Sword Emperor were naturally very terrifying. One was ranked 13th on the quasi-venerable list, while the other was ranked 4th. Their reputations were definitely not undeserved. According to the information, the Yi Jianhuang's heavenless great sword art had already reached an extremely terrifying realm. It must be because of the Heart Sword realm that he had such power. As for the Evil Sword Emperor's Evil Sword of Misfortune, only its name was known. No one had ever seen this sword art before. White-robed Emperor, it's been 1,000 years since I've seen you fight. I wonder what level your strength has reached. The war between humans and demons is both terrifying and exciting. That is the most glorious and cruel time. The Purple Robe Emperor clenched his fists tightly. Now was the time for everyone to accumulate power. Whoever improved would be the one laughing at the end, overlooking the starry sky. There were a few more spectators. They were Duguju, Chu Zhongtian, Dantai Mingyue and the others. Yin Qingxian had also come. Without exception, their gazes were all focused on Yi Qin. Everyone's gaze was complicated. Yin Qingxuan's gaze was a little strange. She seemed to be looking at Yi Qin, but at the same time she didn't seem to be looking at him. But in the end she was still looking at him. He's always so dazzling. Isn't he afraid of being burned by his own radiance? Chu Zhongtian sighed. This didn't sound like something he would say. Some people are born to be worshipped. What we can do is perhaps follow behind him and witness his legend. Dantai Mingyue said softly. After the sword burial art failed 13 times in a row, the White Bone Sword Emperor finally gave up. You should have comprehended the Heart Sword realm. But how much of its power can you unleash? The White Bone Sword Emperor could already confirm that Yi Qin had reached the Heart Sword realm. Unfortunately, the Heart Sword realm was the hardest to control. To use it to greatly increase the power of one sword was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Yi Jianhuang was an exception. As for the Evil Sword Emperor's Evil Sword of Misfortune, no one knew what was going on. There's no need for the Heart Sword realm. I have a sword. Please give me some pointers. After obtaining the essence of the Three Realms Sovereign's martial arts, Yi Chen could naturally use the Heart Sword realm to increase the power of his sword. But the White Bone Sword Emperor wasn't worth it. Boundless nature was enough. He relaxed his body and raised his right arm. The Flying Heaven sword was in a straight line with his eyebrows. There was no sound. Yi Chen's sword and hand disappeared, turning into illusory bubbles. In an instant, the entire world became quiet. Time and space seemed to be replaced by a world full of bubbles. In these bubbles, the White Bone Sword Emperor saw his own thoughts, saw himself dodging and resisting. Chi. The White Bone Sword Emperor's body spurted out blood. The blood was so beautiful, intertwining with the bubbles. When the transformation reached the limit, the opponent's inner changes would be absorbed. This sword required a certain amount of soul force. Of course, it also contained a trace of the Heart Sword realm. After all, Yi Chen had already reached this realm. Even if he didn't use it intentionally, it would still leave a trace. Chapter 1267. With one sword, the White Bone Sword Emperor was defeated miserably. The omniscient manifestation didn't contain space-time profound, but the 5 elements profound. Although the 5 elements profound wasn't as illusory and unavoidable as the space-time profound, it was the most complicated. The 5 elements reinforced and restrained each other, circulating endlessly. The 5 elements were the ultimate mutually reinforcing profundities. For example, space-time, yin and yang, light and darkness, as well as the 4 images, were all composed of 2 or 4 kinds of profounds. Only the 5 elements had 5 mutually restraining profundities, which made them the most complicated and unfathomable. The omniscient manifestation contained the 5 elements profound had reached the pinnacle in terms of transformations. Even the White Bone Sword Emperor, who was proficient in space-time profound, couldn't dodge it. Normally, he could distort space-time and easily escape from the attack's range. Unfortunately, his opponent was Yi Chen, a genius with peerless comprehension. It wasn't without reason that the sovereign of the 3 realms chose Yi Chen. If it was someone else, such as the Golden Robe Emperor or the Purple Robe Emperor, although they were talented enough and much stronger than Yi Chen, they couldn't completely inherit the essence of his martial arts. The inheritance of a legendary sovereign wasn't something that just anyone could inherit. What kind of sword art is this? I can't even see it clearly. If you can see it clearly, you'll have a chance to dodge. It's precisely because you can't see it clearly that you can't dodge it. So powerful. In just a few hundred years, he was able to grasp such a terrifying sword art. The Sword Emperor's position is definitely his. In the eyes of the crowd, Yi Chen's sword was extremely frightening. One had to know that at their level, there were very few things that they couldn't see clearly under the sovereign level. And Yi Chen's sword art was precisely what they couldn't see clearly. I wonder if my Huang Jinyuan can block it. The Golden Robe Emperor smiled bitterly. In terms of offensive methods, Yi Chen had left him far behind. Huang Jinyuan was the strongest defensive martial art of the Golden Sovereign, and it could even protect one's soul. However, this sword was extremely extraordinary. With his Huang Jinyuan realm, the chances of him blocking it were not high. He reckoned that he would still be able to find a loophole. White Bone Sword Emperor, use your sword burial art in the upcoming war between humans and demons. Yi Chen didn't plan to do anything to the White Bone Sword Emperor. Defeating it was enough. The White Bone Sword Emperor glanced at Yi Chen, then fled with a dark expression. He found a secluded place and began to heal his wounds. Yi Chen's sword attack had injured him quite a bit. Even if the latter had stopped in time, the reason why he was in such a hurry to heal was because he couldn't afford to lose face. It would be a lie to say that he didn't hate Yi Chen, but he also knew that whoever's fist was bigger would be the truth. Sword burial art, what an amazing sword art. Yi Chen rejoiced in his heart. The White Bone Sword Emperor had given him a lot of inspiration, especially the sword burial art. After a round of fighting, Yi Chen had already grasped 50% of the essence of the sword burial art. With this, he could easily create another sword burial art. The martial arts in the world were as vast as the sea of stars. There was no martial art that was truly invincible, unless it surpassed the others. Therefore, an additional unique sword art meant an additional method. For example, the omniscient nature might seem powerful, but if the opponent was equally powerful in transformation, the omniscient nature's use would be limited. At that time, the sword burial art would be more useful than the omniscient nature and vice versa. The exit of the sovereign's sacred ground is open. At this moment, a whirlpool in the air started to spin. This was the exit of the sovereign's sacred ground. Let's go. This time, I must enter seclusion for a few thousand years to digest the inheritance. There were many inheritances in the sovereign's sacred ground. When the time was right, even if one's strength was insufficient, they could still obtain the inheritance. In just a short while, there were only a few people left in the sovereign sacred ground. Yichen, I hope that we can meet again in the human-devil battlefield in the future. Duguju left. Just like his character, he would never say a word more. Flowers bloom and wilt. Every time we meet, you always bring me a shock. I believe the next time will be no exception. Dantai Mingyue smiled faintly. She was like a bright moon, entering the whirlpool. Dantai Mingyue was an ethereal girl. As time passed, she became more and more similar to Yan Qingxian in certain aspects. They were both so ethereal. Perhaps they were the same person in their previous life, but in this life, they had become two different people, experiencing two different lives. This battle was very exciting. It also let me see a glorious tomorrow. Chu Zhongtian's eyes were full of longing and battle intent. He was different from others. Others pursued the peak of strength, but he also pursued strength in battle. Therefore he would not be discouraged. Although the result was important, the process was the most exciting. One by one they left. In the end, only the golden-robed emperor was left. Yichen, where are you going? Seclusion? The golden-robed emperor asked. Yichen nodded. It's time. The essence of the Three Realms Supreme's martial arts was like boiling water, rolling around in his mind. If he didn't go into seclusion now, he would waste a lot of inspiration. Me too. The golden-robed emperor nodded and smiled. How about this, 500 years? After 500 years, if you all come out, we will meet at the White Tiger Starfield's Horizon Star. The Horizon planet was a relatively famous level 7 life planet in the White Tiger Starfield. Many people liked to gather on the Horizon planet because there were countless beautiful sceneries on the planet. Okay, see you in 500 years. 500 years should be enough. If even 500 years was not enough, then even 10,000 years would be too little. After all, there was a limit to the Quasi-Supreme. After leaving the Supreme Holy Land, the three returned to Planet Flame. Now, the entire Planet Flame belonged to Yichen. Although Flame Star was only a level 3 planet, it was not small. There were many places suitable for cultivation and seclusion. Of course, Su Jing would not go into seclusion on Planet Flame. Only in the Dragon Clan could she make full progress. After staying on Planet Flame for a while, Su Jing returned to Planet Azure Dragon. Your foundation is too weak. In the following time, besides digesting the inheritance, don't forget to build your foundation. Hand in hand, Yichen and Murong Qingqing walked on a path covered with fireworks. This was Flame Star's most famous fire path. Now it was monopolized by Yichen. Only those with his permission could enter. Yeah, I know. But you don't need to worry. Rose Supreme's inheritance is very special. It pays great attention to the foundation. Murong Qingqing nodded and walked hand in hand with Yichen on the fire path. She felt very peaceful. However, if she wanted to accompany Yichen to the peak, a peaceful life was impossible. For her, this moment was like an eternity. In the beginning, Yichen's seclusion frequency was very high. After coming out, he would immediately practice sword arts and then go back to seclusion. As the Three Realms Supreme's martial arts became more and more profound, Yichen's seclusion time grew longer and longer. The longest time he stayed was 30 years, and the longest time he came out was no more than a month. As for his parents and family, Yichen no longer had to worry about them. Not long ago, the upper echelons of the human race sent an envoy and gave Yichen a jade box. Inside the jade box were 2 life and death fruits. After taking the fruits, his parents smoothly broke through to life and death realm, increasing their lifespan to 100,000 years. As for his younger siblings, they had also broken through to life and death realm a long time ago. Without any worries, Yichen had nothing else to worry about, so he threw himself into training wholeheartedly. Chapter 1268. In the blink of an eye, 50 years had passed. Yichen's foundation had become more and more stable, and his cultivation base had reached late 8th layer. His body contained boundless sword yuan. At the 8th layer, every small realm required a large amount of accumulation. If one's foundation was weak, it would be difficult to continue breaking through. One had to settle down and train hard. 150 years ago, because Yichen had forcibly helped Murong Qingqing break through to the 8th layer, Murong Qingqing's foundation was not very stable. She was still at early 8th layer. However, according to Murong Qingqing, she would be able to break through soon. Presumably, Rose Supreme's inheritance had brought her a lot of benefits. Yichen's seclusion was not in a city, but in one of Flame Star's danger zones, Flame Ocean Forest. The Flame Sea Forest was a mystical place. The trees here were all spirit trees, and they were all fire attribute spirit trees. Every now and then these trees would burn. Countless trees would burn, and it would look like a burning sea of fire. This was how the Flame Sea Forest got its name. In the center of Flame Ocean Forest, the burning trees suddenly froze. Then, the flames instantly extinguished and the trees immediately withered. Although my sword burial art is different from White Bone Sword Emperor's, its profoundness should be several times stronger than his. Just now, Yi Qin had only released the sword aura of sword burial art. He didn't actually practice sword arts. Otherwise, the entire Flame Ocean Forest might have disappeared. With Yi Qin's current strength, he could also cause great damage to life planets. But, Supreme could destroy life planets. However, the true sword burial art requires the scene of falling petals to be considered to have reached the next level. The upper echelon of the human race didn't just send over 2 life and death fruits, they also sent over a peerless martial art manual. There were countless peerless martial arts recorded in it, and each peerless martial art had either a detailed or simple introduction. The sword burial art was one of the peerless sword arts, and its creator was Paragon Flower Burial. As for the 3 realms killing fist, it was naturally recorded in it as well. Flower burial, sword burial. Yi Qin carefully comprehended. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years passed. Yi Qin, do you dare to fight? On this day, a loud roar reverberated throughout the entirety of Planet Flame. A ripple appeared in space-time. Another person has come to challenge Master. In Sparkle City, a young man raised his head. He was one of the top 4 disciples of Yi Qin Yen Jianhui. In the past hundreds of years, he had already reached the 7th sky of life and death realm. Among the human geniuses, he was not that outstanding, but he was not bad either. Ever since Master became the Sword Queen, a Sword Dao Emperor has come to challenge him every 10 years. I wonder what kind of big shot it will be this time. Dong Fangbai smiled. Among the 4 disciples of Yi Qin, Leng Xinghan had been wandering outside all year round and rarely came back. Huang Sume was married, so she rarely came back. The last time she came back, it was to visit Yi Qin with her husband. Only Dong Fangbai and Yen Jianhui spent most of their time on the Flame Star. Occasionally they would go out. It's finally here. I hope the opponent this time is a bit stronger and can give me some inspiration. In Flame Forest, Yi Qin's figure flickered as he flew toward the source of the voice. In the void near the Flame Star, a tall and sturdy middle-aged man with a huge sword on his back stood there. As he opened his eyes, sword light shot out in all directions, making him look like a peerless, ominous sword. Fierce Sword Emperor, 50,000 years old. He was once a Sword Dao Emperor on the quasi-sovereign list. Swish. A blue figure suddenly appeared. It was indeed Yi Qin. You are Yi Qin? Fierce Sword Emperor sized up Yi Qin. Indeed you are? Yi Qin nodded inwardly. From the other's temperament, he should be an expert. Although he was not as good as White Bone Sword Emperor, he should not be too boring. Yaning, but people usually call me Fierce Sword Emperor. Ferocious Sword Emperor's expression turned serious. He could sense an intense danger from Yi Qin's body. Make your move. Yi Qin stood with his hands behind his back. Then you have to be careful. Fierce Sword Emperor pulled out the huge sword on his back, and the sword aura on his body continued to rise. Because the sword aura was too powerful, all the life and death kings within billions of li could feel it. What? It's still rising? The evil Sword Emperor's sword aura seemed to be endless. Even after 15 minutes he was still climbing, which made all the life and death realm warriors watching the battle on the planet dumbfounded. They couldn't help but worry for Yi Qin. It seems to be a Sword Dao secret art? Yi Qin remained unmoved, allowing Fierce Sword Emperor to increase his sword aura. According to his speculation, the reason why Fierce Sword Emperor's sword aura could rise for such a long time was because he cultivated a Sword Dao secret art that could increase sword aura. After a quarter of an hour, Fierce Sword Emperor's sword aura reached its peak. At this moment, several hundred li around him seemed to have turned into a pitch-black tornado. It was a sword aura, an extremely ferocious and violent sword aura. Although you didn't interrupt my sword aura, I'm not going to be lenient. Fierce Sword Emperor didn't have much confidence before, but now he was much more confident. Whatever tricks you have, just use them all. Yi Qin said indifferently. I hope you can remain this calm from now on. Go. With a roar, Fierce Sword Emperor charged toward Yi Qin along with his sword. When he was still several thousand li away from Yi Qin, Fierce Sword Emperor furiously slashed out. The ghostly wails and wolf-like howls rang out. Even though they were very far away, it still made the life and death kings on the Flame Star tremble with fear. Dong Fangbai and Yen Jianhui exchanged a glance, their eyes also filled with fear. What kind of sword art was this? How could it be so frightening? Oh, it contains life and death profound. Yi Chen could tell with a single glance that Fierce Sword Emperor's sword art contained life and death profound. Once the life and death profound was perfected, the martial skill created would also be a supreme martial skill, and an extremely frightening one at that. If the enemy's spirit was weak and their will was weak, they wouldn't even need to fight before their fighting spirit would be directly destroyed. Unfortunately, it's useless for me. I don't intend to study life and death profound at the moment. A person's energy was limited. Once Yi Chen completely digested the essence of the Three Realms Supreme's martial skills, he would perhaps study life and death profound martial skills, but not now. Your luck is not bad. Have a taste of sword burial art. In the past 60 years, Yi Chen had never used sword burial art. This was the first time. Raising his right hand's index and middle fingers, Yi Chen pointed at Fierce Sword Emperor. The wind stopped, and so did Fierce Sword Emperor's sword aura. 1, 2, several petals fell from the void, looking so beautiful and sorrowful. Fierce Sword Emperor's eyes were filled with disbelief as if someone had grabbed his neck. Even after Yi Chen left, Fierce Sword Emperor still had lingering fear. This sword was countless times more frightening than his fierce sword. At that moment he even had the thought of suicide. Frightening Sword Emperor. Deeply looking at the place where Yi Chen disappeared, Fierce Sword Emperor turned around and flew away. In this life he didn't intend to challenge Yi Chen anymore. The title of Sword Emperor could be taken by anyone, and it had nothing to do with him. Chapter 1269. When using the burial sword art, the more petals there were, the more profound the burial sword art was. According to the records, when Supreme Burial Flower used the burial sword art, there were hundreds of petals. Yi Chen naturally couldn't compare to Supreme Burial Flower. When he used the burial sword art, there were only 4 or 5 petals. However, this was already very frightening. Back then, the White Bone Sword Emperor's burial sword art was far inferior to Yi Chen's, and could only be considered superficial. Time flew by and 40 years passed in the blink of an eye. 5-element sword arts are broad and profound. Before, my foundation was not enough, and the 5-element sword arts I created were very immature. Now that I have the essence of the Three Realms Supreme's martial skills, it's enough to greatly improve the 5-element sword arts. Be it in terms of profoundness or power, the burial sword art had already far surpassed the 5-element sword arts. Yi Chen naturally couldn't favor one over the other. He wanted to make the 5-element sword art into an even more powerful sword art, a super sword art that focused both offense and defense. First was a defensive sword art. Yi Chen was prepared to fuse the rise and fall sword art into this defensive sword art. After all, although rise and fall sword art was exquisite, it could only weaken the enemy's attack. In terms of defense, it was still quite lacking. If he could fuse it with a defensive sword art, weakening while defending, it would undoubtedly make the enemy despair. Of course, the prerequisite was to first create a defensive sword art and then fuse it. Qingxian, come and attack me. In the starry sky far away from Planet Flame, Yi Chen and Yan Qingxian faced each other. Yan Qingshuan's visit was something Yi Chen didn't expect, even though she only came to see Yan Fengfeng and the disciples of the mysterious sect. At this time, Yi Chen had just created a 5-elements defensive sword art. With Yan Qingshuan's strength, it couldn't be better for her to test out a defensive sword art. Alright. Yan Qingxian nodded. For the first attack, Yan Qingxian used a palm art. The palm art was ethereal and swift, containing the profound of yin and yang. However, the moment this palm technique came into contact with Yi Chen's defensive sword technique, it immediately collapsed. For the second attack, Yan Qingxian didn't use a normal martial art. Instead, it was a sealing martial art. This sealing martial art was called Yin-Yang Destruction Mirror. Yi Chen felt the time and space around him change. In the next second he appeared in a black and white world. The black and white air flowed continuously and eventually turned into a Tai Chi. From the outside, it looked like a yin-yang mirror had appeared in the starry sky. Bang! The yin-yang mirror shattered and disappeared. Amazing, first sealing the enemy, then annihilating the enemy along with the seal. How could Yi Chen not see through the profoundness of this move? If it were an ordinary person they wouldn't be able to do anything. However, the 5-elements defensive sword art could defend against it. Yan Qingxian couldn't instantly seal Yi Chen, so she could only seal the time and space where Yi Chen was. Therefore Yi Chen could still use sword arts. Seeing that even the yin-yang destruction mirror couldn't break Yi Chen's defensive sword art, Yan Qingxian knew that she had to use her true power. In these 100 years after leaving the Supreme Sacred Land, she had already digested a portion of Old Man Heaven's will's martial essence. The remaining ones were more profound and she couldn't digest them with her current realm. She could only leave them for later. This life and death heaven will palm of mine took me 100 years to create. Be careful. Besides the yin and yang profound, Yen Qingxian was also proficient in life and death profound. Life and death heaven will palm? Yichen looked pensive. Swoosh. It was only a single movement, but Yen Qingxuan's entire aura had changed completely. Her life force was vibrating intensely, dropping to the lowest point one moment and then rising to the highest point the next. There was a kind of unpredictable aura of life and death. Besides that, Yichen also sensed a familiar power. That was heart power. He didn't expect Yen Qingxian to have comprehended heart power. Old Man Heaven's will capturing hand was similar to Paragon of Three Realms killing fist. They both contained heart power. The difference was that Paragon of Three Realms had completely integrated heart power into his fist art, increasing its power. As for Old Man Heaven's will, he used his heart to replace Heaven's heart, increasing his technique. Swoosh, swoosh. Before Yen Qingxian waved her palm, there were already 2 palm winds flying towards Yi Chen. These palm winds were extremely powerful and contained the power of life and death. A barren planet nearby was merely brushed by the palm winds, and it immediately turned into dust as though it had been eroded by the wind. An even further broken planet suddenly erupted with boundless vitality, and when the vitality reached the limit, it exploded violently. Extreme life was death. Extreme death was nothingness. As for Yi Chen's 5-element sword art, there was an imperceptible pause. It seems like I have to go all out. Yi Chen had never underestimated Yen Qingxian. In Elysium, she didn't put all her focus on martial arts and was involved in many aspects. One should know that a person's energy was limited, and it was impossible to be number one in all aspects. However, there were benefits to being involved in too many aspects, and that was comprehending by analogy. Now it was time for Yen Qingxian to explode. Her improvement speed even shocked Yi Chen. Go! Accumulating her palm to the limit, Yen Qingxian slowly struck out with her right hand. Hoo. The overlapping palm winds were either real or fake and they covered the sky and covered Yi Chen. It was impossible for Yi Chen to dodge them. Of course he didn't need to dodge them. This time he was testing the defense of 5-element sword art. Life and death were similar to the rise and fall of times. 5-element sword art started to become unstable. Occasionally the palm winds would suddenly erupt, and it was impossible to grasp its pattern. In the end, Yi Chen's 5-element sword art collapsed. Of course, Yen Qingxuan's life and death heavens will palm had reached its limit, and it could only push Yi Chen thousands of miles away. In terms of using heart power, Yen Qingxian was still not as good as Yi Chen. Otherwise, she wouldn't have pushed Yi Chen thousands of miles away. She would have been able to hurt Yi Chen more or less. Congratulations. In the future war between humans and demons, I hope we can fight together. Yi Chen smiled and flew over. Of course. Yen Qingxian nodded. After staying in Flame Star for a year, Yen Qingxian left. During this year, Yi Chen had completely perfected 5-element sword art. What he needed to do next was to fuse the 5-element sword art and rise and fall of 5-element sword art together to create a more ultimate 5-element sword art. Yi Chen had a premonition that this would be a huge project, and it would be many times more difficult than the sword burial art. But once it was created, Yi Chen's overall strength would skyrocket. 30 years passed. 80 years passed. In the blink of an eye, 200 years had passed since he left Supreme Sacred Land. Too difficult. I haven't even reached half of it. The difficulty of fusing the 5-element sword art and rise and fall of 5-element sword art was beyond Yi Chen's imagination. The 5-element profoundness contained in the 5-element sword art was very stable, but the 5-element profoundness contained in the rise and fall of 5-element sword art focused on changes in levels. The two couldn't be reconciled to a certain extent. If Yi Chen didn't have the martial arts essence of the Three Realms Paragon, he would have given up long ago. Chapter 1270. When he couldn't figure it out, Yi Chen would practice other sword arts. In these 80 years, the sword burial art had risen from 4 or 5 petals to over a dozen petals. And in terms of variations, Yi Chen could instantly slash out 999,990 swords, making boundless phenomenon even more unfathomable. As for Death Cleave, Yi Chen had gone through over 100 modifications and had erased over 3,000 flaws. As for how many flaws there were, Yi Chen didn't know. All he knew was that as his sword art boundary rose, he would see more and more flaws. This wasn't the beginning nor was it the end. Fused sword arts, sword burial art, boundless phenomenon, Death Cleave, and 5-element slash. 5 different sword arts were perfected one after another. Faintly, Yi Chen could already see the road to becoming a supreme being. Demon region, God-blessed planet. God-blessed planet was a life planet that the high-level demons bestowed upon the God-blessed queen. It wasn't originally called God-blessed planet, but that wasn't important. What was important was that it was now called God-blessed planet. The God-blessed queen was no longer the God-blessed queen, but the God-blessed empress. Ever since she left the land of divinity and demons, she had already defeated numerous quasi-exalts of the demons. Her reputation had skyrocketed, and she was one of the 5 young quasi-exalts of the demons. She was ranked second on the quasi-exalt ranking, the celestial demon sovereign ranked 5th, the 4-winged dragon sovereign ranked 12th, the wolf sovereign ranked 12th, and the heaven-swallowing demon sovereign ranked 18th. However, she wasn't satisfied with her current achievements. She was well aware that Yi Chen's progress wouldn't be any slower than hers. In the high-level hunting grounds, the impression that Yi Chen gave her was far too deep. If she didn't defeat him, she would never be able to erase it. Vast and boundless golden wings spread out. With a gentle flap, the God-blessed empress instantly vanished from God-blessed planet. Heaven-swallowing star. The high-level demons bestowed this life planet to the heaven-swallowing demon sovereign. On this day, endless darkness covered most of heaven-swallowing star, causing the countless demons on heaven-swallowing star to fall into an unprecedented panic. Some demon kings who hadn't seen the world even thought that the demon sovereign had arrived. God bless Empress, what do you mean? A loud roar pierced through the 9 heavens. Next, a figure shot out from the largest city of the heaven-swallowing star. At first it was just a black dot, but very quickly the black dot turned into a giant that was 100,000 miles in size. His belly was especially big and his eyes were like the sun and moon. His roar was like thunder, and there was an iron ring on each of his earlobes. Heaven-devouring demon monarch, it's nothing much. I just want to exchange a few moves with you. The clear and melodious voice was devoid of any emotion. Since you're overestimating yourself, I'll fulfill your wish. Follow me to the heaven-devouring ruins. The heaven-devouring ruins was a ruin tens of billions of miles away from the heaven-devouring planet, and it was also under the control of the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor. The commotion caused by the battle between the two was too great, and only the heaven-devouring ruins was suitable as a battlefield. With a teleportation, the two arrived at the heaven-devouring ruins. Withdrawing her wings, the God-bless Empress stood on a piece of floating debris. The aura on her body was vast and sacred. She did not look like someone from the demons at all, but more like a messenger from God. Meanwhile, the heaven-devouring demon monarch did not shrink his body size, and he still maintained the size of 100,000 miles. His title was the heaven-devouring demon monarch. The bigger his body size, the more advantage he had. God bless Empress, it has only been 200 years, and you can't help but challenge me. It seems like the consecutive victories have clouded your intelligence. Don't forget that I've even fought with the wolf monarch before. The wolf monarch that he spoke of was the wolf monarch ranked 12th on the quasi-venerable list. He was definitely a ruthless character. The stronger you are, the happier I'll be. Enough with the nonsense. Let's fight. The God-bless Empress did not have the time to waste with the heaven-devouring demon monarch. What she wanted was a battle. She wanted the comprehension and experience that the battle would bring. Martial arts that had not been tempered could only be seen and not used. The golden wings spread out again. This time, the wings did not extend to the horizon, and only expanded to about 100 meters. Together with her slender and graceful body, she looked like a goddess. She put her hands together, and circles of golden rings of light rushed out. These golden rings of light were like ripples, expanding continuously. When they got close to the heaven-devouring demon monarch, they had already enveloped the sky and the ground. Heaven-devouring roar. The heaven-devouring demon monarch took a deep breath. This breath was very intense, and even the golden rings of light wavered. Tornadoes were sucked into the heaven-devouring demon monarch's mouth. At the next moment, the heaven-devouring demon monarch's face flushed red, and he let out a deafening roar. The golden rings of light shattered inch by inch. Heaven-devouring demon monarch, have a taste of the light and darkness fist that I've prepared for you. The golden wings on her back flapped, and the God-bless Empress's speed instantly reached the speed of light. She disdained teleportation. Although teleportation was faster than the speed of light, it couldn't increase her might. At their level, teleportation was useless at times. What was needed was a fair and square attack. Like an aurora cutting across the starry sky, the God-bless Empress punched out. This punch wasn't dazzling, but it wasn't dim either. It was maintained at a perfect balance, as if the purest light and the purest darkness were fused together. Heaven-devouring earth. The heaven-devouring demon monarch felt an unprecedented threat. The light and darkness fist from the God Bless Empress wasn't particularly flashy, but it was undoubtedly very close to the truth of the world. The four ultimacies of earth, water, fire, and wind were operating, and the heaven-devouring demon monarch performed his ultimate move, heaven-devouring earth. A small black hole appeared. No matter how small a black hole was, it was still a black hole. To a certain extent, this was the technique of an honorable. The heaven-devouring demon monarch attempted to devour the God Bless Empress. As for her life and death, he wasn't concerned because he couldn't control this move himself. Without a sound, the God Bless Empress disappeared into the black hole and into the heaven-devouring demon monarch's stomach. God Bless Empress, you shouldn't have challenged me. What a pity. The heaven-devouring demon monarch shook his head secretly. There weren't many among the younger generation of the demons who dared to challenge him because they knew how terrifying his heaven-devouring earth was. Heaven-devouring demon monarch, aren't you celebrating too early? At this moment, the back of the heaven-devouring demon monarch exploded all of a sudden. Blood rained down while the God Bless Empress dashed out. You actually broke through my heaven-devouring earth? The heaven-devouring demon monarch turned his head slowly with a look of disbelief. After defeating the heaven-devouring demon monarch, the God Bless Empress' reputation among the demons grew. Some even secretly believed that the God Bless Empress would become one of the strongest people in the history of the Dark Goddess bloodline. She would become the right-hand man of the great Demon King bloodline. Yi Qin, don't make me feel bored. On the God Bless planet, the God Bless Empress looked in the direction of the four major life star zones. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, there were only 150 years left until the 500-year deadline. 5-element sword art will decline after reaching its peak. Inside a barren life star, Yi Qin danced his sword art in a frenzy. As his sword art danced, the energy of the life star continued to collapse and weaken. With a boom, the huge life star exploded. Once the violent shock waves got close to Yi Qin, they would be weakened to 100th or 1,000th of their original strength. Chapter 1271. Not only did Zenith Decline contain a powerful defense, but it was also more than 10 times stronger than Zenith Decline in terms of weakening external attacks. However, there was always a loss. Apart from weakening external attacks, Zenith Decline could also strengthen the power of one-sword technique. Zenith Decline did not have this effect. It was extremely extreme. However, for Yi Qin, what he truly needed was Peak Decline. Peak Decline was a bit weak, but the weakening wasn't too severe, and the strengthening of his sword arts wasn't too powerful either. Average development meant mediocrity, so he might as well focus on one point. With Peak Decline, Yi Qin could be considered an ultimate sword artist among quasi-sovereigns. He could both attack and defend and had no weaknesses. Combined with Heart Sword Realm, even a desolate life planet couldn't bear it. It should be known that the range of Peak Decline was not fixed, and completely depended on Yi Qin's will. When it was small, he only needed to protect himself. When it was large, it could cover a radius of 10 million li. Once one entered this range, it would already be good if the enemy could display even half of their strength. At the border of Black Tortoise Star Field and White Tiger Star Field, there was a huge floating meteorite. 2 figures were sitting on it playing chess. True Marshal Supreme, I didn't expect you to dare come. Admirable. The person on the opposite side raised his head. It was the number 1 Supreme of the demons, Sky Demon Sovereign. At this moment, the two didn't emit any supreme aura, and looked like 2 ordinary kings. True Marshal Supreme placed a white chess piece and said indifferently, "Why not? Aren't you afraid that I'll set a trap to kill you?" The Sky Demon Sovereign had 2 divine artifacts. One was the Sky Demon Sacred Armor, and the other was the Bloodlust Spear. The divine artifacts were refined from the fusion of Paragon weapons with divine stones. They were many times more powerful than Paragon weapons, and the True Martial Sovereign only had the True Martial Divine Gen. Celestial Demon Sovereign was confident that he could kill Supreme True Martial in a protracted battle. Of course, it had to be a protracted battle, so if he wanted to kill Supreme True Martial, he had to set up a formation to trap him. True Martial Supreme smiled, "You can try." With that, his right hand stretched forward and the white chess piece fell. Sky Demon Sovereign sized up True Martial Supreme's wrist, his eyes suddenly squinted and he laughed heartily. As expected of Supreme Martial Sage, he was able to find a sacred artifact in just a few hundred years. Impressive. Previously, Celestial Demon Sovereign didn't pay attention to it. But just now, when Supreme True Martial was playing chess, part of his wrist was exposed, revealing the golden scales. With Celestial Demon Sovereign's eyesight, he could tell at a glance that the scales contained the power of a saint artifact. The power of a saint artifact was very special, so it couldn't be forged. How could it be that easy to obtain a saint tool? This is just a defective one. Of course, I am still very confident in its might. How about we have a spar? Supreme True Marshal's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Celestial Archdevil stared fixedly at Supreme True Marshal. Initially he wanted to probe Supreme True Marshal, but now that Supreme True Marshal said he wanted to spar, he hesitated. The demons had always been paranoid, even after becoming a Supreme. Celestial Archdevil waved his hand. This time, I'm not looking for you for anything else, it's about the Azura world. Azura world? Supreme True Marshal's brows creased. The Azura world was not a world of life. According to the records, it was an arena created by the Azura god. In the Azura world, every time one won a battle, they would be rewarded with a drop of Azura spring water. The Azura spring water contained a mysterious substance that could help a quasi-venerable step into the 9th layer of life and death realm, which was also the supremacy realm. The more Azura spring water one had, the higher the success rate. You want to open Azura world? Supreme True Marshal looked at Celestial Demon Sovereign. Right, it's about time. Give me an explanation. In truth, Supreme True Marshal didn't want to open the Azura world. No one knew when it started, but the devil race and the human race each controlled a yin-yang Azura stone. Only when the yin-yang Azura stone was combined could the Azura world be opened. It had been 100,000 years since the last time the Azura world was opened, and the consequence was that more than half of the human race's geniuses died. Celestial Demon Sovereign smiled. Within 500 years, don't you think this explanation is enough? Supreme True Marshal said, You think I'll believe you? You have no choice but to believe me. Supreme Golden Buddha hasn't recovered yet, right? So what? It was just a small war. We, the demons, have been able to suppress you humans for so many years. We didn't rely on a few advantages. You should know this yourself. Seeing that Supreme True Marshal was silent, Celestial Demon Sovereign continued, Opening Azura world is beneficial to both of us. I'll give you some time to consider, but I hope it won't take too long. Celestial Demon Sovereign stood up, ready to leave. Supreme True Marshal didn't stand up to send him off. All of a sudden, a long spear appeared in Celestial Demon Sovereign's hand and he thrust it at Supreme True Marshal. The spear was so fast that even time and space vanished in the face of this spear. Ding! Supreme True Marshal was sent flying backward. Celestial Demon Sovereign, what are you trying to do? Supreme True Marshal bellowed. Just kidding. Celestial Demon Sovereign smirked, but in his heart he thought, it really is a sage-level inner armor. The power of the bloodlust spear can't penetrate it. Forget it, now is not the time to fight. Let's open Azura world first. As he spoke, Celestial Demon Sovereign's body flickered and disappeared without a trace. Supreme True Marshal's face darkened as he touched the place where he was hit. He stood in the starry sky and pondered for a long time. After an unknown period of time, Supreme True Marshal turned around and disappeared. He's not injured. Looks like it's a sage-level inner armor. In the starry sky, a faintly discernible voice came from a black chess piece floating in the sky. Then the black chess piece exploded and turned into nothingness. True Marshal Star, True Marshal Grand Hall. Supreme True Marshal's figure appeared in the inner chamber of the True Marshal Grand Hall. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Supreme True Marshal's face was pale. Such a domineering bloodlust spear. The Royal Carp inner armor can only block 90% of its power. In fact, Supreme True Marshal did not lie to Celestial Demon Sovereign. The sage-level inner armor he wore was indeed a defective one. The reason why he suggested a spar was because he wanted to make use of Celestial Demon Sovereign's suspicious nature to deter him from acting rashly. As for the last spear attack, Supreme True Marshal had already anticipated it. Celestial Demon Sovereign was a suspicious person and would definitely probe the opponent. However, Supreme True Marshal did not expect the spear to be so fast. It seemed like Celestial Demon Sovereign had unearthed more of the bloodlust spear's potential. The demons are ambitious. It's not a good time to fight in the near future. I can only open Azura world. Supreme Jianghu sighed. It was said that the human race had amazing geniuses, but who knew that the human race had always been walking on a tightrope? Once there was a shortage of talents, the human race would be completely suppressed by the demon race. Since ancient times, the human race might have had the upper hand, but they had never had the absolute upper hand. Azura world might be an opportunity. I hope I'm not digging my own grave. Chapter 1272. Yichen didn't manage to enter seclusion for 500 years. On the 360th year, Azura world opened. Let's experience the legendary Azura world. On this day, Yichen brought Murong Qingqing to Spirit Realm. Spirit Realm was the life starfield where old ancestor Wuling resided. It was only 1/20th the size of White Tiger Starfield. Unfortunately, Azura world was right next to Spirit Realm. As far as the eye could see, a bronze gate over 100 billion li tall towered in the starry sky. Compared to it, life planets were minuscule, and ordinary planets were like specks of dust. The bronze gate was covered in rust. The gate had already opened, revealing a crimson whirlpool. So this is Azura Gate. So huge. I didn't expect to see Azura Gate enter Azura world. This life has not been in vain. It's said that one can obtain a drop of Azura Spring for every win in Azura world. I'm not here to look. With the Azura Spring, I'll have a chance to become a sovereign in the future. As soon as Azura world opened, an endless stream of 8th layer life and death heavenly kings rushed over. Demon race, human race, evil spirit race, Yaksha race, giant race, barbarian race, spirit race. The 8th layer life and death heavenly kings of every major race in the universe rushed over. Among them were newbies, who had just entered the 8th layer, as well as quasi-sovereigns who had lingered at the peak for tens of thousands of years. The former came to broaden their horizons, but there was no lack of ambitious people who wanted to win a few battles and obtain a few drops of Azura Spring to build a foundation for the future. The latter, on the other hand, wanted to break through the limit of one's lifespan and become a sovereign. There were simply too many old monsters who had stopped at the peak of quasi-sovereign realm. Nobody wanted to die, and there were only two ways to stay alive. One was to obtain a treasure that could increase one's lifespan, and the other was to break through to the 9th layer and become a sovereign. Compared to the former, the latter was undoubtedly more attractive. After all, treasures that could increase one's lifespan were too hard to find. It could be said that all the old monsters couldn't help but rush over. Whether the youngsters on the quasi-sovereign list could withstand the impact of the old monsters was still unknown. Swish, swish, swish. One figure after another entered the bronze gate like moths flying into a flame. There are so many people. Looking at the sea of people outside the bronze gate, Murong Qingqing frowned. The Azura Spring water is something that can only be found by luck. No one will give it up. As for the Azura Spring water, Yichen was also determined to obtain it. After 360 years of cultivation, his cultivation base had long reached the peak of life and death realm, and his foundation was extremely solid. Without any external help, he was confident that he could become a supreme expert within 1,000 years. If he could obtain enough Azura Spring water, the time would be greatly reduced. It should be known that the greatest use of Azura Spring water was to improve one's foundation. The Jade Spirit Emperor is here. What a powerful aura. A voice suddenly came from the crowd. Yichen looked over. Unbeknownst to him, a few young men had appeared hundreds of thousands of miles away. The young man in the lead had a tall and straight posture. The corners of his body were very hard, as if they had been carved by knives and axes. Jade Spirit Emperor, ranked 9th on the quasi-venerable list, a super genius of the spirit race. Let's go in first. Yichen said to Murong Qingqing. Yes. Murong Qingqing nodded. Shwa. The two shot toward the crimson whirlpool in the bronze gate. Interesting. Sizing up Yichen's back, the corner of Jade Spirit Emperor's mouth curved into a smile. Jade Spirit Emperor, this time, it's time for you to prove yourself. The young man beside Jade Spirit Emperor said respectfully. Don't look down on others. The world is so big and no one can guarantee that they will always be number one. Jade Spirit Emperor stood with his hands clasped behind his back and said indifferently. Another young man said, Your Jade Soul True Body has already reached the 7th layer. Apart from a few people, I'm afraid the others won't even be able to harm a hair of yours. Jade Soul True Body was one of the 3 great body refining martial skills of the spirit race. It was a lot weaker than the 9th Golden Body, but it still couldn't be underestimated. When cultivated to the extreme, even a black hole would find it hard to destroy it. You'll know when the time comes. Jade Spirit Emperor didn't put the young man's words in his heart. How could a frog at the bottom of a well see the brilliance of the outside world? As time passed, more and more 8th layer life and death heavenly kings arrived. 3 groups of demons arrived. The first group was led by a young man with a wolf's head and a human's body. The second group was led by God-blessed queen, and the third group was led by a black-haired young man with a frightening aura. The young man from the evil spirit race with the huge cross-shaped sword on his back left a very deep impression. His gaze swept across the crowd and no one dared to meet his eyes. It was as if his gaze could not only see through everyone's secrets, but even their fates. A black-cloaked young sword emperor appeared from the Wuxia race. He was a young golden giant of the giant race, a two-headed four-armed giant. Apart from the frightening young quasi-sovereigns, some old monsters were even more astonishing. Nobody knew how so many old monsters existed. Some of them were even rumored to be dead. For example, the sobbing blood old man of the evil spirit race was said to have lived for a whole 120,000 years. The old guys are coming out one after another. That's good too. My sword burial art just happens to be lacking a sacrificial offering. The white bone sword emperor looked at an old guy who had become famous before him and sneered. In the past 360 years, he had cultivated the sword burial art to a higher level. He could already create the scene of falling flower petals. Apart from this, his white bone light slash and white bone time sword arts had also reached a new level. He was confident that he could defeat Yi Chen with one sword strike. Passing through the crimson whirlpool, Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing arrived at an incomparably vast arena. The boundaries of this arena couldn't be seen, and its boundless aura was enough to make any arrogant person calm down. Before the power of gods, mortals could only lower their heads. This was not shameful. The arena was like an enlarged version of the Roman Colosseum. The spectator stands were densely packed, and without exception, they were all at the 8th layer of life and death realm. Yi Chen. Su Jing's voice came. Let's go. Yi Chen saw Su Jing. Beside Su Jing sat the great elder Celestial Crystal Dragon Emperor, Golden River Dragon Emperor, and the others. Seeing Yi Chen, Celestial Crystal Dragon Emperor, and the others were deeply moved. The seemingly weak youngster in front of them had now become an existence they could only look up to. It had to be said that time could change everything. A huge hourglass hung above the arena. The sand continuously flowed down, and when the sand flowed out, the arena would begin. A smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. He saw Duguju and the others. He wondered how much they had improved in the past few hundred years. At their level, the seemingly huge gap was actually not that big. Everything depended on one's potential. Chapter 1273. Yi Chen wasn't sure how many martial emperors there were from the various races, but he could guess it just by looking at the sea of people in the arena. The funnel-shaped arena was clearly divided into several factions. There were the demons, the evil spirit race, the Wuxia race, the green men race, and the other races from the Demons Alliance. There were also the human race, the giant race, the barbarian race, and the other races from the Human Races Alliance. Other than them, there were some neutral races that hadn't expressed their stance yet, such as the spirit race, the tail race, and the specter race. Yi Chen, you're already here. Suddenly, the golden-robed emperor's voice came from not far away. The current golden-robed emperor's aura was stronger than before, and his eyes were filled with confidence. It was obvious that he had improved a lot in the past 360 years. I've just arrived. There were many seats beside Yi Chen, and he extended a hand to invite the golden-robed emperor over. Sitting beside Yi Chen, the golden-robed emperor smiled. I originally planned to gather 500 years later, but I didn't expect it to be brought forward by 140 years. How lively. Almost all the martial emperors and quasi-martial sovereigns from the various races are here. It is indeed lively. Yi Chen nodded. More and more people gathered in the spectator stands, and judging from the speed at which the hourglass was flowing, it would probably take 3 days for the sand to flow out. The next day Yan Qingxian arrived. The third day Agio and Lung Fifan arrived. Soon it was the morning of the fourth day. In the sky above the arena, the last trace of sand had flowed out of the hourglass. As the sand flowed out, a spring appeared out of nowhere. The spring water was pink and translucent, as if it was carved from a pink diamond. Seeing this pink spring water, everyone's eyes turned red. Just like the records, the Azura spring water was pink. A single drop of Azura spring water could save them 100 years of hard work. So how many drops of spring water was there? Other than the Azura spring water, a stone tablet appeared in the sky, and the rules were written on it. You can forfeit 3 times. Forfeit 3 times? Interesting. Yi Chen fell into deep thought. The golden-robed emperor smiled. Looks like we'll have to stay in this arena for a year and a half. Dong. The war drums that had not sounded for countless years rang out, and the atmosphere in the wrestling arena instantly changed. The fiery atmosphere was filled with hot-bloodedness and bloodlust. At this moment, the majority of people only had victory in their eyes. It's about to start. Murong Qingqing was also affected by the atmosphere. Her palms were sweaty, and a faint fragrance wafted from her sweat. Swish, 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 swish. A total of 18 red pillars of light shot towards the spectator stands. The emperor, who was enveloped by the red pillars of light, appeared in the arena at almost the same time. At this moment the arena had been divided into 9 sections, and 9 battles could be held. Kill. The 9 matches began simultaneously. After half a cup of tea's time, out of the 18 people, only 6 were still alive. The other 12 had either been killed or had taken each other down with them. The bitter battle situation woke many people from their stupor. The Azura spring water was good, but one had to be alive to enjoy it. The sound of the war drums was too strange, it could actually affect their minds. I forfeit. The second round of battles began and 2 people forfeited. Sensing their voices, the red pillar of light teleported them back to the spectator stands. As for their opponents who won without a fight, they could directly obtain a drop of Azura spring water. In the 5th round, Yi Chen's heart tightened. This time there was Murong Qingqing. Fortunately, her opponent was not too powerful, only at mid-8th layer life and death realm. Without any surprise or danger, Murong Qingqing obtained victory. As for her opponent being a human, she also managed to preserve her life. Of course, one could forfeit 3 times, but as long as one didn't forfeit, the loser would be directly expelled from the Azura world. Is this the Azura spring water? Sizing up that pink diamond-like drop of Azura spring water in Murong Qingqing's palm, Yi Chen released his soul power, wanting to analyze it. However, no matter how profound his soul power was, he couldn't analyze the mysteries of the Azura spring water, because all of its essence had been sealed. Moreover, the Azura spring water had been contaminated with Murong Qingqing's life aura, making it impossible to transfer. Only Murong Qingqing could use it. Let's take it first, Yi Chen said. All right. With a wave of her hand, Murong Qingqing melted the Azura spring water and entered her body. A red light flickered, and without any reason Murong Qingqing's aura rose by a notch. Her foundation became more stable, and some useless demonic power impurities were directly evaporated. The impurities in her soul were also erased. Indeed worthy of being called Azura spring water. Seeing Murong Qingqing's transformation, Yi Chen sighed inwardly. Although 1 drop of Azura spring water did not seem to have a heaven-defying effect, it still saved 100 years of bitter cultivation. Of course, this was the case for ordinary people. For Murong Qingqing, with Rose Supreme's inheritance, 20 to 30 years of cultivation could have such an effect. For Yi Chen it might only take 10 years. Unknowingly, 3 months passed. The spectator stands had become much sparser. Some were directly killed, some were half dead, and some were expelled from the Azura world. Some of the better ones had forfeited 3 times. In these 3 months, the number of people in the spectator stands had decreased to only 1% of the original number. Of course, the number was still not small. During this period, Yi Chen participated in 10 matches and won 10 of them, obtaining 10 drops of Azura spring water in total. 10 drops of Azura spring water had strengthened Yi Chen's foundation to an unimaginable level. His cultivation base had reached the peak of peak 8th layer life and death realm, and he could become a sovereign at any time. Of course, becoming a sovereign not only required a solid foundation, but also a kind of heavenly Tao comprehension. Otherwise, even if he could break through to the sovereign realm, he would be struck to death by the universe's heavenly tribulation. Wanting to become a sovereign was not that easy. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many old fogies stuck at this threshold. Murong Qingqing's improvement was even greater than Yi Chen's. She had obtained a total of 12 drops of Azura spring water, and her foundation had undergone an earth-shaking transformation. She no longer had any hidden dangers, and her current cultivation base had also reached late 8th layer life and death realm, only a step away from the peak. As long as her luck was not bad, reaching peak 8th layer life and death realm was just a matter of time. Buzz. A beam of red light shrouded Yi Chen, and in the next moment, Yi Chen appeared at the center of the arena. His opponent was a blood-haired old man, a quasi-sovereign of the Wuxia race. Junior, you're dead for sure now that you've fallen into this old man's hands. Seeing that Yi Chen did not give up, a sinister expression flickered on the blood-haired old man's face. He knew of Yi Chen's identity, and he was very happy to kill such a genius. Perhaps, the higher-ups of the Wuxia race would even reward him with some life-extending treasures. This Yi Chen is out of luck. Bloodbone is not an ordinary quasi-sovereign. Bloodbone old man had been famous for a long time, and he was almost 90,000 years old this year. Ordinary quasi-sovereigns were not his opponent at all. If not for the fact that he had been in seclusion for the past few years, he would definitely have a place on the quasi-sovereign list. Of course, the other king-level experts still did not know that Yi Chen had the title of Sword Emperor. Otherwise they would not have said such words. Die, Bloodbone divine palm. Bloodbone old man's palm struck at Yi Chen, layer upon layer of palm prints resembling a sea of blood. You're the one who's going to die. Yi Chen pulled out his sword and slightly shook it. Immediately, the spacetime in front of him was sliced into millions of pieces, and blood-bone old man's body seemed to have fallen apart, turning into countless blood-colored cubes. Chapter 1274. After 360 years of cultivation, Yi Chen had found more than 9,000 loopholes in the death cut. After erasing them, the death cut was the true death cut, which was billions of times more precise than the most precise scalpel. In Yi Chen's eyes, Old Man Bloodbone was merely a corpse waiting to be dissected. With a suction force, Old Man Bloodbone's storage ring fell into Yi Chen's hand. In the arena, the loser's wealth might not be any less than the Azura spring water. This is ridiculous. I remember this kid is not even 600 years old. Let him be arrogant for a while longer. When he meets a powerful opponent, he will still die. That's right. Our Demon Sky Demon Emperor, Four-Winged Dragon Emperor, God Bless Queen, and Wolf Emperor can kill him easily. Apart from that, some of our seniors are also very unfathomable. A mere Yi Chen is not worth mentioning. Yi Chen's talent and comprehension were well known among all the races. Shaman Demon Emperor had even predicted his future. Unfortunately, several assassination plans had failed. This time, the Demon Supremes were also planning to deal with Yi Chen in the arena. Of course, opening the Shura world was not entirely to deal with Yi Chen. Yi Chen was only a small factor, which was not enough to affect everyone's hearts. With Old Man Bloodbone as an example, many demi-sovereigns chose to directly give up when facing Yi Chen. Not to mention the emperors, Yi Chen could kill them with a single breath. Yi Chen was not the only one who was dazzling. Some powerful demi-sovereigns began to stand out. There were young demi-sovereigns and old demi-sovereigns. The later it was, the more powerful the ones who remained were. There are a lot less people. Golden-robed emperors scanned the crowd and found that there were less than 1,000 demi-sovereigns left in the audience. Yi Chen said, "The real battle has just begun." In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed since they arrived in the Hell Azura world. Every day the sea of people in the spectator stands would decrease in number. Most of the participants had forfeited 3 times and were expelled from the Hell Azura world. There were also quite a number of people who had died. If it was any other time, the various races would definitely be heartbroken. But now everyone was calm. After all, death had occurred so frequently that they had long become numb to it. As the number of people dropped below 1,000, the duels in the arena became more intense. Very few people would give up unless the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Be careful. If you can't handle it, just give up. Yi Chen reminded Murong Qingqing and Su Jing. Murong Qingqing's foundation was becoming more and more stable, but in terms of talent, she was still a little lacking. It would be very dangerous for her to encounter those at the top of the Quasi-Venerables list or those old monsters who had been famous for a long time. As for Su Jing's progress, Yi Chen wasn't too sure, but he couldn't help but worry. Once a fight started in the arena, there would basically be deaths. It was extremely cruel. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Su Jing nodded. The arena was no longer divided. It became a one-on-one battle. This time, the White Bone Sword Emperor and a powerful Quasi-Venerables from the Yeksha race appeared in the arena. Have a taste of my sword burial art. The opponent was very strong. They fought for dozens of rounds, but there was no clear winner. The White Bone Sword Emperor had no choice but to use his trump card, the sword burial art. Several petals fell from the void and the opponent couldn't move at all. He was killed with one sword strike. The White Bone Sword Emperor has improved a lot. This sword burial art is 100 times stronger than before. The golden-clad emperor clicked his tongue in admiration. He didn't know if he could be immune to the sword burial art, but he was sure that it wouldn't be easy to defeat the White Bone Sword Emperor. Soon, it was the golden-clad emperor's turn. The golden-clad emperor's golden staff art was extremely domineering. He was like a golden god of war and he smashed his opponent into meat paste with a few strikes. Next, Yi Chen also saw the strength of Duguju, Dantai Mingyue and Chu Zhongtian. What astonished Yi Chen was Agio. Agio's top 10 martial Dao required 10 supreme martial arts to be unleashed to the extreme. However, if there really were 10 supreme martial arts, even Yi Chen wouldn't dare to say that he could easily win. Currently, Agio had grasped 4 supreme martial arts. When the 4 martial Dao phantoms appeared, a quasi-sovereign ranked 39th on the quasi-sovereign list exploded. Yi Chen, your girlfriend is in danger this time. Don't you want her to forfeit? The golden-clad emperor said to Yi Chen. Yi Chen frowned slightly but he didn't say anything. Su Jing's opponent was the Green Man race's Berserk Emperor, who was ranked 26th on the quasi-sovereign list. In the entire universe, the quasi-sovereign list was very realistic. Other than some old monsters who hadn't appeared for a long time and newcomers in recent years, all the peak quasi-sovereigns were listed. Being ranked 26th proved that the Green Man race's Berserk Emperor's reputation wasn't undeserved. After all, the golden-clad emperor was only ranked 24th. However, Yi Qin knew that sometimes he couldn't make decisions for Su Jing. She still had to rely on herself. The golden dragon of the dragon race must taste delicious. The Berserk Emperor was extremely tall. Standing there, he resembled a Hulk. His muscles gave off an indestructible feeling, and his eyes were filled with savagery. Compared to the Berserk Emperor, Su Jing's figure was extremely petite, forming a stark contrast. The Berserk Emperor has eaten the meat of the Silver Dragon and Bronze Dragon. He can't be thinking of eating his opponent raw in the arena, right? That might not be the case. He's a lunatic. In the Green Man race's camp, a few quasi-sovereigns discussed maliciously. Hearing the other party's words, Su Jing didn't get angry. However, her eyes gradually turned bright gold. Whoosh! With a flash, Su Jing pounced at the Berserk Emperor. Powerful earth energy extended far behind her, eventually turning into a draconic earth energy. A dragon roamed Taishu, and its head was nowhere to be seen. In the blink of an eye, the Berserk Emperor's surroundings were filled with divine dragons. Time and space seemed to have turned into water. Supreme ultimate skill of the Flying Dragon race. Flying Dragon Taishu. Child's play. Watch my 10 directions cloud movement. The Mad Emperor roared and the surrounding space started to warp and collapse. It was to the point that the area where Su Jing could move became smaller and smaller, and she felt like her hands and feet were tied up. Heaven warring godly fist loose. The Berserk Emperor couldn't do anything when the dragon was in the sea. However, if the dragon was trapped in the swamp, the Berserk Emperor would have a way to deal with it. He locked onto Su Jing's figure and punched out with a red fist. Boom. At the critical moment, Su Jing blocked the red fist with her dragon prajna palm. However, she was also knocked out of the spacetime continuum. Striding forward, the Berserk Emperor arrived in front of Su Jing in 3 steps. Raising his green palm, it became bigger than a mountain, wanting to imprison Su Jing. This was another ultimate skill of the Berserk Emperor, Heaven Binding Hand. The Heaven Binding Hand spacetime transformation was no weaker than the 10 directions cloud movement. As long as one was trapped by it, they would be like a bird in a cage or a beast in a zoo. No one could escape. Su Jing's current situation was no better than a bird in a cage. She was having difficulty breathing. Seeing this, Yi Qin gripped the armrest tightly and leaned forward slightly. A terrifying aura was suppressed in his body, like a volcano that was about to erupt. The Gold Robe Emperor, who was at the side, was worried about Su Jing. But when he felt Yi Qin's aura, he couldn't help but shiver. It was too terrifying. He even suspected that there was a primordial ferocious beast hiding inside Yi Qin's body. Chapter 1275. Naturally, the Mad King could not sense Yi Qin's terrifying aura. With the protection of the Shiraba's rules, he was not worried that anyone would barge in. At that moment, all he could see was Su Jing, who was struggling like a cornered beast. The Heaven Binding Hand tightened, and the Mad King could almost see Su Jing being crushed. All of a sudden, a resounding dragon's roar erupted. The dazzling golden light seemed as though it was about to tear apart the heavens and earth. In the next instant, a slender and delicate fist that was filled with a domineering aura blasted out. As the golden fist pushed forward, spacetime distorted. The spacetime force field created by the Heaven Binding Hand crumbled. It was as though this golden fist had the power to pierce through everything. Sacred Dragon Fist. Furthermore, it was not the rank 8 Sacred Dragon Fist. It was also not an ordinary rank 9 Sacred Dragon Fist. It was the mid-rank 9 Sacred Dragon Fist. The peak of the Sacred Dragon Fist was only slightly weaker than a true consummate supreme martial art. The Sacred Dragon Fist was still very far from the peak of the 9th step, but below the supreme being level, who could cultivate a supreme martial art to perfection. Even Yi Qin was far from being able to do it. He could only gradually approach it. Therefore, the might of the Sacred Dragon Fist was evident. After punching through the Berserk Emperor's Heaven Binding Hand, Su Jing's hair turned golden. She took a step forward, and a formless power congealed beneath her feet to form a golden cloud that carried her forward. Boom. A second mid-level level 9 Saint Dragon Fist was unleashed, and spacetime itself was dyed golden. Heaven Battling Divine Fist. The Berserk Emperor roared as he punched out with his red fist. Boom. The terrifying explosion distorted spacetime and some spacetime laws shattered. Ordinary quasi-sovereigns would be torn apart by the spacetime storm if they got close to the explosion. This was a battle between peak quasi-sovereigns. Ta-ta-ta. The Mad Emperor retreated 3 steps, as if he was no match for Su Jing's sacred dragon fist. Impossible, heaven-battling godly fist. The Berserk Emperor refused to give up, and without hesitation he attacked once more. This time the Mad King retreated a total of 7 steps. The third time 100 steps. For the 4th time he was sent flying, blood spurting from his mouth. What a reversal. The crazy emperor is actually no match for this woman. That should be a mid-tier rank 9 Saint Dragon Fist. It is normal for the Mad Emperor to lose. I wonder how the Mad King is going to deal with this. If that's all he's got, he'll definitely be beaten to death. There was a lot of discussion among the audience. Bastard. Don't underestimate me. The Berserk Emperor was thoroughly enraged. Su Jing's comeback had been completely unexpected, but he would not allow himself to be defeated just like that. You no longer have a chance. Strands of golden aura emanated from Su Jing's body. Under the pressure of the Berserk Emperor, she had broken through her limits. The Sacred Dragon Fist was different from a supreme martial art. With every increase in level, one would have a new understanding of the use of power. At this moment, even if Su Jing did not use the Sacred Dragon Fist, she would still be many times stronger than before. This was because she could use the limited power to unleash even more power. Cloud movement of all directions. The crazed emperor's hand slammed out towards Su Jing, causing spacetime to distort and collapse. Swish 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 swish. Once again Su Jing used her Taishu movement skill. Now that the Soaring Dragon Taishu movement skill was so powerful that the Crazy King's 10 Directions Cloud movement skill could no longer lock onto Su Jing. Bang! With a twist of her body, Su Jing appeared behind the Crazy King and punched him in the back. But that was not all. Dozens of Su Jings appeared from all directions, and dozens of golden fists landed on the Crazy King. The Crazy King was like a hornet's nest. Intense golden light shot out from his body, and when the light reached its limit, the Crazy King's entire body exploded and turned into dust. The Crazy King, ranked 26th in the Quasi-Venerable ranking, was dead. Congratulations. Yi Qin from the Gold Yi dynasty laughed, his heart filled with envy. At their cultivation level, other than becoming stronger, they also wanted to find a powerful partner. It was only when Su Jing won that Yi Qin heaved a sigh of relief. Who is that woman? She's so strong. If Su Jing's appearance was already enough to make people's eyes light up, then Yan Qingxuan's appearance was even more shocking. Her opponent was not weak. On the contrary, he was very strong. He was an old monster from the demons, but he could not even take 3 moves from Yan Qingxian. Gradually, the number of people in the audience dropped to around 500. Murong Qingqing had already forfeited once. In the wrestling ring, Yi Qin was facing off against a swordsman. This person was Sevenju Swordsman, ranked 27th on the Quasi-Venerable list. Like Yi Qin, he was from the human race. Maybe I'm not your opponent, but I will not forfeit. As a human, Sevenju Swordsman naturally knew that Yi Qin had obtained the title of Sword Emperor, and that he was not his opponent. Yi Qin said, "Then let's spar." Be careful. Sevenju Swordsman did not dare to be careless. He immediately released his sword realm, Sevenju Sword Realm. He then waved his sword, and 7 beams of sword light flew towards Yi Qin. Yi Qin knew that this sword was not that simple. Sure enough, the 7 sword lights transformed in the air, turning from 7 to 49, then to 343. When they approached Yi Qin, the sword lights blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Each of them contained an extraordinary might, containing the mysteries of yin and yang extreme transformation. If an ordinary peak Quasi-Zun was not careful, they might be turned into a bloody pulp by the myriad of sword lights. In terms of changes, Yi Qin was more than 100 times stronger than Sevenju Swordsman. Therefore it was too easy for him to break this move. With a flick of his wrist, sword shadows filled the air, and all the sword lights were instantly cancelled out. Take my 7 hearts 7 despair myriad flower sword. The yin-yang profound sword art transformed into the spacetime sword art. Sevenju Swordsman suddenly disappeared, and sword lights rained down from all directions. Under the distortion of spacetime, more sword lights were formed. Eventually, the billions of sword lights formed a barrier that enveloped Yi Qin. What a powerful sword art. Unfortunately, he encountered Yi Qin. The golden-clad emperor sighed inwardly. Sevenju Swordsman was very strong. Although he was very confident in winning, it would not be too easy. There was a certain chance of a comeback. What a Sevenju myriad flower sword. Surprisingly, Yi Qin did not counterattack. Instead, he used the 5-element sword art to defend. This was because he wanted to absorb the essence of the 7 myriad flower sword. He could not use it now, but it did not mean that he would not use it in the future. No matter how strange the 7 myriad flower sword was, it could not break Yi Chen's 5-element sword art. If 7 swordsmen knew that Yi Chen had only used 1% of the 5-element sword art's power, who knew what he would think? Finally, the 7 myriad flower sword's momentum was exhausted. 7 swordsmen sighed and put away his sword. As expected of the Sword Emperor. I did not lose unjustly. Let's spar again in the future. Yi Chen was looking forward to the 7 swordsmen. He could feel that the 7 myriad flower sword was just a superficial skill. He hoped that the 7 myriad flower sword would be 100 times stronger next time. Definitely. 7 swordsman was a little surprised by Yi Chen's enthusiasm. Of course he was happy. Being valued by the Sword Emperor meant that his sword art was worth watching. Yi Chen did not know that his words were very important to the human swordsman. Although 7 swordsman's achievements in the future could not be considered great, because of Yi Chen's words, he successfully stepped into the sovereign realm. Chapter 1276. After a month, the number of spectators had dropped to 100. Duguju, Chu Zhongtian, Dantai Mingyue, and Murong Qingqing were eliminated one by one. After all, they were still too young, unable to contend against these peak geniuses who had cultivated for thousands of years, or ancient freaks who had cultivated for nearly 100,000 years. It was not easy for them to reach this stage. Duguju originally had a chance to go one step further, but unfortunately he encountered the 13th ranked quasi-sovereign Yi Jianhuang of Wuxia race. Therefore Duguju, who had never feared death, chose to forfeit. After all, once the difference in strength was too great, there was no point in making a breakthrough. He wasn't afraid of death, but he wouldn't throw his life away either. The former lifeless blade artist and current lifeless blade emperor, Lung Fifan, was also eliminated. His luck was even worse than Duguju's, as he was matched against the 5th-ranked quasi-sovereign Four-Winged Dragon Emperor of Demons. Four-Winged Dragon Emperor's true form was a demonic dragon. Not only did he possess the powerful constitution of the dragon race, but he also possessed a comprehensive ability that was not inferior to anyone. Even some old freaks chose to forfeit, not to mention Lung Fifan. Including this time, Lung Fifan had forfeited 3 times. Previously he was matched against Child Emperor of Evil Spirit Race and Wolf Emperor of Demons. When the number of people remaining reached 100, the Azura spring boiled, and each person obtained 10 drops of Azura spring water. It was not hard to imagine that after the battles, everyone's cultivation base would reach the limit of 8th layer life and death realm. In the near future there would be a large number of Supremes. Of course, the premise was that they couldn't die before the battles were over. It's getting more and more difficult. These old fellows have truly hidden themselves deeply. Golden-robed Emperor's expression was not as relaxed as before. None of the remaining 100 people were easy to provoke. They were either famous quasi-sovereigns or old freaks who had hidden themselves deeply. Some old freaks were the easiest to be vigilant against. After all, before knowing the opponent's strength, one would always want to give it a try. They would not easily forfeit. Among the old fellows, we have to pay attention to those 6. Yan Qingxian suddenly pointed at the 6 old fellows of each faction. The golden-robed emperor looked at Yan Qingxian in surprise, not knowing where her confidence came from. Yi Chen said, "It's not wrong to believe in her. Her mysterious path involves fate, so it shouldn't be difficult for her to see through a person's strength. Since that's the case, I'll trust you this once. I wonder how many of those 6 old fellows do you think I will not be able to defeat?" The golden-clothed emperor asked. Yan Qingxian said, "The black-white old man and the yellow-robed old man are not your match. If you meet them, just forfeit immediately. As for the other 4, 3 of them are extremely dangerous. If you meet them, you will have to give it your all and even make some breakthroughs to defeat them. The last one is roughly on par with you. Of course, this is just a rough estimate." The golden-clothed emperor was about to say something, but his gaze was attracted by the situation in the arena. It turned out that a new round of fights had begun. On one side was the human purple-robed emperor, and on the other side was the unknown yellow-robed old man from the demons. Due to the rules of the Shiraba field, the audience couldn't hear what they were saying. The purple-robed emperor didn't know that the yellow-robed old man was extremely dangerous, so he didn't choose to forfeit. Yan Qingxian frowned. The yellow-robed old man was scarier than she had imagined. He seemed to have sensed that Yan Qingxian was talking about him, so he turned his head and looked at Yan Qingxian, revealing an unfathomable smile. Not good. The golden-clothed emperor wanted to warn the purple-robed emperor, but it was too late. He could only hope that Yan Qingxian was wrong. However, he trusted Yi Qin a lot. If Yi Qin said that Yan Qingshuan's mysterious path was very powerful, then it must be true. Young man, this old man doesn't want to kill people. Unfortunately, if I don't kill you today, who knows how many of my people you will kill in the future. The yellow-robed old man said to the purple-robed emperor. The purple-robed emperor frowned. He had a bad feeling in his heart. This yellow-robed old man didn't seem simple, but he had never seen or heard of him before. Who are you? The purple-robed emperor asked. I'm just a fisherman by the river of fate. The yellow-robed old man shook his head, not wanting to say more. You're just trying to be mysterious. Take this. The purple-robed emperor shouted. He waved the purple fan in his hand, causing time and space to distort, turning into a sky-covering fan shadow that swept towards the yellow-robed old man. Buzz. The time and space rippled like water. The yellow-robed old man's body was like a reflection in the water, shaking along with the ripples, becoming blurry. However, when the fan shadow disappeared, the purple-robed emperor's pupils shrank. His opponent didn't even try to dodge and actually dodged his ultimate move. What kind of movement skill was that? The purple-robed emperor is in danger. Yi Qin sucked in a deep breath. Ever since he started cultivating, this was the first time he had seen someone with such a deep comprehension of time profound. At least 50%, no, it might have reached 60%. Time and space revolution. The purple-robed emperor was the purple-robed emperor after all. Since he had decided to fight, he wouldn't back down. Pushing his Zhen Yuan to the limit, the purple-robed emperor instantly turned into 4 human figures. The 4 figures waved their purple fans and instantly, a purple whirlwind wrapped around the yellow-robed old man. The powerful spinning power combined with the yin and yang profound was enough to reverse time and space. The yellow-robed old man still didn't try to dodge. His lips moved slightly as he started chanting. Hearing the yellow-robed old man's chanting, the entire crowd went silent. Everyone seemed to see their own reflections in the river of fate. Chanting of fate, it's the demon's Lich Emperor. An uproar broke out on the human side. Lich was a terrifying bloodline. The curse of being unable to become a supremacy for the rest of their lives allowed them to obtain heaven-defying strength. However, the Lich bloodline rarely left the demon realm and rarely appeared in front of people. According to records, a peak Lich Emperor was invincible below the supremacy level. Only the legendary Great Demon King bloodline could suppress one. So this old guy is a Lich Emperor. No wonder. In the evil spirit and Yaksha camps, some people curled their lips, looking fearful. Anyone who heard the name Lich Emperor would be extremely careful. Even the Evil Sword Emperor, who was ranked 4th on the quasi-venerable list, opened his eyes and glanced at the yellow-robed old man. As the chanting sounded, the purple whirlwind froze. The yellow-robed old man gently pushed the purple whirlwind aside and walked toward the purple-robed emperor step by step. The purple-robed emperor wanted to move, but in front of the chanting of fate, he couldn't even move a finger. In the end, the yellow-robed old man pointed at the purple-robed emperor's forehead. The vitality in his eyes dissipated, and the purple-robed emperor's aura disappeared. The Lich Emperor is still so abnormal. The 4-winged dragon emperor sighed. The Lich bloodline was very mysterious even among the demons. The more abnormal one's family is, the better. The Sky Demon Emperor, who was ranked 2nd on the quasi-venerable list, grinned. The purple-robed emperor is dead. The golden-robed emperor, who was beside Yi Qin, muttered. Yi Qin comforted the golden-robed emperor. He knew that the purple-robed emperor had a good relationship with the purple-robed emperor. The purple-robed emperor's death was a big blow to him. Yi Qin turned his head and glanced at the yellow-robed old man, who had returned to the spectator stands. He shook his head. Once a fisherman by the river of fate entered the river, he would no longer be able to see fate clearly. The muddy river would drown and devour him. Chapter 1277. The White Bone Sword Emperor was very powerful. To be exact, his sword burial art was too powerful. Other than the black-white old man and the yellow-robed old man, the White Bone Sword Emperor was at the same level as the other 4 old men. However, because he was a human emperor, Yan Qingshen did not count him as one of them. After all, human emperors would not kill each other under normal circumstances. It's my turn. The red light beam shot towards the golden-robed emperor. In the next second he appeared in the arena. His opponent was a short, monkey-like middle-aged devil race man. The golden-robed emperor was shocked, and his face looked extremely serious. This demon was the Shining Demon Emperor, ranked 20th in the quasi-venerable ranking. He came from the demon race and his original form was an iron demon monkey. He was extremely fast and his attacks were crazy and strange. That was why he was called the Shining Demon Emperor. Junior, It is your misfortune to have met me, the Shining Demon Emperor. The Shining Demon Emperor licked his lips as a cruel light flashed in his eyes. Cut the crap. Take this. Without wasting any time, the golden-robed emperor attacked with his rod. The Shining Demon Emperor's body flashed, and he disappeared without a trace. The golden-robed emperor hurriedly stopped, and his soul power turned into a huge net, searching everywhere. Here. Feeling a slight vibration in the space-time, the golden-robed emperor held his rod with both hands and swung out a powerful golden rod art. Many golden rod shadows pierced deep into the space-time. Ding 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 ding. Deep in the space-time, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Seeing this, the golden-robed emperor was overjoyed. His golden rod art became even more ferocious, and the rod shadows joined together like a golden tsunami. You're too slow. Die. Suddenly, the Shining Demon Emperor appeared behind the golden-robed emperor, and his hideous black claw reached out. Pucci. The emperor's armor could not block it at all, and a huge hole appeared on it. Blood splashed everywhere. At this critical moment, the golden-robed emperor turned around and swung his rod at the Shining Demon Emperor. Jumping back, the Shining Demon Emperor frowned. He had wanted to pierce through the golden-robed emperor's body with this claw attack, but he did not expect the latter to react so quickly. Extending his right claw to his mouth, the Flash Demon Monarch licked the blood on the tip of his claw. He grinned and said, "That's good. If you are too easy to kill, it will not be fun anymore." The golden-robed emperor's complexion didn't change. Inside his body, the undying power surged, instantly healing his injuries. At their realm, apart from the undying power of a 7-step spirit body or higher, the so-called undying body was practically useless. Under the circumstances where the martial will was powerful enough, the undying body of a life and death king was simply a joke. This guy's movement technique is too powerful. The golden staff technique is ineffective against him. I can only use the sky-covering staff technique. However, I can't use it now. I have to use it the moment he lets down his guard and decide the outcome in one round. With that thought in mind, the golden-clad emperor wielded his staff with both hands and began to brandish it madly. Gradually, a golden circle enveloped the golden-robed emperor. Golden Supreme Unique Art, Golden Circle. Hee, have you given up on attacking me? The Flash Demon Monarch was slightly surprised, but he soon hid in the void again. Ding ding ding. In the next 15 minutes, the Flash Fiend Emperor attacked the Gold Cloak Emperor from all angles, but the Gold Cloak Emperor's golden circle was flawless. Do you plan to waste time with me like this? The Flash Demon Monarch no longer hid in the void and roared. The Gold Cloak Emperor disdainfully said, "Break my defense if you have the ability. Then I'll show you." The Flash Demon Monarch roared, and his entire body swelled from 1.5 meters to 3 meters. The muscles on his arms intertwined, making them look like iron. Flash Demon Heart Gouging Scroll. Off. With his arms like an awl and his body like an awl, the Flash Demon Monarch crazily spun toward the Gold Cloak Emperor with black lightning flickering on its tip. My Flash Demon Heart Gouging Scroll can create a black hole when cultivated to the extreme. Let's see how you block it. With a thought, the awl formed by the Flash Demon Monarch struck the golden circle. Clang 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 clang. The golden circle's defense was terrifyingly strong, and no matter how hard the Flash Demon Monarch tried, he couldn't break through it. Those in the spectator stands with good eyesight could already see that the golden circle could disperse its power. 10 layers of power would instantly disperse 90%. Unless the Flash Demon Monarch's Flash Demon Heart Gouging Scroll's power was twice as strong, it would be impossible to break through it. Finally, the Flash Demon Heart Gouging Scroll's power was exhausted, and the Flash Demon Monarch was bounced back by the golden circle's rebounding power. Here's my chance. The golden circle disappeared, and the Gold Cloak Emperor took a step forward, using the Covering Heaven Staff technique. Crackle. In an instant, no one knew how many times the Gold Cloak Emperor had attacked. At first, the Flash Demon Monarch could block tens of thousands of attacks, but after tens of thousands of attacks, his hands became numb. Countless staff shadows flew through the holes in his defense and landed on his body. In the end, the Flash Demon Monarch was smashed into pieces, and his flesh was destroyed by the countless staff shadows. Returning to his seat, the Gold Cloak Emperor smiled bitterly. It wasn't easy to win. It's good that you won. Yi Chen smiled. In the top 100 battles, the death rate suddenly increased. Those who could reach this stage all had some ability, and unless the gap was too big, they would not give up. For example, the Gold Cloak Emperor and the Flash Demon Monarch were on par, and the Flash Demon Monarch was slightly stronger than the Gold Cloak Emperor. But in the end, the Gold Cloak Emperor killed the Flash Demon Monarch with his wisdom and patience. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one was willing to give up. If they chose to give up when they met someone with similar strength, then they would not be able to become a supremacy for the rest of their lives. Those who could become a supremacy all had an indomitable fighting spirit and confidence. The purpose of the Shura realm's existence was to nurture supremacies in advance. One battle after another began and ended. In between, Su Jing gave up once. Her opponent was the black and white old man, who was no less dangerous than the yellow-robed old man. As for Yi Qin, he did not feel any pressure. In his eyes, the only people who could be considered opponents were the quasi-venerables and the yellow-robed old man. Covered by the red light column, Yi Qin entered the arena once again. His opponent was Tong Huang. Ranked 15th in the quasi-venerables list, Tong Huang of the evil spirit race. Tong Huang was the elder brother of Evil Child King, whom Yi Qin had met in the high-rank hunting battlefield. Evil Child King and Tong Huang came from the Undying family. Every 100,000 years, a supremacy would appear in the family. The reason why the Undying family was so prosperous was because of the Undying evil art. This was a martial art that, when cultivated to the extreme, could not be killed. The most basic requirement for cultivating this martial art was to have an undying body, which was to become a life and death king. In addition, cultivating this evil martial art would make one younger and eventually look like a child. The younger one looked, the more profound one's strength would be. The Tong Huang in front of him looked no more than 10 years old, much younger than Evil Child King. He looked very strange. Not good. Yi Qin actually ran into Tong Huang. Some of the barbarian and giant race emperors were slightly worried. They had naturally heard of Yi Qin's name. He was indeed a genius that could not be seen even in a million years. If he became a supremacy in the future, it would be beneficial to them as well. At least, it could offset the pressure from the demons. Chapter 1278. However, Tong Huang was indeed unkillable. Barbarian Emperor, who was ranked 6th on the Quasi-Venerables list, had once fought with Tong Huang fiercely. One was ranked 6th while the other was ranked 15th. Tong Huang was naturally no match for Barbarian Emperor. However, even though Barbarian Emperor could beat Tong Huang into a pulp, he couldn't kill him. No matter how strong Yi Qin was, he was still a distance away from Man Emperor. The Undying evil art has not been trained to its peak, so there is a weakness. However, finding weaknesses is not my strong point, Man Emperor said slowly. On the side, Sacrifice Emperor, who was from the same race as Man Emperor and ranked 10th on the Quasi-Venerables list, said, finding weaknesses is a prerequisite. Tong Huang is still very strong. After so many years, no one knows what realm he has reached. If Yi Qin is at the same level as him or even just a little bit stronger, it will be very dangerous. Hearing this, many of the barbarian race nodded. Against others, being a little bit stronger was a huge advantage. However, against Tong Huang, being a little bit stronger was not an advantage at all. Tong Huang's undying evil art gave him endless chances to start over. For example, if the Shan Demon Emperor had the undying evil art, then the Gold Robe Emperor would not have been able to kill the Shan Demon Emperor. In the arena, Tong Huang looked at Yi Qin with interest. Everyone says that you are a rare genius in the universe, and the Demon's Shaman Demon Emperor has personally predicted your future. Tong Huang, do not believe it. When you die in my hands, everything will be clear. Tong Huang's weapon was a pair of yin-yang hooks, which looked like the tails of a scorpion. They were blue and obviously poisonous. Predicting the future? I don't believe it either. The future is in my hands. What I can predict is only the most likely possibility, Yi Qin said slowly. Oh, it seems like you know your limits. Tong Huang smiled. Yi Qin continued, so don't feel pressured. I can see that you are a little nervous. Yi Qin had mastered the Heart Sword realm, so he could see the changes in Tong Huang's heart clearly. Someone must have told him some information about himself, such as that mysterious evil sword emperor. You said I would be nervous? What a joke, what a joke. Tong Huang's short body suddenly leaped into the air, and his yin-yang hooks rained down from the sky. It was as if thousands of scorpions were trying to sting Yi Qin, and it was a sea of blue. Ding 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 ding. Yi Qin gently pulled out a sky-blue great sword. This was a top-grade Emperor-level sword, Sky Dream Sword. Just like the top-grade Emperor-level armor he was wearing, it was given to him by a high-grade human being. The tip of the sword trembled and a myriad of sword sparks sprayed out. Tong Huang's attack couldn't land and it was blocked outside. Scorpion Dragon roams. Tong Huang's body spun, and the hook shadows created by the yin-yang hooks turned into a ferocious giant scorpion, which ran around Yi Qin, looking for an opportunity to attack. If Yi Chen's sword technique was even slightly careless, that scorpion tail would immediately sting Yi Chen's body. It should be known that the yin-yang hooks were extremely poisonous, and so were their attacks. Moreover, it was not an ordinary poison, but the yin-yang life-destroying poison that could instantly melt everything. Yi Chen's sword technique was always calm. It was like he was dancing with his sword, not fighting with his opponent. However, this seemingly leisurely sword dance made Tong Huang's attacks seamless. From time to time, some sword chi leaked out, passing through the gaps between Tong Huang's attacks and attacking Tong Huang's body, causing brilliant sparks. Yi Chen was only using an ordinary sword technique, which was not powerful enough. However, Tong Huang couldn't defend against this ordinary sword technique. If it weren't for the top-grade Emperor-level armor he was wearing, his armor would have been riddled with holes. In terms of changes, Tong Huang's unique move, Scorpion Dragon Roams, was full of loopholes in Yi Chen's eyes. If it weren't for the fact that Yi Chen wanted to see his opponent's unique move and absorb its essence, Yi Chen wouldn't have given his opponent any chance. Battles could make people stronger not only because of the battle itself, but also because of what you learned and what you comprehended during the battle. Such a terrifying sword technique cultivation. Every move and every movement, without any unnecessary details, goes straight to the essence. The Sword Emperor is indeed the Sword Emperor. He has already reached an unpredictable realm. The human camp was all overjoyed. The Sword Emperor? The evil Sword Emperor glanced at Yi Chen, then closed his eyes again. Yi Jinhuang stared at Yi Chen as he thought to himself, if it were not for the immortal evil art, Tong Huang might not even be in the top 20 of the list. Dealing with a Tong Huang would take so much effort. You think you are in control of the whole situation? What a joke. If you run into me, I will show you the sky-free sword art. Yi Jinhuang was very confident about the heavenly boundless sword art. It was a sword technique without any flaws. Even against the evil Sword Emperor's destiny evil sword, he had some confidence. His target this time was nothing else but the number 1 of the quasi-venerables list. No matter how thick Tong Huang's skin was, his ears were still red. Gotcha. The yin-yang twin hooks merged together to form a strange sickle. The sickle spun and countless threads shot out from it. At the end of these threads there was a small hook. Take this. Closing his body, he threw out a hook attack toward Yi Chen. Hiss, 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 hiss. The sound of a poisonous snake hissing could be heard. The sickle itself was fine, but there were too many small hooks attached to it. When it was swung, there were attacks everywhere, ever-changing. Yi Chen became slightly more serious. This was the first time he had encountered such a strange weapon. Together with Tong Huang's supreme hook art, it was indeed hard to defend. Of course, he didn't want to look too embarrassed. Raising the Sky Dream Sword horizontally, Yi Chen slashed out. Time and space were cut into thousands of pieces like cheese, and Tong Huang, who was within it, was fixed in place. Countless bloody lines appeared on his body, and peng, his body exploded, sending thousands of blood-colored cubes flying in all directions. Space-time sword art, death cut. Haha, you can't kill me. Not far away, Tong Huang's laughter suddenly came. From nothing an unharmed Tong Huang appeared. The undying evil art is indeed undying. Even such a powerful sword art can't kill him. Now Yi Chen is in trouble. For many people, it was the first time they had seen Tong Huang's undying evil art. They all gasped. Evil Sword Emperor, didn't you say that I would definitely die? Looks like you were wrong. Tong Huang, who had just come back to life, looked at the evil Sword Emperor and said confidently. Before, Tong Huang had asked the evil Sword Emperor what his chances of winning were if he were to fight against Yi Chen. The evil Sword Emperor had only said one sentence, no chance of winning. You will definitely die. This made Tong Huang very unhappy. At the same time he started to feel nervous. The evil Sword Emperor rarely said the wrong thing, but he was extremely confident in the undying evil art. After all, even the barbarian race's #1 barbarian king couldn't kill him. Nervousness and confidence mixed together, which was very contradictory. Now he could finally be sure that the evil Sword Emperor was wrong. Yi Chen, it is your misfortune to have met me. A Tong Huang cannot be killed. No one below the Supremes can do anything to me. Tong Huang was no longer nervous. All he had was a smile on his face. Really? Then what do you think of this sword of mine? The dreamy bubbles danced in the air, exploding and reappearing again. There was no beginning, no end, and no end. The bubbles reflected the inner changes of the child emperor, as well as the route of the immortal evil technique. Finally, it stopped at an extremely small black dot. Chapter 1279. When the bubbles finally disappeared, Tong Huang had already been pierced through like a beehive. In the next second his body exploded and turned into dust. 5 elements sword art, omniscient nature. It's useless. The undying evil art has an undying source. As long as the source is not destroyed, the undying evil art will not be destroyed. And this source is hard to detect with soul power. Moreover, it will follow the circulation of the undying evil art and move irregularly. Wanting to find the source in an instant and destroy it is almost impossible. An old man from the evil spirit race smiled and shook his head. If the art of immortality was so easy to break, it wouldn't be called the art of immortality. Another person nodded. However, the result was out of everyone's expectation. Tong Huang did not revive again, and Yi Qin appeared in the audience. In other words, Tong Huang was indeed dead. The arena would not make a mistake. What? The art of immortality was broken? How is that possible? How did he do it? This, scary? Even the art of immortality was broken. What kind of sword art is that? Many people could not accept this result. They discussed among themselves in confusion. Idiot. Doubting you. Emperor Ning, who was ranked 16th on the quasi-venerable list, was full of disdain. He did not feel anything about Tong Huang's death. The evil sword emperor, who had his eyes closed, said, "How many people can accept unfavorable comments? If he could, I would have a whole new level of respect for him." I didn't get a good look at that sword attack. Did you see anything? Emperor Ning asked. He has mastered the heart sword state. The evil sword emperor only said one sentence. Heart sword state? Emperor Ning was shocked. How could he not know that in order to break Tong Huang's art of immortality, the power of the heart was very important? Otherwise, the difficulty would be 10 times higher. Now this is interesting. If the opponent is too weak, you will not be interested. The evil sword emperor revealed an evil smile. Next to Yi Qin, the golden-robed emperor was the same as Emperor Ning. He could not see how Yi Qin had broken the art of immortality. I just took care of his weakness a little. Omniscient nature was ever-changing. Even the enemy's transformation could not escape from it. With it, Yi Qin easily found the only weakness of the art of immortality and destroyed it. It should not be this easy. The gold-clad emperor muttered to himself. After breaking through the limit last time, Su Jing won consecutive battles. However, she was still too weak and would still lose if she met a true peak expert. The one who defeated her was the 11th ranker on the quasi-venerable list, the giant race's split sovereign. Fortunately, both races were allies, so the split sovereign only defeated Su Jing and did not kill her. Next, the golden-robed emperor also lost to the sacrificial emperor of the barbarian race, who was ranked 10th on the quasi-venerable ranking. On the other hand, the white bone sword emperor was getting stronger with age. His luck was also very good. He had made it all the way until now. Of course, he had already forfeited twice. As for Yi Qin, there was nothing to worry about. The ghost race's ghost sovereign was ranked 17th on the quasi-venerate list. The evil spirit race's sovereign Ning was ranked 16th on the quasi-venerate list. The tail race's sovereign tail was ranked 14th on the quasi-venerate list. And the giant race's sovereign splitting race was ranked 11th on the quasi-venerate list. No matter who their opponent was, they could only lose against Yi Qin. Among them, the evil spirit race's sovereign Ning chose to forfeit. If he did not forfeit, he would definitely die at Yi Qin's hands. The human race and the evil spirit race were enemies. Yi Qin, long time no see. Yi Qin's opponent this time was the quasi-venerate list's wolf emperor, who was ranked 12th on the quasi-venerate list. You are. Yi Qin felt that the other party was very familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. The wolf emperor smiled. What? Have you forgotten about me after we parted ways in Elysium? You're the parasitic demon on the troll emperor's body. Finally, Yi Qin remembered. The main thing was that the wolf emperor in front of him and the parasitic demon from back then were similar in appearance. They both had wolf heads and human bodies, but they did not look alike at all. Their auras were also completely different. If one were to really compare, perhaps one would find some similarities if they observed carefully. However, so much time had passed, so it was normal that Yi Qin could not remember. After all, it was impossible for him to deeply imprint some unimportant things in his mind. After sighing, Yi Qin said, "Long time no see." Recalling the tragic war in Elysium, Yi Qin still felt very emotional. After not seeing each other for more than 500 years, this parasitic demon had actually become a quasi-venerate. It made people feel that the world was unpredictable. Let's spar. You won't kill me, right? The wolf emperor joked. Yi Qin said with a faint smile, that's not necessarily true. You should just give up. Haha, even if I'm really killed by you, I'll accept it. The Wolf Emperor laughed loudly and attacked Yi Qin. The two of them exchanged blows, neither of them being too serious. The Wolf Emperor glanced at the long-haired demons and the Evil Sword Emperor in the audience stand and said to Yi Qin, "I know that the strength you've shown is only a part of it, but I still have to remind you to be careful of the Sky Demon Emperor and the Evil Sword Emperor. I once saw their battle in a secret realm. They are very, very strong, terrifyingly strong." "How strong?" Yi Qin asked curiously. "Stronger than everyone's imagination. I don't know how strong the Supremes are, but in my eyes they are the Supremes. Among the people here, the number of people who can withstand one move from them will not exceed the fingers on one hand, and that includes you." Yi Qin smiled. "Don't forget, the first in the Quasi-Venerate list is in our human race. With the strength of a martial emperor, you can at least compete with them." The first in the Quasi-Venerate list was a martial emperor from the human race. Since he dared to call himself martial emperor, he was naturally unimaginably strong. For thousands of years, this title had always been on his head. Martial emperors are naturally strong, but I believe in my premonition even more. Martial emperors are not a match for the Sky Demon Emperor and the Evil Sword Emperor. The Wolf Emperor looked serious. "If they are really that strong, then it's not bad. That should be more interesting." Yi Qin said something that the Wolf Emperor did not expect. The Wolf Emperor choked, and after a while he said, "You are all lunatics. Perhaps only lunatics can reach such a realm." It was unknown if it was because Yi Qin had left a deep impression on him, but in the Wolf Emperor's heart, only Yi Qin had a glimmer of hope for the Sky Demon Emperor and the Evil Sword Emperor. He did not think much of the others. The two of them fought for an entire cup of tea's time before the battle ended. The Wolf Emperor was defeated. What surprised many people was that Yi Qin did not kill the Wolf Emperor. "Yi Qin, this is..." In the human race's camp, the martial emperor with a mountain-like aura frowned. In the evil spirit race's camp, the Evil Sword Emperor opened his eyes and glanced at the Sky Demon Emperor. "I told you, you should have killed this parasite long ago." The long-haired demon smiled faintly. "Parasites also have their own reasons for existing. It won't be fun if we kill him. Are you afraid that he will reveal our secret? What's there to be afraid of? I just feel unhappy." "Don't worry, the fun has just begun. I'm a little excited." The Sky Demon Emperor glanced at Yi Qin and the Martial Emperor behind Yi Qin. A fiery light flashed in his eyes. "As my nourishment, enjoy every breath of air from now on." Chapter 1280. There were only 30 or 40 people left in the audience seats. There were 6 humans, namely Yi Qin, Yan Qingxian, the White Robe Emperor, the Green Robe Emperor, the White Bone Sword Emperor, and the Martial Emperor. Looking at the scene, there was no doubt that the human race had the most people. The other races only had 2 or 3 people left. "Be careful." Yi Qin saw Yan Qingxian and the yellow-robed old man's gazes meet. The two of them had a premonition about the direction of fate. They were about to meet. As expected, the next match was between Yan Qingxian and the yellow-clothed old man. "An old monster has encountered a young monster." The black and white old man chuckled. He personally hated the Lich race. These people had a different way of looking at people. It was as if they knew everything and everyone was under their control. Although he was from the evil spirit race and allied with the demons, the black and white old man hoped that Yan Qingxian could deal with them. Of course, he knew how difficult it would be. As soon as the two of them clashed, they immediately released their respective domains. The yellow-robed elder's domain was the Lich domain that contained time and space, while Yan Qingxuan's domain was a mysterious domain. The Lich domain had many layers, and each layer had a different trajectory in space. The flow of time was also different. The slightest mistake could lead to a difference of thousands of kilometers. Even someone as strong as the purple-robed emperor could not hit the yellow-clad old man the first time he used his trump card. Later, the purple-robed emperor created 4 figures, wanting to destroy the Lich domain and the yellow-clad old man in one fell swoop. Only then did he force the other party to attack. Yan Qingxuan's mystical domain was like a river that surged endlessly. It looked like it was surging with waves, but it was extremely calm inside. It contained mysteries yin and yang, and it was constantly changing. The two domains collided, and in the blink of an eye, the domains cancelled each other out, replenished each other, shook each other, devoured each other, fused with each other, mutated, and underwent countless transformations. From the outside, a distorted spacetime light sphere had appeared with the two of them as the center. The time and space inside this spacetime light sphere were circular and not connected to the outside world. Scenes appeared on the surface of the light sphere. There were scenes of Yan Qingxian and the yellow-clothed old man fighting, scenes of the yellow-clothed old man killing Yan Qingxian, and scenes of Yan Qingxian killing the yellow-clothed old man. It was just a short moment, but it felt like thousands of years had passed inside. Interesting. The celestial demon emperor's eyes lit up as if he had seen something novel. The evil sword sovereign's eyes also widened as if he had seen an incredible scene. What happened? How miraculous. Why do I feel that this spacetime light sphere is even more miraculous than the supreme martial skills of a supreme being? This woman is not simple. This is the first time I've seen a domain as profound as the Lich's domain. The celestial demon emperor and the evil sword emperor could understand a little, but the others were confused. Is it a coincidence that the time and space yin and yang profound meanings fused together? Yi Chen took a deep breath. The shaman demon emperor's domain contained the time and space profound, while Yan Qingxuan's domain contained the yin and yang profound. For some reason, the two domains were mutually exclusive and complementing each other, fusing together to a certain extent. Yi Chen didn't know how powerful the combination of the time and space profound would be. He only knew that the spacetime light sphere was in a state of absolute balance. Not to mention them, even an ordinary supreme being wouldn't be able to break through it, because the time and space inside had already lost connection with this world. For example, a supreme being could only distort time and space, but they couldn't stop it. When two supreme beings fought, they would distort time and space, and there was a chance of creating a spacetime circle. Time would no longer advance in a straight line, but would circulate endlessly, repeating endlessly. It was equivalent to two semicircles fusing together. However, the chance was so low that it was negligible. The shaman demon emperor and Yan Qingxian both walked the path of fate, and they had something in common. Perhaps this was the main reason for the birth of the spacetime light sphere. Otherwise, there was no other explanation. Boom. Suddenly, the spacetime light sphere exploded, and the two figures were sent flying. The yellow-robed elder roared at the sky, "I lost in terms of potential. Is this fate?" Swish. The yellow-robed elder turned into sand and disappeared with the wind. Yan Qingxian spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face turned pale. It was very dangerous this time. In terms of strength, she was much weaker than the yellow-robed elder. The reason why she didn't give up was because she had a premonition that she wouldn't die. What happened next made her feel the impermanence of fate. In the spacetime light sphere, time circulated endlessly. It seemed to be repeating, but every time it repeated, thousands of years had passed. In the first repetition, Yan Qingxian was killed by the yellow-robed elder, but after the repetition, Yan Qingxian revived again. Life and death were no longer under her control, and it was controlled by the repetition of time and space. However, compared to the yellow-robed elder, Yan Qingxian had a huge advantage, and that was her youth and potential. The yellow-robed elder's thousands of years of improvement couldn't compare to Yan Qingxuan's hundreds of years of improvement. At the beginning, Yan Qingxian wasn't the yellow-robed elder's opponent, but gradually she caught up and was on par with the yellow-robed elder. Then, she surpassed him, and when the gap reached a certain level, the balance of the spacetime light sphere was broken. The yellow-robed elder who came out of the spacetime light sphere had actually died, but because the outside world had started to take over their lives, it was delayed for a moment. Yan Qingxian spat out a mouthful of blood. It was just a backlash, and most of it had been absorbed by her inside the spacetime light sphere. The heavenly Tao doesn't have a fixed number. I, who was inside the spacetime light sphere, have become the supremacy, but nothing has changed in reality. Past, present, and future, what is the connection between them? Yan Qingxian, who had returned to her seat, was in deep thought. Yi Chen didn't disturb Yan Qingxian. He didn't know what had happened inside the spacetime light sphere, but this was the best outcome. Maybe only the true gods are omniscient and omnipotent. After the battle between Yan Qingxian and the yellow-robed elder ended, the next few battles were dull, until this battle began. Yi Chen versus Yi Jianhuang. Although Yi Jianhuang was only ranked 13th on the quasi-venerate ranking, no one dared to underestimate him. He had already defeated the spirit race's Jade Spirit Emperor, who was ranked 9th on the quasi-venerate ranking, the Yuxia race's Mountain Emperor, who was ranked 7th on the quasi-venerate ranking, and the Barbarian race's Barbarian Emperor, who was ranked 6th on the quasi-venerate ranking. His Heavenless Freedom Sword technique had only appeared once, and it was used to deal with the Barbarian race's Barbarian Emperor. Barbarian Emperor's outcome was naturally death. And up until now, Yi Chen had won consecutive battles. No one had been able to force him to use his trump card. Heavenless Sword Domain. Yi Jianhuang murmured. Boom, the pitch-black sword domain spread out at the speed of light. It was pure black, without a trace of other colors. Yi Jianhuang, who was within the sword domain, had long since disappeared. What, the middle stage of the 8th level of sword domain? How is this possible? The white bone sword emperor, who was at death's door, was dumbfounded. 360 years ago, his white bone sword domain had reached the early stage of the 8th level, and he had thought that he could look down on all the sovereigns of the sword Dao in the world. However, he hadn't expected that Yi Chen's sword domain was no weaker than his, and it was even complemented by sword Yuan. 360 years had passed, and his white bone sword domain was still at the early stage of the 8th level. There was no improvement at all. This wasn't because he didn't have any potential, but mainly because the sword domain was harder to improve as one progressed. Most sovereigns of the sword Dao were stuck at the peak of the 8th level. At the 8th level of the sword domain, no matter how shocking one's talent was, it would take tens of thousands of years just to improve a little, let alone a minor realm. Chapter 1281. Just as the darkness was about to engulf Yi Chen's figure, an aura even more terrifying than the heavenless sword realm erupted from Yi Chen's body. As this aura erupted, time and space twisted and laws collapsed. Huge green lotuses were born one after another. The green lotuses bloomed, and sword chi shot into the sky. The cold aura made people's hair stand on end. The pitch-black heavenless sword realm seemed to have met its nemesis, shrinking all of a sudden. The white bone sword emperor was dumbfounded. He murmured, "Late 8th level sword realm. Am I seeing things? Or am I getting old? Wasn't he only at the early 8th level 360 years ago?" In the past, the white bone sword emperor would never have believed that anyone could raise 2 levels in 360 years. It would have been too far-fetched. But today he had to believe that someone could do it, and he had witnessed it with his own eyes. The heavenless sword realm shrank fast, but the green lotus sword realm expanded even faster. When the two great sword realms collided, the entire Azura field was filled with the sound of metal clashing. The heavenless sword realm was like a black curtain that was cut into pieces by the green lotus sword realm. Apart from being of a higher level, the green lotus sword realm also had the help of sword Yuan, making it incomparably sharp. Impossible. Yi Jianhuang's eyes were wide open. He tried his best to activate the sword realm, trying to stop the green lotus sword realm from expanding. Once the green lotus sword realm expanded, even if he had 100% of his power, he would be suppressed to 80%. The heavenless sword realm became stronger as it twisted into a huge black sword, piercing towards the incoming green lotus sword realm. Yi Chen smiled coldly. He raised his right index and middle fingers and lightly pointed out. Suddenly, a green lotus within the green lotus sword realm crashed into the black sword formed by the heavenless sword realm. Rumble. The black sword and the green lotus collapsed at the same time. However, the peerless sword within the green lotus seemed to have absorbed all of the lotus power. It charged into the heavenless sword realm, shooting everywhere. Dazzling sparks lit up half of the heavenless sword realm. Return. Making a prompt decision, Yi Jianhuang withdrew the heavenless sword realm to protect himself. At the same time, he pulled out a treasured sword shining with black light. The tip of the sword trembled, and thousands of sword flowers burst forth, attacking Yi Chen. Although the green lotus sword realm was powerful, it could not tear apart his heavenless sword realm. The only disadvantage was that his own strength would be suppressed by the green lotus sword realm. However, Yi Jianhuang did not care so much. He was very confident in his sword arts. Yi Chen did not want to take advantage of Yi Jianhuang. He immediately retracted his green lotus sword realm. They were both sword emperors, but one was a human and the other was a yaksha. Yi Chen would not be afraid. Moreover, he also wanted to see Yi Jianhuang's sword art. If possible, it would be best if he could absorb the essence of his sword art. Clang clang clang. The two sword arts were both top-notch below the supreme realm. The moment they clashed, the whole sky was filled with flickering sword lights. As the battle reached its climax, Yi Jianhuang's movement speed and sword speed doubled. Thousands upon thousands of Yi Jianhuang appeared, each of them looking extremely lifelike and lifelike. Seeing this, Yi Chen also formed thousands upon thousands of illusory figures, battling with Yi Jianhuang. The whole place was silent. A battle of this level was beyond their imagination. Fury of the masses. Suddenly, Yi Jianhuang performed an extremely frightening sword art. The black sword pointed at Yi Chen, and the yuan qi of the heaven and earth violently fluctuated. A formless will shrouded it, turning it into a peerless sharp light that shot towards Yi Chen. Being within the range of the opponent's sword aura, Yi Chen vaguely felt that he had become the villain, and was being targeted by all. What a great sword art! Yi Chen praised in his heart, but he didn't slow down. Boundless nature was performed, and countless bubbles danced in the air like a dream. The image of fury of the masses immediately merged into the bubbles, attacking Yi Jianhuang. Boundless nature was ever-changing, and the changes of the opponent's sword art were also within it. Heaven and earth slaughter. Seeing that the fury of the masses couldn't do anything to Yi Chen, Yi Jianhuang changed his sword aura and performed the most tricky sword art. This sword art focused on one point and its sword chi was oppressive. Apart from this, Yi Jianhuang no longer held back, merging the heart sword realm into his sword art, making the sword art even more powerful. The snake-like sword chi drilled in and out of space-time, slithering towards Yi Chen in an extremely slippery manner. Death slash. With a wave of the sky dream sword, Yi Chen unleashed a dense sword net of death. However, Yi Chen had underestimated Yi Jianhuang's ultimate move. The snake-like sword chi avoided the opponent's attack and attacked its weak points. Swaying left and right, it somehow passed through the sword net of death. Yin and yang, real and fake. So that's how it is. Yi Chen understood in his heart. The sword aura changed, changing from offense to defense. 5 elemental sword art would decline after reaching its peak. Yi Jianhuang sneered in his heart. Fool, the heaven and earth slaughter couldn't block it at all. Barbarian Emperor had the barbarian battle physique, and the heaven and earth slaughter couldn't kill him. You, a swordsman, could only die if you were hit. Unfortunately, Yi Jianhuang miscalculated immediately. The heaven and earth slaughter couldn't do anything to Yi Chen's 5 elemental sword art. The moment it entered the range of the 5 elemental sword art, its power dropped drastically. The ability to avoid the opponent's attack and attack its weak points was also pushed back again and again. In the end, it was cancelled out by the 5 elemental sword art and dissipated into nothingness. Yin and yang shift, real and false change. A portion of the essence of the heaven and earth slaughter appeared in Yi Chen's mind. With just this portion, Yi Chen had the confidence to create a sword art that wasn't inferior to the heaven and earth slaughter. Good. You are stronger than Barbarian Emperor to be able to force me to use my heavenless great freedom sword art. But everything is over now. Yi Jianhuang's expression changed several times, but he soon calmed down. Vast, deep, free and unfettered. All kinds of sword aura burst forth from Yi Jianhuang's body. It was unknown when the arena had fallen into darkness. This kind of darkness wasn't the kind where one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them, but a kind of night that was between light and darkness. It was a little like dawn but also a little like dusk. Heavenless great freedom sword art. I didn't expect him to have cultivated it to such a level. The 4-winged dragon emperor, who was ranked 5th on the quasi-venerable list, had a complicated expression. 500 years ago, Yi Jianhuang had fought with him. In that battle, Yi Jianhuang's strength was already not inferior to his. The 4-winged dragon emperor knew very well that it was because his own defense was strong enough, and Yi Jianhuang hadn't comprehended the heart sword realm. As a result, the heavenless great freedom sword art naturally couldn't do anything to him. After all, no matter how exquisite a sword art was, it had to be able to break through the defense. What a pity for a peerless genius of the human race. The 4-winged dragon emperor didn't need to look to know that Yi Chen was dead for sure. Among everyone present, only the celestial devil emperor and the evil sword emperor could withstand the heavenless great freedom sword art. The others would barely be able to withstand it. Even a martial emperor might not be able to do so. This wasn't an exaggeration by the 4-winged dragon emperor. After sparring with Yi Jianhuang, he deeply knew how terrifying the heavenless great freedom sword art was. There were only 2 ways to block it. One was to have a strong enough martial art that surpassed the heavenless great freedom sword art. The other was to have a strong enough defense. Chapter 1282. Such a powerful sword aura. Yi Chen wasn't surprised, but happy instead. How could he not see that Yi Jianhuang's heaven-free great sword art contained many kinds of sword auras, and all of them were fused into one to form the heaven-free great sword aura? With such a powerful sword aura, the sword art's power would certainly not be weak. With a thought, the 5-element sword art sword aura spread out, like a huge 5-colored light sphere enveloping him, shining brightly in the dark night. Clang. Silently and without any warning, a blazing flame brushed past the barrier of the 5-element sword technique, like a wandering dragon or snake, flowing 1,000 miles in one go. Clang 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 clang. Next, the blazing flame almost enveloped the 5-element sword art. The momentum was ferocious and the sword aura was unimaginable. As for Yi Jianhuang, he seemed to have fused with the sword. The sword was him and he was the sword. Man and sword became one, and the heart sword drove the sword light to the realm of invincibility. Yi Chen's eyes shone brighter and brighter. The heaven-free great sword art was indeed lawless. Although he could defend with the 5-element sword art, he couldn't reduce the opponent's sword speed, and could only slightly weaken its power. What Yi Chen didn't know was that Yi Jianhuang was extremely shocked at this moment. His heaven-free great sword art had been cultivated to the realm of man, sword, and heart as one, but he still couldn't break the opponent's sword art. How could this be? One should know that Barbarian Emperor's barbarian battle physique was like leather under his heaven-free great sword art. Explode. Yi Jianhuang's power erupted uncontrollably, and his heart sword realm was pushed to the limit. Along with the surging of his soul power, the three poured into the heaven-free great sword art at the same time, madly increasing the sword art's power. Rumble. A fiery light that spanned thousands of miles flashed past. At that moment, even space itself trembled and cracks appeared. Why? Yi Jianhuang was about to go crazy. The five-colored light sphere was still safe and sound under the sword aura. The heaven-free great sword art didn't even have the qualifications to make it tremble. Number 1 defensive sword art in the world. The white bone sword monarch had to admit that this was the most powerful defensive sword art he had ever seen. He had heard of the heavenly boundless sword art of the Night Sword Monarch, and he had just witnessed it for himself. If it had been him, he wouldn't even have been able to withstand the fury of the masses and heaven and earth massacre, let alone the heavenly boundless sword art. From what he could tell, the heavenly boundless sword art was at least 10 times more powerful than the previous 2 sword arts, and it was no wonder that the barbarian emperor's barbarian battle body was as fragile as tofu. The black-white old man's face was gloomy. He was trying to put himself in Yi Jianhuang's shoes. Would he be able to break through Yi Chen's 5-element sword art? The answer was no. This defensive sword art was too freakish, causing people to feel despair. Fortunately, up until now, Yi Chen hadn't displayed any offensive sword art that was comparable to a defensive sword art. Otherwise he would have no choice but to forfeit. Celestial Devil Emperor and Evil Sword Emperor revealed serious expressions for the first time as they carefully observed Yi Chen's 5-element sword art. Their eyesight was much sharper than Yi Jianhuang's and they could see more things. For them, there was no sword art in this world that they couldn't break. The only problem was whether they were strong enough. Yi Chen, do you only know how to defend? If you have the guts, then fight me head-on. Yi Jianhuang raged. Break my 5-element sword art first, there's no point in talking anymore. Yi Chen wasn't afraid of facing Yi Jianhuang head-on, but it wasn't the right time yet. Every time Yi Jianhuang used the heavenly boundless sword art to attack him, he would be able to absorb a part of the sword art's essence. However, the essence of the heavenly boundless sword art was too much, and he needed a few more attacks to absorb it. Do you really think I can't break it? Break for me, break for me. Yi Jianhuang attacked Yi Chen in a frenzy again and again. Unknowingly, a cup of tea's time had passed. Yi Jianhuang still couldn't break the 5-element sword art. The current him hated Yi Chen to the bone. The latter had completely destroyed his confidence, dignity, and momentum, crushing them into pieces. If he couldn't defeat Yi Chen today, he could forget about becoming a supreme being for the rest of his life, because Yi Chen had become his heart demon, shrouding his soul. Of course, the prerequisite was that he could leave the arena alive and leave the Azura world. I can't even bear to watch anymore. For the first time, White Bone Sword Emperor felt sorrow for Yi Jianhuang, a member of the Wuxia race. At the same time, he rejoiced that he was a member of the human race. Losing wasn't scary. What was scary was being beaten to the point where one had no confidence at all. A Wuxia race sword emperor, who originally had a bright future, had become like this. Just a little bit more. Yi Chen said inwardly. In the blink of an eye, another cup of tea's time had passed. Yi Jianhuang was on the verge of insanity. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to leave this damned place. Yi Jianhuang is ruined. Celestial Demon Emperor shook his head, looking at Yi Jianhuang with a pitiful gaze. Other than us, if it was anyone else encountering such a defensive sword art, the chances of them collapsing would be very high. I can only say that Yi Jianhuang's luck was bad, but luck is also a part of strength. The current him is already a waste, it's not a pity for him to die. Evil Sword Emperor had an indifferent expression. To be able to drive Yi Jianhuang crazy, it seems like we need to be more serious. Celestial Demon Emperor chuckled, his eyes flashing with a sharp killing intent. Yi Chen, you gutless guy, keep defending if you have the ability. Yi Jianhuang wasn't as unbearable as these people thought. He was on the verge of collapse. He suddenly realized that Yi Chen's defense was so powerful, but his attack might not be that powerful. As long as Yi Chen gave up on defending, he would still have a chance. Even if Yi Chen kept on defending, he would at least maintain a stalemate. Why was he so impatient? Yi Jianhuang finally calmed down after waking up. Of course, if he didn't kill Yi Chen today, there would still be a heart demon, which would become the biggest obstacle for him to ascend to the supreme level. Alright, as you wish. The multicolored light sphere dissipated, and Yi Qin stopped performing the five-element sword art. Haha, there's a path to heaven but you don't want to take it. There's no gate to hell but you still insist on coming. Yi Jinhuang was stunned for a moment then laughed out loud. He had been waiting for this moment. Should he say that Yi Qin was stupid or inflexible? Of course it could also be that using this sword art consumed too much energy, but all of this wasn't important. What was important was that he would deal with Yi Qin with his own hands. Sai, why did you stop? The white bone sword emperor slapped his thigh. Yi Qin wasn't in a hurry but he was still a bit too young. The middle-aged martial emperor shook his head, a trace of worry in his eyes. Yi Jinhuang knew that this was a rare opportunity, so he used almost all the strength he had in this life on the heavenless sword art. An invisible sword chi spanning thousands of miles slashed toward Yi Qin. This sword was his peak sword and also his sure kill sword. All of his essence, chi and spirit were integrated into this sword. Facing Yi Jinhuang's peak sword, Yi Qin's expression was emotionless. The heavenly dream sword moved smoothly and attacked. 1 petal, 2 petals, 3 petals, dozens of petals fluttered down from the sky. Each petal was so beautiful that the flow of time instantly stopped. The white bone sword emperor was stunned. The four-winged dragon emperor was stunned. Chapter 1283. My sword burial art only produced a few petals, but has actually produced dozens? The white bone sword emperor knew very well how difficult it was to cultivate the sword burial art. Dozens and a few petals might seem 10 times different, but the difference in power was at least hundreds of times. When Supreme Burial Flower used the sword burial art, hundreds of petals fell. However, that was a sovereign, and the weakest sovereign was at least 100 times stronger than the strongest quasi-sovereign. Wait, how can he know the sword burial art? Suddenly the white bone sword emperor thought of the key point. Yi Qin hadn't used the sword burial art in the previous fights, so it was the white bone sword emperor's first time seeing Yi Qin use it. He couldn't react for a moment. Did he learn the essence of the sword burial art while fighting me? The white bone sword emperor felt a chill run down his spine. Facing Yi Qin's sword burial art, Yi Jinhuang felt as if his soul was frozen. The heart sword realm didn't have any effect. It should be pointed out that the one using the sword burial art was Yi Qin, not the white bone sword emperor. Yi Qin's sword burial art could still freeze the heart sword realm, unless Yi Jinhuang's heart sword realm was much higher than Yi Qin's. The night dissipated, and Yi Jinhuang's body dissipated with the wind. At this moment, the spectators finally understood that although Yi Qin didn't counterattack, it didn't mean that Yi Qin didn't have the strength to fight back. Yi Jinhuang had been living in a tragedy from start to finish. Freak, lunatic. The four-winged dragon emperor was dumbfounded. It took him a long time to recover. He had decided that once he met Yi Qin, he would directly forfeit. Such a freak should be left to the celestial demon emperor and the evil sword emperor. He didn't want to meet him. I'm old. I still want to live for a few more years. The black-white old man felt old for the first time. If the dead Lich sovereign were to be resurrected, he probably wouldn't want to fight Yi Qin. Up until now, no one knew how much Yi Qin had revealed. At least, the black-white old man couldn't see through it. He didn't want to see it either because he would have to pay a price. The fight continued, and the number of people in the spectator stands decreased. Perhaps in the end there would only be 2 people left to fight. The white bone sword emperor wasn't so lucky this time. He encountered the heavenly devil sovereign and without a doubt he chose to forfeit. After forfeiting 3 times, he lost the right to participate in the wrestling ring and was sent out of the Azura world. Following that, the green-robed emperor lost to the golden battle emperor of the giant race, who was ranked 3rd on the quasi-venerable list. Yan Qingxian on the other hand encountered a martial emperor. Although Yan Qingxian was not weak, a martial emperor was too strong. Yan Qingshuan's defeat was understandable. Yi Qin, we will meet again. On the stage, facing Yi Qin, the Queen of God-blessed Queen forfeited. At first, she thought that she had gradually caught up to Yi Qin. But when she saw Yi Qin again, reality told her that the gap between her and Yi Qin had not shrunk at all. On the contrary, it seemed to be widening. This made her feel very discouraged, but at the same time she admired Yi Qin. One had to know that she had never admired anyone for so many years, not even the heavenly devil sovereign or the evil sword emperor. Yi Qin had let her know what it meant to be a peerless genius. In the eyes of the so-called geniuses, perhaps, they were no different from ordinary people. Yi Qin didn't feel anything about the Queen of God-blessed Queen's forfeit. He was different from others. His only belief was to reach the peak. The stronger the opponent, the easier it would be to stimulate his fighting spirit and potential. He had always believed that there was nothing he couldn't do, only something he didn't want to do. Now, Yi Chen had also begun to understand the true meaning of the Shura realm. Using powerful opponents to nurture a supreme being, whoever could walk to the end would have the greatest hope of becoming a supreme being. This was because there was only one shortcut to becoming a supreme being, and that was to have an invincible momentum and confidence. Under normal circumstances, if Yi Chen wanted to become a supreme being, he would need at least 1,000 years of accumulation. He believed that the Heavenly Devil Sovereign and the Evil Sword Emperor were also aware of this point. Very tacitly, the gazes of the three of them met, accompanied by bursts of murderous intent. The black-white old man lost to the Evil Sword Emperor. The white-robed Emperor lost to the Martial Emperor. The four-winged Dragon Emperor forfeited 3 times. The Golden Combat Emperor lost to Yi Chen. Finally, there were only 4 people left in the entire arena. The 4 of them were the strongest supreme beings. They were the Heavenly Devil Sovereign, the Evil Sword Emperor, the Martial Emperor, and Yi Chen. Among the 4 of them, only one could ascend to the peak, and only one had the hope of becoming a supreme being in the shortest time possible and looking down on the starry sky. At this time, even if they died, the 4 of them wouldn't take a step back. The first to enter the arena were the Evil Sword Emperor and the Martial Emperor. Martial Emperor, it's time for you to fall. This era belongs to us, the younger generation. The huge sword on the Evil Sword Emperor's back floated out and landed in his hand. With every word he said, the momentum of his sword increased. When he said the last word, the violent sword momentum was like a raging sea wave, one wave after another, never ending. Compared to the Evil Sword Emperor, the Martial Emperor was indeed not young. He was already more than 20,000 years old. However, since he was able to become a Martial Emperor, his momentum was naturally very strong. In the face of the Evil Sword Emperor's sword momentum, the Martial Emperor was like a huge mountain in the sea. No matter how fierce the waves were, they couldn't shake him at all. Instead, his momentum became more condensed and vigorous. I have a feeling that if I defeat you, I will become a supreme being. A fiery light flashed in the Martial Emperor's eyes. When he stood next to the Evil Sword Emperor, the threshold of supreme being became much clearer in his eyes. Is that so? Unfortunately, the day will never come. Take my sword. The Evil Sword Emperor slashed at the Martial Emperor with the huge sword in his hand. This sword was simple and unadorned, but the sword intent contained within it was clearly the destruction sword intent. Moreover, it was a mid-8-step sword intent. In addition, the Evil Sword Emperor's sword domain was the same as Yi Chen's, reaching the late 8th layer. Combined with the Heart Sword realm, this probing sword strike was 10 times more dangerous than most supreme beings. Outside the Azura world's bronze gate, dozens of huge phantoms stood there. Behind them was a group of 8th-level life and death realm heavenly kings. They were all people who had entered the Azura world before. As for the phantoms, they were the projections of the supreme beings. In the giant tribe's camp, the Golden Battle Emperor said shamefully, "I was defeated by Sword Emperor Yi Chen. Now there are only 4 people inside: Sky Demonic Emperor, Evil Sword Emperor, Martial Emperor, and Sword Emperor Yi Chen." He was the last person to leave the Azura world apart from the 4. Oh, 2 of the human race's members? Good thing. The supreme projection in front of the Golden Battle Emperor smiled. In front of the human race's camp, a supreme projection let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there were still 2 humans. However, the 2 juniors of the demons and evil spirit race were not easy to deal with either. There are actually 2 humans. That kid Sky Demonic Emperor has never been defeated before. I hope he can remain undefeated this time. The supreme projection in the demons' camp glanced at the human race's camp. On the arena, Yi Chen let out a sigh. The Martial Emperor died under the Evil Sword Emperor's Fate Evil Sword. The Fate Evil Sword was 100 times more powerful than the Heavenly Boundless Sword Art. This sword art could dictate the fate of others. Standing up, Yi Chen and the Sky Demonic Emperor appeared in the arena at the same time. It's finally our turn. The Sky Demonic Emperor raised his head, his eyes filled with demonic intent. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.